The incident occurred in 2017 when the young person was 19 years old. By their own admission, they were, to put it mildly, quite foolish during that period. Circumstances dictated that they were heading to visit a friend, but missed the last bus departing from the station, and they had absolutely no money for a taxi. Moreover, their mobile phone battery was at a critical 5%. It was at that moment, as they later realized, that they made the most reckless mistake of their life. They walked to the highway entrance, stuck out their thumb, and began hitchhiking. Their sole goal was to reach the next major town, located approximately 80 miles from their current position. Dusk was already gathering, and the time was approaching 8 in the evening. After about 30 minutes, during which countless cars sped past, a dark blue sedan slowed down and pulled over right in front of them. The driver, a man in his 40s, leaned over and lowered the passenger window. He seemed like a perfectly ordinary person. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. The young person told him the name of the town. "Hop in," the driver offered, gesturing an invitation. The young person felt a wave of relief. They grabbed their backpack from the ground, got into the back seat, a habit of theirs as they never liked sitting in the front next to strangers, and said, "Thanks a lot, man. You're a lifesaver." The driver merely grunted in response, pulled back onto the highway, and they continued their journey. He was quiet, which suited the young person just fine. They put in their headphones, but their phone died almost instantly. With a frustrated sigh, they took them out and simply stared out the window, watching the dark trees rush by. Their drive on the highway continued for about 20 minutes. The young person was starting to doze off when they felt the car slow down and turn. They sat up abruptly. They were taking an exit too early. "Hey," they said, my exit is still about 50 miles away." The driver didn't respond, continuing to drive. At the bottom of the exit, instead of turning left towards the lit gas stations, he turned right onto a 2-lane road that disappeared into a black wall of trees. "Where are we going?" the young person asked, their voice already trembling. "This isn't the right road." Their heart pounded wildly in their chest. This was wrong. This was very, very wrong. The driver looked at them in the rearview mirror. His eyes were indifferent. He let out a low, guttural chuckle. "I'm going to take you into that forest," he said in a calm voice, "and have some fun with you." The young person's blood ran cold. They didn't think. They just reacted instinctively. They grabbed the door handle and pulled. Nothing. In desperation, they pulled again. The plastic handle simply spun freely in their hand, as if disconnected from anything, clicking and turning. Useless. The driver laughed again, louder, this time. "You're not going anywhere," he said. "Child lock. Very useful feature." The young person simply slumped. They began to sob, pleading with him. "Please," they cried. "Please don't. You can take my money, anything you want. I won't tell anyone. I swear I'll say I got lost. Please, just let me go." The driver completely ignored them, as if the young person wasn't even speaking. He just continued to drive slower, turning his head from side to side, surveying the dark forest. He muttered almost to himself, looking for a good spot. It was then that the young person realized they were going to die. They would die here in the dark, and no one would ever know what happened to them. They felt unbearably sick. They were sure they were going to vomit, right there in the driver's car, and then they felt it, a sudden, hot, and strong gush in their jeans. It was so instantaneous and so copious that for a second they thought they had wet themselves. They were so scared they had lost bladder control. It was a new layer of humiliation on top of pure terror. They were still crying, but they seemed to freeze. They looked down. In the dim light of the dashboard, they saw a dark, spreading stain on their faded jeans. It wasn't urine. It was blood. A lot of blood. Their period wasn't due for another 2 weeks, but it had started immediately. They had no plan. It was just a final animal instinct. The driver was slowing the car almost to a complete stop, pulling onto the gravel shoulder. "Wait!" the young person cried, their voice hoarse. "Look!" The driver looked back in the mirror, annoyed. "Look at what?" "Just look!" They pointed to their knees, to the blood. "I'm bleeding. Look at me. I'm getting blood all over your car." The driver's face instantly changed. The cold, predatory look in his eyes simply vanished. It was replaced by pure, sudden disgust. He grimaced as if he smelled something rotten. He stared at the young person's knees for a second, then back at their face. He said nothing. He just slammed the gear shift into park and reached for his master controls. The young person heard a click as their door lock disengaged. "Get out!" he spat at them. "Get the hell out of my car now!" The young person fumbled for the handle. This time it worked. They grabbed their backpack, tumbled out of the car onto the gravel road, and scrambled to their feet. The driver leaned across the passenger seat. "If you tell anyone a single word about this," he growled, "I'll find you. I'll come back and I'll finish it. Do you understand me?" The young person didn't respond. They just ran. They ran straight into the forest, into the complete darkness. They didn't care about the branches scratching their face or the thorns tearing their jeans. They could hear their own panicked breathing. They were sure they would hear a gunshot, that the driver would simply shoot them in the back. They dove behind a huge, wide tree and crouched, holding their breath. They peeked out from behind the trunk, shaking so violently they could barely see straight. The driver's car just sat there for an eternity. Then the taillights came on. He made a quick, angry 3-point turn on the narrow road and sped back towards the highway. The young person stayed behind that tree until the taillights disappeared. And then they stayed for another 10 minutes, just shaking and crying, their jeans cold and sticky. Finally, they returned to the road. They were in the middle of nowhere. They had no idea where they were. They just picked a direction and walked. And overcoming the momentary numbness, she rushed forward. Approximately 20 minutes later, headlights appeared in the distance. The woman almost recoiled back into the thicket, seized by fear that it might be the same man. However, the approaching vehicle turned out to be a massive, boxy truck, a bread delivery van hurrying along its morning routes. She dashed directly into the middle of the road, waving her arms desperately. The driver, an older man with a kind expression, slammed on the brakes. He immediately assessed her condition, covered in dirt, leaves, and blood. Without a word, he opened the passenger door. "Get in, sweetie," he said. "You're safe." The man drove her directly to the nearest police station, where she gave her statement. The police officers were kind and attentive, but the woman clearly understood that they realized the futility of the search. A dark sedan with no license plates on a night road. The driver was like a ghost, vanishing without a trace. 6 years passed. The woman completed her education and never attempted to hitchhike again. One evening, sitting at home, she was flipping through TV channels. Suddenly, a special on HBO caught her attention. It was a true crime documentary about the psychology of serial killers. On screen, a man in a prison jumpsuit was being interviewed by a psychiatrist. The remote control slipped from her hand. It was him. The blood in her veins turned to ice again. Her breath caught. It was his face, his voice, those same empty, lifeless eyes. He had been sentenced to death. Calmly, almost indifferently, he spoke of his exploits, of the women he had raped and those he had killed. He spoke of them as inanimate objects. The woman consciously and persistently erased his name from her memory. She refused to keep it in her mind, but his face, his image, she would never, under any circumstances, forget. She later learned that what happened to her is a real, documented phenomenon. In moments of extreme, life-threatening stress, the female body is capable of this. It can induce immediate, heavy, unscheduled menstruation. It's a primary biological defense mechanism. That's what saved her. Not her pleas, not her non-existent phone. Her own body did the only thing that could stop that monster. And that's the only reason she's here to tell the story. She owns a 10-year-old sedan that has certainly seen better days, but there's one thing she treats with almost religious reverence. The door locks. As soon as she settles into the car, she immediately presses the button, and the characteristic click is heard. She doesn't care who walks by. She never stops for people standing on the side of the road. It's not because she's a bad person. It's because of Dr. Evans. Her college wasn't anything special. It was a typical sprawling state university in North Florida, with flat concrete buildings built in the 1970s and huge old oak trees draped with Spanish moss. As a sophomore, she took criminology 2 or 3. It was one of those large, sometimes tedious lectures held in a giant auditorium with fold-down wooden seats. Dr. Evans, the professor, was an older man, always looking tired, with a quiet, raspy voice that made it hard to stay awake. Before teaching, he had worked as a criminal psychologist for 20 years. Usually his lectures were a monotonous recitation of statistics and case study analyses, but one Tuesday when victim selection was being discussed, the classroom was deadly silent. Students were either dozing or texting. Dr. Evans suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He took off his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and scanned the 200 people sitting before him. "You all look at this as just numbers," he croaked, his voice suddenly clear. "You think you'll recognize a monster. You think there's some kind of sign on them. No, sometimes they just look pathetic." The room suddenly became very, very quiet. "This didn't happen to me," he continued, "but to a close friend of mine many years ago near Ocala. He was a traveling salesman, always driving all over the state. A kind-hearted guy, maybe too kind. One day he was driving down a long 2-lane stretch of highway, one of those roads that cuts right through the Ocala National Forest. It was an hour's drive through pines and swamps. It was late, around 11 at night, and it was hot, one of those muggy, humid Florida nights. My friend, let's call him Ted, was just trying to get home, and his headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating a figure walking on the gravel shoulder. Ted saw him, and his first instinct was to just drive past. But as he got closer, he slowed down. The man looked terrible, just disheveled and ragged. His clothes were torn, he was covered in dirt, and he just looked exhausted, like he couldn't take another step. So Ted stopped. He told himself, the guy's car must have broken down. The man shuffled over and opened the door. A wave of smell hit Ted. It was sour sweat, pine needles, and something coppery, like old coins. The man collapsed into the passenger seat. He was young, in his mid-20s, with matted hair and those wide, haunted eyes. "Thanks," the man hissed. "Car trouble?" Ted asked, pulling back onto the empty road. "Something like that," the man mumbled. "Just need to get to a gas station, anywhere." They drove in silence for a few minutes. The only sound was the tires on the asphalt. Ted started to feel that cold, prickling sensation on the back of his neck. On the back of his neck. The man, staring fixedly ahead, breathed heavily through his nose, his breathing audible in the silent cabin. "Where are you headed?" he asked. "I'm going all the way to St. Augustine," Ted replied. The man slowly turned his head. His eyes, dark and empty, seemed bottomless. "St. Augustine? That's quite a ways. I guess I should just ride with you. I should just go wherever you're going." Ted let out a nervous, high-pitched chuckle. I don't know, buddy. My wife's waiting." "I was planning on dropping you off at the nearest town at the 24-hour truck stop." The man seemed not to hear him, continuing to stare intently at Ted. "They wouldn't stop talking," he uttered. Ted cast a quick glance at him. "What?" "My parents, they never stopped. Said I was lazy, said I was no good, said I was a mistake, just over and over, day after day. It was so loud in my head, always so loud." Ted's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly they ached. He was in the middle of nowhere, not a single car for miles around. "I was fixing the fence today," the man continued, his voice dreamy, as if recounting a movie plot. "Dad came out, started yelling again. I just had the tool in my hand. He was so loud I had to make him stop." Ted was sweating profusely. He felt the cold air conditioning blasting, but the sweat still broke through. He wanted to hit the gas, floor it. Mom came out. She saw and just started screaming louder than him. So loud I had to make her stop too. She wouldn't stop screaming. Dr. Evans paused. He surveyed the room, making eye contact with everyone. My friend Ted was terrified. He didn't know what to do. He was trapped in a metal box, speeding at 60 miles an hour alone with this man. "It was messy," the man said, a note of surprise in his voice. "It gets all over you." Then the man slowly reached for the waistband of his dirty jeans. Ted flinched, his foot hovering over the brake. The man pulled out a knife. It wasn't a regular pocket knife. It was a thick, heavy utility knife, meant for cutting leather or wire. The handle was wrapped in black electrical tape, and the blade looked dark. It was covered in something thick and dark, with bits of grass and other things clinging to it. It was a bloody knife. "Look," the man said, holding it up in the dim dashboard light. At that moment, Ted caught a flicker of neon ahead. A single, isolated gas station. One of those tiny ones at a crossroads. It felt like a miracle to him. Ted's voice trembled, but he tried his best to sound normal. "Hey, look. There's a place right there. You said you needed a gas station, right?" He pulled off the highway, tires squealing on the gravel parking lot. The car stopped directly in front of the brightly lit door. The man just sat there for a second, looking at the knife. Then he looked at Ted. He didn't look angry. He just looked tired. "Yeah, that's good." He opened the car door, got out, and just walked away. He didn't run. He just walked around the building with the bloody knife in his hand and disappeared into the pitch darkness. Ted sat there for a full minute, unable to move. Then he slammed the car into drive and sped out of the parking lot. He didn't stop until he was home, securely locking the door behind him. Dr. Evans put his glasses back on. He called the police, of course, but by the time they arrived, the man was long gone. Ted sold that car. He claimed he couldn't get rid of the smell, and he told me he never, for any reason, stopped for a stranger on the side of the road again. The school bell rang, and the narrator jumped. She still remembers that story every time. She drives at night. Previously, the narrator had actively hitchhiked. It was simply an economical way to travel, and most of the time she met interesting, normal people. However, this particular trip made her abandon hitchhiking forever. She was in Pennsylvania trying to get to Ohio. The previous day had been a beautiful, sunny, perfect spring day. So naturally her clothes matched the weather, simple shorts and a t-shirt. But this is Pennsylvania. She woke up, and the weather was like a monsoon, just cold, pouring rain that soaked her to the bone in about 30 seconds. She stood on the side of some 2-lane highway, shivering from the cold, thumb out in desperate hope. After about an hour, an old sedan pulled up. A woman in her early 30s was driving. The narrator looked into the car and saw 3 other women, 1 in the passenger seat, 2 in the back. Honestly, a car full of women is usually a good sign. You feel safer, you know. She ran up to the window, and the driver rolled it down. "Where are you headed?" she asked. "Just trying to get to Ohio, but honestly, the state line would be awesome," the narrator said. "Hop in," the driver offered. The narrator tossed her backpack into the back seat and squeezed in. She thanked them. Just the relief of getting out of the rain, which was now pouring so hard that hardly anything was visible. As she settled in, she noticed something. The girl in the front passenger seat had one of those thick black state trackers on her ankle, like for house arrest or parole. The narrator's brain just registered it. Okay, maybe they're on parole, no big deal. She'd just be polite, make small talk, and get out at the border. The borderline, Aeneas, about 20 minutes passed uneventfully when the driver suddenly announced, "I need to get gas." The car pulled into a typical gas station. The driver exited the vehicle to begin fueling. Meanwhile, the other 3 girls in the car remained in their seats. One was engrossed in her phone, while the other 2 simply stared blankly out the window. The atmosphere inside the car was filled with a strange, oppressive silence. After finishing with the gas, the driver, instead of returning to the steering wheel, walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. The narrator, trying to stay warm, remained seated in the cabin. Suddenly, she heard snippets of a conversation, and then a man's voice became distinctly audible. It was muffled, coming from the trunk, and filled with panic. The voice cried, "Let me go, you freak!" The narrator froze instantly. She looked at the 2 girls sitting next to her in the back seat. They showed no reaction whatsoever, no exchanged glances, absolutely nothing. Then a dull thud echoed. It wasn't loud, not like in movies, but rather a sharp, sudden sound. The trunk slammed shut. The driver returned to the pump, carefully rehung the nozzle as if she had just finished a routine fueling, and got back into the car. She started the engine, Her gaze flickered to the rearview mirror, met the narrator's eyes, and a faint smile played on the driver's lips. "All set," she said. The car left the gas station. As they drove away, the narrator looked back and swore she saw a man lying on the ground near the pumps, bleeding. She sharply turned away, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst through her ribs. Her gaze fell on the other passengers. They simply sat there, immersed in absolute silence, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The narrator didn't utter a word. What could she say? She was trapped in a car with 4 women who, she suspected, had just dealt with someone in their own trunk at a public gas station, without even batting an eye. The journey continued for about another half hour. The only sounds were the monotonous swish of the wipers and the drumming of the rain. Then the driver stopped the car again. This time they were on the side of a secluded road, surrounded by a vast, dense forest to their right. "We need to take care of something," she said. The driver got out, and the other girls followed. The trunk opened again. The narrator tried not to look, staring straight ahead, but out of the corner of her eye, she still saw what was happening. The driver retrieved a shovel. One of the girls pulled out a large black plastic bag, resembling a heavy-duty trash bag, and something inside it moved slightly, wriggling. Then all 4 simply walked into the forest and disappeared. The narrator was left alone in the car. She tried to open the door, but it was locked. For 2 hours, a full 2 hours, she sat there staring intently at the spot where they had gone. The rain was finally subsiding, but it was already starting to get dark. Thoughts raced through her mind. Should she try to break a window? Where would she run? They had a car. They had a shovel. Then they returned. Their shoes were covered in mud. The shovels and the bag were gone. They all got back into the car. No one said a word. The driver simply started the engine, and the journey continued. They drove for another hour. Complete silence. By this time, it was pitch black outside. Then the driver turned off the highway onto a dark, muddy dirt road, winding deep into the forest. She parked the car and turned off the engine. It was so quiet that the narrator could only hear her own breathing. The driver turned in her seat. She looked the narrator straight in the eyes. Her gaze was empty, indifferent. And then she said, "You're next." The narrator didn't think. She didn't say anything. She just reacted. With a sharp motion, she slammed her hand against the door handle. This time, the door was unlocked, and she flung herself out of the car. Falling into the mud, she scrambled up and bolted into the forest. She ran. She ran harder than she ever had in her life. Behind her, she heard car doors opening, but she didn't look back. She just ran, branches scratching her face, tripping over roots in the darkness. She must have run for miles. Finally, she broke free from the trees onto another road. Looking up, she saw a sign. "Welcome to Ohio," the state line. She flagged down the first headlight she saw. It was a taxi driver just finishing his shift. She must have looked like a maniac, covered in mud, soaking wet, still in shorts and a t-shirt. She told him she had been robbed and was lost in the woods. She paid him every dollar she had to take her to the nearest town. From that moment until the end of her trip, she always ordered a taxi and never, ever hitchhiked again. For nearly a decade of service, patrolling the silent expanses of Texas highways had become routine. However, the night of August 9th, 2013, just past 1 a.m., brought a call that stood out from the usual. The radio reported a truck blocking part of US 277, approximately 4 miles south of the small town of Bronte. The dispatcher clarified that a passerby had reported the obstruction, followed by a 911 call. The caller identified himself as Brandon Lawson, 26, and urgently pleaded for help. His words were fragmented but chilling. Someone was chasing him. Despite distortion and static, the voice on the line sounded extremely agitated and urgent. As the closest patrol to the scene, the officer immediately activated his emergency lights and headed to the specified location. Highway 277, especially at night, is an extremely isolated stretch of road. The landscape is monotonous, flat fields covered in thorny mesquite, and the rare silhouettes of rabbits crossing the road. The moon that night was bright enough to cast long shadows, but this only intensified the feeling of eerie silence. Over the years, the officer had seen many vehicle breakdowns in these parts, from running out of gas and flat tires to drivers simply losing their way. Yet, there was something profoundly unsettling about this particular call. Arriving at the scene around 1:10 a.m. confirmed the dispatcher's information. Indeed, a silver Ford F-150 was there. It was parked extremely carelessly, partly on the shoulder and partly occupying a lane of traffic. The hazard lights were not on, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. The officer cautiously approached from behind, and the powerful spotlight of his patrol car cut through the pitch darkness. The truck's windows were down, and there were no keys in the ignition. There were also no signs of an accident or struggle, just an empty, abandoned vehicle. The officer radioed in the license plates and confirmed that the vehicle was registered to Brandon Mason Lawson, residing in San Angelo. Stepping out of the car, the officer felt the gravel crunch under his boots. The air was heavy, still retaining the heat of the day, and the chirping of crickets was so deafening it seemed to drown out his own thoughts. The officer carefully scanned the area with his flashlight. The beam picked out patches of tall grass and thorny bushes stretching along the road, but nothing more. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing that could provide any clue as to where this person had disappeared. A loud shout, "Brandon Lawson, Sheriff's Department," echoed through the area, then faded into absolute silence. There was no response. The officer thoroughly inspected the truck. The fuel level was at 0, which matched Brandon's words in the 911 call. A pack of cigarettes lay on the passenger seat, several empty, Doctor. Pepper cans were on the floor, and a phone charger dangled from the dashboard. Ordinary items, not immediately suspicious. The officer speculated that Brandon might have walked towards Bronte or hitched a ride. However, the words from the 911 call continued to trouble him. "I'm in the middle of a field. A guy is chasing me through the woods. Please hurry." The operator who took the call confirmed that the caller's voice sounded panicked, but the connection dropped before she could get more information. There were no woods in this area, only sparse trees and brush. What on earth was he running from? Around this time, another vehicle pulled up to the scene, a pickup truck with a gas can in its bed. It was Kyle Lawson, Brandon's brother, accompanied by his girlfriend. Kyle looked extremely worried. He explained that Brandon had called him around 2:30 a.m., saying he had run out of gas. Kyle decided to bring fuel and help his brother. The officer asked if Brandon had said anything else, perhaps about trouble, or someone chasing him. Kyle shook his head, responding that Brandon just sounded irritated about the truck breaking down. The officer asked them to stay put while he searched the surroundings. He walked approximately 100 yards in both directions, illuminating the ditches and adjacent fields with his flashlight. Nothing, no bloodstains, no torn clothing, no signs of a struggle. If someone was chasing him, as he claimed, where did they disappear? There were no other vehicles in the area, and the nearest residence was several miles away. The officer called for backup, and soon another couple of sheriff's deputies joined them to assist in the search. They combed the fields until about 3 a.m., but Brandon had seemingly vanished. By dawn, the Texas Rangers were called in. Later that day, they deployed a helicopter that searched the area for many miles around. The results remained the same. Nothing. Soon after, Brandon's girlfriend, Ledesha, arrived in a state of extreme panic. She explained that they had argued that night, and Brandon had left to cool off, planning to go to his father's in Crowley, a 3-hour drive away. She also mentioned that Brandon had been clean from drugs for a long time, but there was an old arrest warrant for him, years old, related to a minor drug possession charge. This made the officer wonder if he had fled to avoid law enforcement. But then why call 911 if he intended to disappear? The 911 call recording was truly chilling. The officer listened to it at the station. Brandon's voice was fast, breathless, as if he was running. "There's one car here. I ran into him. A guy is chasing me." The operator tried to calm him, asking if he needed an ambulance, but he kept repeating that he needed the police. Then there was static, and the call disconnected. Law enforcement obtained his phone records. The last signal was detected near the truck, after which there was complete silence. His phone was either dead or turned off. Days seamlessly turned into weeks. Searches resumed with K9 units, volunteers, and even drones. The Rangers took over the case, classifying it as a cold case, an unsolved disappearance. Many theories circulated. Did he get lost in the brush and die of hypothermia? Did he stumble into something like a bad drug deal and get murdered? Or did he simply run away, abandoning his 4 children? None of these hypotheses formed a coherent picture. A father of 4 doesn't just vanish, not without a trace. Years passed, and then in 2022, a search expedition discovered clothing that appeared to belong to Brandon. A yellow shirt, camouflage shorts, white Nike sneakers. These items were found along with bones and a skull fragment. The DNA testing process was long and painstaking, but by 2024, it was definitively confirmed that the remains belonged to him. However, the cause of his death remained undetermined. The absence of bullet or stab wounds only deepened the mystery. How could his remains end up in the middle of the wilderness, just a few miles from his own truck? Even now, driving on Highway 277, the narrator experiences a strange sense of unease. What did Brandon see that fateful night? Who was chasing him? Or was he overcome by such intense fear, such madness, that he himself plunged into the impenetrable darkness and never returned? In his years of work, the narrator has seen many things, but Brandon Lawson's story remains with him, like a persistent echo. It feels as if the highway swallowed him whole, leaving behind only a multitude of unanswered questions. The narrator remembers working as a night guard at a warehouse on the outskirts of town. The pay was modest, but it was the only way to support his family. His wife stayed home, caring for their young son. while he spent long nights patrolling the cold, deserted aisles filled with stored goods. One night, his life irrevocably changed. He had just started his shift, and the clock showed around midnight. The warehouse was silent, broken only by the hum of the lights and the rare echo of his footsteps. He usually brought a thermos of tea and his old, barely functioning mobile phone. His son should have been sleeping peacefully at home, but around 1 a.m. his phone vibrated with an incoming call. The number was unfamiliar. Usually the narrator never answered such calls, but that night, for some reason, he picked up. A gruff voice said, "We have your child." At first, he thought it was someone's sick joke. His boy should have been safe, at home. But then he caught a faint cry in the background. It was his son's voice, the narrator's stomach clenched with terror. The man demanded money, a colossal sum of $10,000, which he could never have raised. He was a poor man working as a guard for meager wages. He said he didn't have that kind of money. The man just laughed and stated that he had until the next evening. Then the connection broke. That night, the narrator left the warehouse, trembling with fear, and rushed home. His wife was in a panic. Their boy was gone. His son's bed was empty, and the back door was wide open. They immediately contacted the police. The narrator told them everything, including the call. The police advised them to remain calm and assured them they would set a trap for the kidnappers. The narrator couldn't sleep and couldn't eat. All he did was wait for the phone to ring again. The next day, the kidnappers called back. They named a meeting place, an abandoned parking lot by the river. The police devised a plan. They would hide in unmarked cars, watching every corner, while the narrator would bring a bag that looked full of money. They promised to catch the kidnappers before anything happened. That night, he drove to the parking lot with the fake money. The place was dark, surrounded by broken streetlights and weeds pushing through cracks in the asphalt. The river made a faint noise in the distance. His hands were sweaty on the steering wheel, and he constantly looked at the passenger seat where the bag lay. The police contacted him through a small earpiece. They told him to stay calm, just follow instructions. He got out of the car and stood under one of the few working lights. The air was cold, and he could hear every beat of his heart. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity. Then, without headlights, a car pulled up. It slowed and stopped about 20 feet from him. His throat was dry. A man in a dark hoodie and mask emerged. He stared at the narrator, then at the bag in his hand. For a second, the narrator thought it would work. The man walked slowly but steadily towards him. Then, suddenly, he froze. His head turned slightly, as if he saw something. The narrator realized what it was. He had spotted one of the officers hiding at the edge of the parking lot. The man rushed back to his car. The doors slammed shut, and the engine roared. They sped away so fast that gravel flew into the air. Police cars chased after them, lights flashing, but the kidnappers knew the area better. The narrator stood there helplessly, clutching the useless bag. The chase ended in failure. The officers lost them somewhere in the labyrinth of old roads by the river. When they returned, all he could do was collapse onto his car, feeling that he had lost everything. That was the last time he had hope. The next morning, a package appeared on his doorstep. He knew what it was before he even opened it. Inside was the body of his child. His world crumbled. He felt dead inside. His wife screamed until she lost her voice. He couldn't even explain the pain. It was like something had torn open his chest and left it empty. He couldn't protect him. He couldn't save him. After that, the police worked day and night. It took weeks, but they finally caught those people. There were 3 of them. All had prior convictions, robberies, assaults, and worse. They confessed after hours of interrogation. They had been watching the narrator for weeks, knowing he was poor and thinking he would do anything to get his child back. Now they are in prison. The law says justice has been served. But for the narrator and his wife, nothing feels like justice. They no longer have their boy. The man's heart still drops every time the phone rings during his new night shift, though he now works elsewhere. Passing dark corners, he invariably sees his face, hears his voice calling his name. That fateful night at the warehouse, which seemed like an ordinary shift, ended up costing him everything he held dear. No matter how many years pass, the silence of those endless warehouse spaces continues to remind him of the stillness that has settled in his own home. The tragedy occurred in May 2025. This isn't a story where fear creeps up suddenly, but it is certainly the most terrible experience of his life. The man and his friend, Brandon, both in their early 30s and from Atlanta, eagerly anticipated a 10-day trip to Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida, to escape the routine of their office weekdays. They had been looking forward to this journey for months, discussing future rides on the Velocicoaster, exploring the magical world of Harry Potter, and many other attractions. They booked a room at the Hard Rock Hotel, located right by the parks, with 2 queen beds and a magnificent view of the lagoon. Brandon asked if his girlfriend Michelle could come with them. They had met on Tinder a few months prior, and he was completely smitten with her. The man agreed without hesitation, believing it would be a fun addition to their company. At the airport, Michelle made a pleasant impression. She was about 25 years old, had brown hair, a wide smile, and was wearing a Gryffindor t-shirt. They hugged, chatted a bit about the upcoming flight, and headed to the hotel. At that point, there were no red flags, but the situation began to change rapidly. By the first day, Michelle had completely taken the lead. She insistently demanded they skip the parks to visit random restaurants she found online, whether it was some Cuban place downtown or a vegan cafe miles away. If the friends wanted to go on a ride, she would pout or cleverly change the subject. Brandon always gave in to her, and the man agreed to keep the peace. It was certainly annoying, but he attributed it to her personality quirks. Soon Michelle started talking non-stop. She endlessly chatted about her job, her ex-lovers, or strange theories, such as Disney secretly running Universal. She seemed unstoppable. Brandon suggested it might be ADHD, or perhaps she had forgotten to take her medication. At night, the man couldn't sleep either. She would talk through the bathroom door while brushing her teeth, or whisper to Brandon at 2 a.m. The man would hide his head under his pillow, but her voice drilled through it. Brandon also looked exhausted, but he just shushed her and rolled over. The worst part was that Michelle stayed in their room. Brandon asked if he minded, as she couldn't afford a separate room. The man said it was fine, thinking he was being a good friend. This was a huge mistake. The room became cramped. Her belongings were everywhere, chargers, makeup, snacks, all over the beds. There was no privacy, no quiet. By the 3rd day, the man was at his breaking point. That day, they finally managed to visit the parks. They rode the Hulk coaster, enjoyed butterbeer, and laughed in the Simpsons area. It felt like the trip they had originally planned. Afterward, the man grabbed a burger at City Walk, Antojitos, cheap and tasty. Around 8 p.m., he keycarded into their room. He is 14 now, but this happened when he was 11. His older sister was suffering from a severe toothache again. She never really brushed her teeth, and such nights were not uncommon in their house. It was bitterly cold outside, one of those nights when the air burned your nose and the windows were covered with a thin layer of frost. Mom stood in his doorway, half dressed in her coat, and asked if he wanted to go with them to the dentist. The boy replied that he preferred to stay home. He hated the cold and liked the thought of a warm blanket and a movie. She said they would grab food on the way back. It sounded perfect. They left, and a heavy silence settled in the apartment. The kind that comes after a door closes and the building seems to settle. 2 minutes later, his phone lit up, showing a call from an unknown number. He never answered such calls, so he just watched it ring until it stopped. The phone rang again. He ignored it again. The boy convinced himself it was probably a wrong number. Some delivery person trying to reach someone else, or a scammer. The second call died down, and he tried to forget about it. His nose was running, and he sneezed 3 times in a row. He made himself a cozy nest on his bed, blanket up to his chin, pillow neatly stacked. He called his friends, and they played games on their phones for a while. After that, he put on a movie and let the sound fill the room. The kind of sound that makes you feel safe, as if you're not alone. And then he heard it, breathing, not his own. A slow, steady sound behind him, as if someone was trying to breathe quietly, but too close to the wall. His stomach dropped. He paused the movie. The room became quiet. He could still hear it. He didn't look back. He just slid off his bed and crawled into his sister's bed across the room. He kept telling himself it was the heating, or the ventilation, or a pipe in the wall, old building, old noises. He stared at the doorway leading to the hallway, listening, but the sound never quite faded into the building's general hum. 20 minutes passed, and then the lights suddenly went out. When one speaks of fear of the dark, it means something more than just the absence of light. It's the feeling when anxiety constricts your chest. It seemed as if the very space of the room had shrunk, pressing down on his rib cage. He pulled the blanket over his head, trying to slow his breathing. He knew that their apartment sometimes had power outages, especially on cold nights when everyone turned on their electric heaters. He convinced himself that the lights would surely come back on. He commanded himself to remain still. He decided to count to 100 and then try to activate the flashlight on his mobile device. Around the count of 60, his resolve wavered slightly. He abruptly threw off the blanket and grabbed his phone. The battery was only at 10%. His attempt to turn on the flashlight was unsuccessful, as the phone was in power-saving mode and would not allow that function to be activated. He desperately tapped the screen, as if these actions could change anything. No light. Just a dim lock screen reflecting his own face. Enos. At that moment, the bathroom door stirred. It didn't slam shut, but slowly closed, the latch making a barely audible click. The bathroom door was light, and sometimes a draft from open windows could push it, but this time all the windows were tightly closed. The person was acutely aware of this. Their gaze was fixed on the dark silhouette of the doorway, and a flush of heat spread across their face. The person didn't want to speak, but finally uttered, "Mom." In response, there was only silence, broken only by the creaking of the building, a common occurrence in cold weather. The person sat perfectly still, hearing their own heartbeat in their ears. Thoughts turned to Mom's car pulling onto the street. The smell of takeout food came to mind. The person imagined the bright lights of the dentist's office and their sister's complaints. The mental replay of mundane things continued to ward off the rising fear. The electricity returned with a soft pop, and the lights flickered. The heating fan started, the refrigerator hummed, and the apartment was once again filled with the sounds of life. The person exhaled, not realizing until that moment that they had been holding their breath. The person convinced themselves that the sound of breathing was the heating system. The person explained to themselves that the bathroom door's movement was due to an air pressure change caused by the power outage. They almost managed to believe it. Then the phone vibrated, the same unknown number again. It filled the entire screen so casually and indifferently, as if it didn't know that for the past half hour, its existence had consumed all thoughts. The person stared at it, not answering. They watched it ring until it stopped. Then, a call was made to Mom. The person tried not to sound scared, but their voice still trembled. They said that something had been heard, that the lights had gone out, that someone kept calling. Mom replied that they were paying the bill and heading home immediately. 10 minutes, she said. Every second of those 10 minutes stretched like an entire minute. The person got up and, on shaky legs, crossed the room to the bathroom. The door was closed. Placing a hand on the handle, they stood there, almost touching the wood with their forehead, listening. Nothing. Quickly opening it, they found the bathroom empty, towels neatly in place, shower curtains still. Nothing moved. The person returned to the bedroom and tried to laugh at themselves. They turned the movie back on, making the sound too loud. When Mom and sister returned home, the person almost ran to the door. Cold air rushed in with them, and the apartment smelled of the street, the dentist's office, and food. Mom touched their face and asked if everything was okay. The person replied that everything was fine. Everyone ate and behaved as usual, and the person convinced themselves that the night was over, but it wasn't. The next morning, the sister's phone rang as she was brushing her hair. An unknown number. She said hello as she always answered calls. There was a pause. Then she frowned and hung up. "Strange," she murmured, adding that no one was there. The person advised her not to answer if it called again, and told her that the number had called them last night too. The sister grimaced and suggested, "Maybe it's the dentist." However, the dentist's number was saved in Mom's phone. That night, as everyone was getting ready for bed, Mom's phone rang. An unknown number. She looked at the person, and everything inside froze. She didn't answer. It rang and rang, then stopped. A minute later, it rang again. She ignored it. After it quieted, she tried to call back. The call didn't go through. She tried again. Nothing. She blocked it. 2 days later, it called again. This time during the day when everyone was home. It called once, hung up, called the sister's phone, hung up, and then called the person's phone. The same pattern, as if it was moving through their house from phone to phone. The person answered, heart pounding, planning to say, "Stop calling." The phone was pressed to their ear. Breathing was heard, slow, heavy breathing. No words, no background noise, just that calm rhythm, like someone who had all the time in the world. The person listened for a second longer than they should have, then hung up. Their hands trembled so much that the phone fell onto the carpet. Mom grabbed her keys and said they were going to the police station. A report was filed. The officer was kind. He asked if the caller had said any words. He inquired about the times of the calls. He asked if anyone knew who had gotten their numbers. He told them that unknown numbers could be spoofed or hidden, and sometimes it was difficult to trace if the caller was using certain apps. He advised them to block it, keep a log and call if the situation escalated. He didn't say it would stop. The silence was supposed to come. The calls, however, didn't stop for a whole week, continuing to ring at the most unpredictable moments. They invaded the peace of deep night, woke us at dawn, interrupted daytime meals. Sometimes there was absolute silence on the line, just the echo of an unseen presence. Other times only someone's breathing was heard, light and barely perceptible. Once, we clearly distinguished a faint cough, as if someone was trying to muffle the sound by covering the microphone. To avoid looking at the screen every time, we changed the ringtones, assigning this number a unique signal that immediately betrayed its ominous origin. We spent nights with the hallway light on, creating an illusion of safety. I moved my bed closer to the door, as if that could protect me from the invisible threat. Mom kept her keys and phone on her nightstand, ready for immediate action. Even my sister, who usually needed constant reminders, started brushing her teeth without prompting, as if she believed routine could ward off the approaching darkness. And then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The calls ceased. A day passed, then two, then a whole week. Life, as if slowly awakening from a nightmare, gradually returned to its usual rhythm, leaving behind only a vague memory of the fear experienced. The sight instantly paralyzed me. The room was completely ransacked. A lamp lay broken, its shards scattered across the floor. My laptop, an $800 MacBook holding invaluable work photos, was savagely pried open on the bed, its screen shattered. A Gringotts goblin souvenir, meant for my niece, was crushed. Clothes from my suitcase were torn, stained with wine, and some items were cut with scissors. The mini fridge stood open, its contents spilled onto the floor. Drawers were emptied, their contents strewn about. It resembled a robbery, but far more brutal and senseless. The damage amounted to hundreds of dollars. "What happened here?" I exclaimed, my voice trembling with shock. Brandon sat on the bed, pale with shaking hands. Michelle, however, sat on the floor, calmly picking at her nails as if nothing had happened. "It's not my fault," she said without looking up. "This is your room. You paid for it, so you deal with it." At that moment, I completely lost my composure. All her demands, her endless talking, and now this. "You two need your own room," I roared, unable to contain my anger. "This is insane. My things are ruined, and I've had enough." Brandon tried to say something, but Michelle slowly stood up. Her eyes were cold, completely empty. She reached into her jeans and pulled out a knife. It wasn't a folding knife, but a large one, like from a kitchen set, with a black handle wrapped in electrical tape. My heart stopped. Where could she even get that in a theme park? The thought flashed through my mind. "You can't kick me out," she said in a low voice, approaching me. "After everything." She lunged forward, swinging the knife at my face. I felt the blade whiz inches from my cheek. Pure instinct kicked in instantly. I dodged, tripped over the doorframe, and slammed the door right in front of her. The door hit her in the chest, knocking her down. The knife clattered to the floor. She cursed, reaching for it, but I had already darted out of the room and was running without looking back. I flew down the stairs to the lobby. The front desk clerk, Raj, stood behind the counter. "Call the police!" I gasped, spilling out the whole story, the knife, the trashed room, her attack. He immediately pressed the panic button. Security arrived very quickly, and then, in less than 10 minutes, the Orange County Sheriff's Office appeared. They arrested Michelle, handcuffing her while she screamed that I had ruined her life. Brandon was distraught, apologizing and offering his credit card to cover the damages. The hotel compensated my stay and moved me to a new room. That night, I locked the door tightly, flinching at every sound. Michelle was charged with assault with a deadly weapon. However, here's the catch. She was released 2 days later. Some judge let her out on $5,000 bail for reasons I will never understand. I cut my trip short, flew home to Atlanta, and blocked Brandon for a while. I needed my space. Then the situation worsened. Brandon called me a few days later from a blocked number, his voice trembling. Michelle had come for him too. The same knife, the same crazy look in his apartment parking lot in Tampa. She cut his arm, requiring 6 stitches, but he managed to fight her off and called the police. The charge is mounted: attempted murder, violation of a restraining order. She is now in jail, awaiting trial. The worst part is that Brandon isn't going to leave her. He claims he's afraid she'll come after him, or his family if he does. She's not always like this, he keeps repeating, as if that changes anything. I called him a coward and cut off all contact with him permanently. He is now my ex-friend. This trip was supposed to be filled with roller coasters and magic wands. Instead, it showed me how quickly things can go wrong. 1 minute you're laughing about butter beer, the next you're dodging a knife in a hotel room. If you meet someone online, do a deep dive into who they are, because some people hide monsters within them. And I learned that the hard way. I still double-check my locks at night. I never imagined grief could drive a person so deep into the woods. However, after my mother's passing, it was vital for me to get away. My name is Forrest. I am 32, and I work as a mechanic in a small town in upstate New York. My mom was only 58. She always had a smile despite her heart problems. She swallowed beta blockers like candy to keep her blood pressure in check. But one night, she took too many. At least, that's what the coroner said. An accidental overdose. However, immediately after the funeral, rumors began to circulate. My stepfather, Rick, had been arguing with her more frequently lately. The bruises on her arms, which she meticulously hid under long sleeves, bothered me. Some diner patrons swore he'd slipped extra pills into her tea, envious of her small inheritance. Others said it was just her forgetfulness, a disease affecting her mind. The police classified it as an accident. No charges were filed. Rick got the house, and I got a crushing sense of guilt for not noticing it all sooner. I couldn't sleep in my apartment anymore, staring at the ceiling, replaying the arguments I'd heard. So I packed my old Ford pickup with a tent, a sleeping bag, a cooler with sandwiches and non-alcoholic drinks, and headed for the Catskill Mountains. He headed for the Catskill Mountains. The drive there took about 3 hours, winding through pine groves, where the air was infused with the scents of damp earth and untamed freedom. He chose a secluded spot, far from busy routes, the Black Bear campsite, but ventured deep into the woods, avoiding the proximity of families with their RVs and children's chatter. It was just him, the flickering campfire, and the silent stars. In his mind, he held out hope that 3 nights spent in complete solitude would help clear the fog that enveloped his mind. There was no cell service there, and that was the whole point of his trip. He arrived late on a Friday evening in October. The leaves had already turned yellow, crunching under his boots with every step. Quickly setting up camp, he pitched his tent by a creek that gurgled as if whispering ancient secrets. The campfire flared to life from dry branches and a lighter pulled from his pocket. After cooking a hamburger, he opened a can of Bud Light and sat watching the sun slowly dip below the horizon. The air quickly grew cold, a piercing chill that seeped into his bones, raising goosebumps on his skin. At that moment, he remembered his mother's laugh, her playful scolding about him never settling down. Then Rick's voice echoed in his mind, shouting about money a week before her death. "She doesn't need that old fool," Rick would have said. He brushed away these thoughts, convincing himself that this trip was for her, for both of them. Night fell, a heavy, inky black blanket. There was no moon visible that night, only the campfire's light casting strange, flickering shadows on the tree trunks. Around 10 p.m. he crawled into his sleeping bag, but sleep never came. The creek's whisper began to sound ominous, like distant, arguing voices. The wind rustled through the branches, making them creak like old floorboards underfoot. He lay with wide-open eyes, his heart pounding from the excess caffeine from his last soda. That's when he heard it, a soft crunch, like a branch breaking under someone's foot about 20 yards away. A deer, he thought, as there were many here. But then another crunch, closer this time. He sat up, flashlight in hand, aiming the beam into the pitch blackness. Nothing but tree trunks and swaying ferns. He tried to laugh off the fear, rolled over, closed his eyes. A few minutes later, another rustle, clearer this time, as if something was deliberately pushing aside fallen leaves. His pulse quickened. He grabbed the flashlight again and turned it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, falling on a mighty oak about 15 feet from his tent. And there, peeking from behind the trunk, were eyes. 2 crimson points, glowing like embers in a dying fire. These were not animal eyes, too high, too still. They stared directly at him, unblinking through the mesh window of the tent. He froze, his breath caught in his throat. "Who's there?" His voice came out softly, swallowed by the forest's depth. There was no answer, only those eyes continued to hold him in their steady gaze. Then, slowly, like an embodiment of sin, a hand rose from the shadows, pale with thin, crooked fingers that seemed to beckon. "Come here," it silently said. "Join me." The air around him grew thick. Cold sweat beaded on his neck. His mind frantically searched for an explanation. A bear. No, bears' eyes don't glow red. A poacher. But that hand, it was unnatural. Too long, joints bending wrong, like bones under loose skin. He shot up, heart hammering like a jackhammer, zipped up the tent flap, fumbled for his boots. Those eyes didn't move, just watched patiently. The hand waved again, gently, as if calling a lost child home. His mother's face flashed in his mind, her pale cheeks in the coffin, Rick smirking at the wake. Was it him waiting for him here? No, that was crazy. But the eyes burned brighter, drawing him in, causing a pulling sensation in his stomach, like a hunger that couldn't be ignored. He didn't hesitate. Grabbing his keys, he burst out of the tent into the cold night. Branches slapped his face as he ran, the flashlight beam bouncing erratically. The creek splashed under his boots, mud sucking at his heels. Behind him, a low chuckle, or was it the wind? He didn't look back. The ranger station was a mile down the trail marked on his map. His legs burned, his lungs burned. He pushed through thorns that tore at his jeans. Every shadow hid those eyes. Every tree hid that hand. "Help!" he yelled, but only an echo answered. Finally, the station lights appeared. Yellow bulbs on the log cabin glowed like a beacon from hell. He pounded on the door at 1 a.m., gasping for breath. Ranger Neil, a stout man in his 50s with a broom-like mustache, answered, awakened. "Bear get into your camp," he grumbled, but he spilled everything. The eyes, the hand, his dead mom, the doubts. Neil radioed another ranger, poured him coffee that tasted like tar. Probably a hiker with a red LED headlamp playing a trick, he said, but his eyes said he wasn't sure. They waited until dawn, him shivering under a wool blanket. The sun rose, gray and weak, through the clouds. They walked back, him, Neil, and his buddy Tom. A shotgun slung over Tom's shoulder just in case. The trail seemed shorter in daylight, but his stomach churned with anxiety. They reached his spot. The tent sagged, the fire pit cold ashes, no tracks but his own, and a deer's print in the mud. No eyes, no hands. Neil walked around, found his hamburger wrapper fluttering in the wind. "See anything?" Tom asked. He shook his head, examining the oak. Only bark and moss. They decided he had scared himself. Grief plays tricks. "It happens out here," Neil said, patting his shoulder. "Go home, son. Get some rest." He packed up quickly, hands trembling as he folded his sleeping bag, drove away, radio blaring classic rock to drown out the silence. Back home, he slept for 2 days, dreaming of red lights and beckoning fingers. Several months later, Rick sold his house and moved to Florida. The police officially closed the case, classifying it as an accident. However, last week, late in the evening, as he was alone fixing a carburetor in his workshop, under the hum of fluorescent lights, he saw them again. In the rearview mirror of a client's crookedly parked Chevy, 2 red eyes flickered in the dark yard, and a hand slowly rose from the shadows, beckoning him. The man rushed inside and locked the door, immediately calling the police. The arriving officers found nothing, just an empty yard where the wind rattled the chain-link fence. But he was sure it was there, waiting for answers, or perhaps wanting him to join her. Whatever caused her death, it now craves company, and it definitely knows where he lives. It was September 7th, a young woman's 24th birthday, and she dreamed of something modest. She didn't want a noisy club or an overcrowded bar. Time twos. Her only wish was to have a quiet, secluded celebration in a place where she could fully relax with her closest friends. Online, she found a beautiful Airbnb house. It was a 2-story building located on the outskirts of the city, with a spacious backyard, perfect for hanging fairy lights, setting up a fire pit, and creating a cozy gathering area. She booked this house for the weekend. Moreover, she even paid extra for catering services to completely free herself from the hassle of preparing food and drinks. The catering company promised to send 3 waiters to serve appetizers and beverages. Her plan was a barbecue dinner accompanied by music, laughter, and a complete absence of any dramatic events. The weather promised to be warm, slightly humid, but perfectly suitable for an evening outdoors. On Friday afternoon, she arrived at the venue with her best friend, Harper. Her friend helped her unload boxes of party decorations. The house looked even better in person than in the photos. Its facades were painted white, a wraparound porch encircled the building, and a tall fence securely enclosed the yard. Inside, the owner had left the Wi-Fi code and a spare key hidden under the doormat. Harper and the birthday girl spent several hours setting up folding tables, stringing lights in the trees, and blowing up balloons. By Saturday morning, the place was fully ready for a real celebration. By 6:11 p.m., the catering staff arrived as promised. There were 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in black vests and ties, carrying trays and ice buckets, exuding professionalism. One of the men was tall with a short haircut. The other had disheveled brown hair and a name tag that read Alex. The woman's name was Lisa. They offered polite smiles and immediately got to work. Guests began to gather around 7:00 p.m. The birthday girl's brother, Marcus, was the first to arrive, bringing a pack of non-alcoholic drinks. Then came Harper's friends from work, a few old college neighbors, and a couple of neighbors. Soon the grill was in full swing. Steaks sizzled on the grates. Corn wrapped in foil was ready to be served, and music streamed from a portable speaker. People laughed, enjoyed their drinks, and shared stories. The backyard glowed with string lights, and fireflies danced in the grass. The servers discreetly blended into the background. Tom, the tall waiter, constantly refilled drinks without being intrusive. Alex remained by the food table, ensuring trays were always full. Lisa cleared dirty plates. Everything ran smoothly, as if they had done it hundreds of times before. By 10 o'clock, it was cake time. The birthday girl had ordered a large vanilla cake from a local bakery, covered in white frosting and adorned with the inscription, 24 and thriving. Everyone gathered around the picnic table. Marcus lit the sparklers. All the guests sang in unison, and the birthday girl blew out the candles in one breath, wishing for a promotion at work. People clapped and eagerly dug into their slices. It was at this moment that she noticed Alex. He wasn't holding a tray. Instead, she saw him by the chair where the gifts were stacked. He unzipped her new leather purse and extracted a small item. Then he reached for a box that held a silver necklace. "Hey man, what are you doing?" her cousin Jake loudly exclaimed, catching him red-handed. Everyone turned to look. Alex froze, his hand halfway to the box. His face remained impassive, showing neither guilt nor fear. "What?" he uttered in a lifeless voice. "You're stealing," Jake said, moving closer. "Put it back." Silence fell over the yard. People stopped eating, their eyes fixed on Alex. Then Alex reached into his vest pocket. He pulled out a switchblade and flicked it open, the blade glinting under the string lights. Gasps filled the air. Harper grabbed the birthday girl's hand. "Back off," Alex said, calmly pointing the knife at Jake. "Nobody move. Call the police, and you'll regret it." He slowly retreated toward the gate. Chairs scraped across the ground as he slipped into the dark side yard. Chaos ensued. Marcus yelled for everyone to stick together. Harper called 911 and reported what had happened. People whispered, fearing he might return. Jake checked the gifts. Some money and a charger were missing, but the necklace was still there. 10 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived. Officers took statements under the light of the porch lantern. The birthday girl told them about the catering company she had booked. Quick Serve Events. They verified the name and took notes. Another officer searched the yard with a flashlight, but Alex was long gone. They advised them to lock up and stay inside. The party had to end early. People left in groups. The birthday girl stayed with Harper in the house, too nervous to sleep. Every creak in the old house made her jump. Ring. Around 2 a.m, the phone suddenly vibrated, breaking the silence. Police officers seemed to have returned to the front door. "We found him," one of them said, his words echoing in the air. The officers escorted everyone to a downstairs bathroom. The narrator's heart sank, sensing something was terribly wrong. Inside, leaning against the cold wall, was a semi-conscious man in a waiter's vest. His shirt was torn, his skin unnaturally pale, and his chin was stained with vomit. Needles and a syringe kit lay on the countertop, indicating recent medical procedures. Paramedics were already assisting him. In a weak voice, the man mumbled, "They claimed to be guests. 2 men. They offered me a drink before my shift. My throat burned terribly. I woke up here with no clothes, no knife. They said they would handle the party themselves." The officers exchanged significant glances. One of them reported that the contents of the syringe tested positive for powerful sedatives. The bitter truth hit everyone with incredible force. The man in the bathroom was the real Alex, the genuine waiter. The 2 individuals previously thought to be Tom and Alex were merely imposters. They had cunningly drugged the true employee, taken his uniform, and infiltrated the party unnoticed. Lisa, however, was indeed who she claimed to be. She had genuinely left the event early due to a headache, but these 2 men skillfully played their roles throughout the night. They deftly poured drinks and served food, all the while harboring a sinister plan for robbery. By dawn, everyone had packed up and left the Airbnb. The owner promised a refund for the rental, but peaceful sleep never returned with the same ease. The narrator's thoughts constantly drifted back to the knife, to how calmly and coolly it had been aimed at Jake. The police classified the incident as attempted robbery, but to the narrator, it felt far more sinister and ominous. A month had passed since that day. She was still 24, but birthdays now felt tainted, overshadowed. She couldn't stop replaying the events of that night in her mind, reliving each moment. In her imagination, images of those men arose, smiling as they served food, subtly observing everyone present, and sometimes a disturbing question surfaced. Was stealing money truly their only objective? Or were they plotting something far worse, something that never came to pass because Jake spoke up in time? At one point, the narrator worked at a Pizza Hut, located in one of Tucson's less affluent neighborhoods. This area was notoriously known for its dilapidated apartment buildings, numerous trailer parks, and duplexes that seemed long past their prime. Most customers were typically not generous tippers, and many appeared to be struggling with drug addiction or living on government assistance. This job was certainly neither the safest nor the most pleasant, but it allowed her to make ends meet and pay her bills. One evening, an order came in for a large meat lover's pizza with extra sausage. The delivery was assigned to another driver. However, even before that driver could return to the store, the customer was already calling the pizzeria, claiming the pizza was so spicy it was inedible and demanding an immediate replacement. The staff doubted the truth of his claim, regarding the dish's spiciness, but the manager decided to send another pizza to resolve the conflict and appease the dissatisfied customer. When the driver returned, he was given a fresh pizza for redelivery. Everyone believed this would finally solve the problem. However, their hopes were dashed. The man called again, not once, but twice more over the next few hours. Each time he repeated the same complaint. The pizza was too spicy and he couldn't eat it. The staff continued to send replacements and retrieve the old pizzas, ostensibly for quality checks, though in reality, they simply threw them into the dumpster. The pizzeria believed the customer was trying to scam them for free food and hoped he would eventually stop calling. By 11,000 callers p.m., an hour before closing, he called once more, demanding another pizza. By this point, the manager's patience had worn thin. He politely but firmly explained that they could do no more. If the man came to the store the next day, he would receive a refund. Everyone assumed the incident would be over. The narrator wasn't closing the store that night, so she was at the register, counting the day's earnings. Just then, a beat-up truck screeched to a halt in the parking lot, stopping right at the front door. A heavy, unkempt man emerged from the cab, carrying a pizza box. He came inside, placed the box on the counter, and declared he was there for a refund. The narrator called for the manager. While waiting for the manager to arrive, the narrator watched as the man opened the box and began to mumble. "This pizza is so spicy," he said. "You just have to try it. Someone's putting pepper in the sauce or something." The narrator, trying to avoid conflict, told him she believed him and stepped aside. The manager approached to process the refund, but the man became even more agitated. He pushed the pizza toward the manager, insistently repeating, "You have to try this. You just have to believe me." He poked his finger into the pizza, turning it into a shapeless mess. The manager calmly explained that he didn't need to try it and asked the man to leave the premises. Finally, the man took his pizza and quickly rushed back to his truck. By this time, all the store employees had gathered near the entrance, the waitress, the cook, and other drivers. One of these drivers was the person the narrator had a secret crush on. When the man drove away, the narrator tried to lighten the tense atmosphere with a joke. "Hey, Kevin, want to try my pizza?" Everyone laughed, but the laughter didn't last long. The truck suddenly screeched to a halt, then accelerated back into the parking lot. The man burst inside again, this time enraged. He yelled at Kevin, "You think this is funny? You're laughing at me." Kevin froze as if struck by lightning. The man climbed onto the counter, shouting that he would teach him a lesson. He demanded that Kevin come outside to fight him. Kevin was only 22, slender, and clearly frightened. This man was much older, larger, and far more unpredictable. The manager managed to calm him enough to push him outside and quickly lock the door. For a moment, it seemed that it was all over. Then a rumble sounded, and the massive truck reappeared, but this time its maneuvers around the building took on a sinister tone. A gun now protruded menacingly from the driver's window, pointed directly at them. Instantly, everyone present dropped to the floor, gripped by panic. The waitress couldn't hold back her sobs, and their manager, trembling all over, blindly fumbled for the phone to dial 911. Each time anyone dared to raise their head for a quick glance, they saw the truck continuing its terrifying circular drive. Eventually, the vehicle stopped and parked neatly next to a driver's car, seemingly waiting. clearly hoping that one of the employees would come out for a delivery. They remained hidden, barely moving, until, after approximately 15 minutes, their pursuer finally drove away. The police arrived almost an hour after the incident. By that time, one of the employees had already hastily left the scene, consumed by fear that the aggressor might return if he stayed. The next day, the man continued to call the establishment. He furiously yelled into the phone, claiming that they had attacked him and even thrown pepper in his eyes. Fortunately, because they had his phone number and address recorded, law enforcement was able to promptly track down the assailant. The police arrested him, and he was never seen again after that. Following this incident, his name was permanently placed on the Do Not Deliver blacklist. NOS. In 2014, after losing his driver's license for 12 months due to a DUI charge, an annoying and foolish mistake, the protagonist of this story became a frequent user of the Uber app. There was a nightclub bar in his city that he and his friends would sometimes visit on weekends. Getting home often involved a designated driver, if available, or calling an Uber. On this particular night, he wasn't feeling well, which prompted him to leave the venue a bit earlier, sometime between 1 and 2 a.m. Walking home was out of the question due to the biting cold, so he decided to call an Uber. A driver named Alex, who was nearby, accepted the request. His image, frankly, seemed a bit ominous. An older man, no smile in his photo, with a grayish goatee and a black beanie. Despite this, the short 2-mile distance to his location didn't cause much concern. The car description listed a Chevy Malibu, which sounded perfectly acceptable, and the ride request was sent. He waited, on a bench by the club's entrance, next to the bouncer who stood motionless like a statue, arms crossed. After about 5 minutes, a silver Chevy Malibu, presumably a 2003 model or around that year, pulled up to the club. The protagonist stood up, feeling a slight disappointment at the sight of such an old and beat-up car. The driver didn't call out to him, honk, or otherwise acknowledge his arrival, simply waiting by the curb. The passenger then approached and got into the back seat of the car. An immediate sense of discomfort arose. The driver didn't offer a greeting, shake hands, or even turn his head to look at the passenger. The only thing he said, in a very quiet voice, was, "Where are we going?" The passenger gave his address. The car started moving down Main Street, but in the opposite direction from his home. Pointing this out, the passenger got the driver to turn left at the next intersection. Now they were moving away from the main roads, delving into quiet residential neighborhoods. The driver hadn't entered the address into his phone, which felt very strange. The passenger didn't know if the driver expected him to provide directions or not. Eventually, he entered his address into his own phone so the driver could follow the voice prompts. When the GPS indicated a left turn on the next street, the driver completely missed the turn. The passenger expressed his confusion with a hand gesture. The driver noticed and said, "I just need to make a quick stop. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount." Despite being intoxicated, the passenger clearly realized something was wrong. It was at this moment that he noticed a gun protruding from the center console next to the driver. By now, his thoughts were consumed with finding a way to get out of the car. At the next red light, he very quietly tried the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. He discovered the child lock was engaged, and from that moment, his heart pounded furiously. The man was driving him far from home. Apparently, they had already crossed 2 city limits. Desperation engulfed the passenger. He couldn't call the police, fearing this man's unpredictable reaction. He decided the best option would be to try and flip the child lock switch, located near the driver in the front seat. He needed to somehow move to the opposite side of the back seat, behind the driver, without being noticed. This was one of the most intense moments of his life. The passenger watched the driver's head intently through the rear-view mirror, making sure he wasn't looking. He very casually slid behind him. Fortunately, the driver didn't notice anything. Now came the scariest part. He needed to reach the button on the front seat at the next red light before the driver could react. With each passing traffic light, the tension grew as the passenger waited for one of them to turn yellow, and finally one did. The driver slowed the car at an intersection that would normally be busy during the day. This was the perfect place to escape. The car stopped. The passenger knew this light didn't stay green for long, so he had to act fast. The car was on the opposite side of the intersection, which was a little reassuring. Gathering all his courage, he reached for the glowing child lock button and must have startled the driver because he jumped a couple of inches in his seat. The driver yelled at him and, as the passenger feared, reached for the gun beside him. The passenger managed to open the door and run to a nearby Cadillac Escalade, where he knocked on the windows, begging for help. They drove off, completely ignoring him, but it no longer mattered because the man in his Chevy Malibu had already disappeared around the block. The passenger ran into the nearest 24-hour convenience store, where this time he called a taxi. It was a very sobering experience, as he had no recollection of being drunk in that store or during the taxi ride home. The driver was reported to Uber, who promised to escalate the situation to the authorities. It wasn't until a full week later that an officer finally showed up at his door for questioning, and that was the end of it. The passenger has no idea what happened to that guy, but he hasn't used Uber since. As a former Uber driver, the narrator encountered many unpleasant characters, from intoxicated groups of friends on Saturday nights to people feigning disabilities for free rides. However, sometimes you come across those who can unequivocally be called true perverts. He had driven several such individuals, but none were as bad as a certain Tom. It was a Friday in December, one of the coldest nights of the year. With no other plans, he decided to work a bit late. These events took place 2 years ago. The narrator was 18 years old and owned a new Honda Accord. His parents, it must be admitted, spoiled him a little. However, being a rather slender 18-year-old, he always followed his father's advice to keep a blade in the car because you never know what kind of psychos will get in your car. A request came in from a young man named Tom, who was just a few miles from a large shopping mall. The driver accepted the call and headed in the indicated direction. As he approached the mall, he noticed a group of teenagers loitering nearby, which immediately gave him a sense of impending trouble. A hope flashed through his mind that Tom wasn't one of them. Many of these young people watched him as he slowly drove past in his car. Eventually, the driver simply pressed the gas pedal and hurried into the mall parking lot, eager to leave the vicinity of this suspicious company as soon as possible. He made 2 full loops around the entire parking lot before finally noticing a figure approaching his car from behind in his left rearview mirror. Rolling down the window, the driver called out loudly, "Tom!" And an affirmative yes came in response. He offered the passenger a seat. This request had to be repeated 3 times, and considering the words were spoken very clearly, the situation felt very strange from the start. On the 4th attempt, Tom finally understood and slowly walked around the back of the car, sitting directly behind the driver. Usually passengers preferred to sit diagonally, which the driver found more comfortable. When someone sat directly behind him, it sometimes caused him a slight paranoia, especially if the person seemed sinister. This particular passenger was an older man, probably in his 40s. "Where are we going?" the driver asked. Tom gave an address, which was immediately entered into the phone. From the passenger's voice, it was clear he was a heavy smoker. Indeed, the car's interior began to fill with the smell of cigarettes. The address given was 10 miles away, which, fortunately, promised a decent fare. At first, the driver tried to strike up casual conversation, but these attempts were unsuccessful. To yes or no questions, Tom sometimes mumbled something unintelligibly, and any other questions met with dry and concise answers. The driver stopped talking when one of his questions was completely ignored. They had already driven 5 miles, with 5 more to go. By the 6th mile, the atmosphere in the car became unbearably tense. The driver was afraid to look in the rearview mirror, convinced the passenger was watching him. He quickly glanced for half a second and confirmed he was right. Tom was indeed looking. Involuntarily, the driver pressed harder on the gas pedal, wishing this ride would end sooner. By the 8th mile, he realized they were practically in the middle of nowhere. They were driving down an almost deserted street, surrounded by woods on both sides, with only occasional isolated buildings. Now the driver began to suspect the true location of the address the passenger had given. So, while continuing to drive, he swiped his finger across the phone screen to shift the map toward the indicated location. Apparently, the address led to a dead-end street, with no other roads nearby. His nervousness grew with each passing minute. He looked in the mirror again, and Tom was still staring at him intently. Finally, gathering his courage, the driver asked if the given address was his home. Silence reigned for a few moments, and the driver thought he would be ignored again, or perhaps unheard, but after 5 seconds, Tom finally replied, "Yes." Less than a mile remained until the end of the trip, and still only woods stretched around them, with sparse, empty-looking buildings. The driver was approaching the dead-end street where the passenger said his address was, secretly hoping to see at least some houses. When the street appeared, he slowed down to examine it carefully, but there was nothing to be seen but pitch darkness. He could only guess why Tom wanted to take him here alone, so far from people and civilization. The driver casually continued driving, pretending to have missed the turn, hoping the passenger wouldn't notice, but he did. Instantly, Tom sprang from his seat and yelled at the driver, demanding he turn around. Frankly, the driver felt his life was hanging by a thread, so he hastily apologized and quickly made a 3-point turn. As he approached the dead-end street again, his hands slipped into the mesh pocket on the side of his seat where he kept his blade. He very quietly opened the blade and gripped it tightly in his right hand. ready for action. Turning onto the dead-end road, he saw in the headlights exactly what he expected. Nothing but trees on both sides. The driver drove to the end of the road, not a single house or building. He just knew something was about to happen. He was merely trying to prepare himself, physically and mentally, for it. Suddenly, Tom said in the softest voice he could muster, "Thanks for the ride." At that moment, the driver wasn't even thinking about money. The passenger opened his door, but before getting out, he said, "Could you step out of the car for a second? I need help with my bag. My back hurts." But he didn't have a bag. The driver knew for sure he didn't. Tom hadn't gotten in with one. He replied, Yeah, sure. Get out, and I'll help you now." The tremor in his voice was too obvious. What happened next, he never could have imagined. Suddenly, he felt pressure on his neck. It took at least a second before the driver realized he was being choked from the back seat. He immediately plunged the blade into the passenger's left hand, and Tom screamed in pain, loosening his grip on the driver's neck. Tom fell out of the car onto the street, and the driver took that opportunity to turn the car around and practically floor the gas pedal, speeding down the street until he returned to a busy road. He never called the police. The driver was too scared to do anything but drive home, and when he got home, he just wanted to go to sleep and forget about it. Needless to say, after that incident, he stopped working as an Uber driver.
At 16, he began his working life at a pizzeria located in a suburb of a large metropolis. Initially, his duties were limited to assisting the chef in the kitchen and maintaining cleanliness. However, after a couple of months, management offered him a weekend courier job, filling in for the main pizza delivery driver. He, of course, agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to earn more money and gain new experience. Soon, something unexpected happened. The main courier suddenly quit. After delivering an order to one of the houses, he returned to work in a state of extreme shock. Something in his eyes and facial expressions spoke of the terror he had experienced. Following a heated 15-minute argument with his boss, he emerged from the office and, with a final "good luck, kid," announced his departure. When asked the reason for such an abrupt decision, he merely replied that it was a shitty job, and, patting his young colleague on the back, left the pizzeria. The story's protagonist felt it was more than just difficult working conditions, but didn't give it much thought. This was their last encounter. Thus, for several weeks, he performed the duties of a courier until management found a replacement for the departed employee. Approximately 2 weeks after starting as a courier, his boss handed him the address of another client. As usual, he entered the address into his GPS and set off, admiring the sunset. He hoped the delivery wouldn't take long, and he could return home quickly. To his dismay, the house was located in a remote rural area, where homes were spaced about a quarter of a mile apart. As he pulled up to the 2-story house, he felt an unexplainable unease. The overgrown lawn, weeds, dead trees, and old, unfurnished porch gave the impression of abandonment. It seemed as though no one had lived there for a long time. Nevertheless, he got out of his car and knocked on the door, hoping his boss had made a mistake with the address, and he could leave this eerie place as soon as possible. Suddenly, the door lock rattled, and the door slowly opened. Standing on the threshold was an elderly woman, about 70, with gray hair, several missing teeth, and painfully thin. Her piercing gaze instilled genuine horror. Mustering his courage, he decided to remain polite. "Pepperoni pizza?" he asked as friendly as he could. "Yes," she croaked, as if her throat was sore. "Great, here you go." He offered her the pizza, but she, showing no emotion, continued to stare at him, not taking the order and fumbling in her purse. "You didn't come alone?" she asked unexpectedly. He froze, then quickly looked at her. Her intense gaze didn't waver. That question truly scared him. No," he replied. "Where's the other one?" "He ran away from me last time he came." Ran away, flashed through his mind. It made no sense. The previous courier had quit weeks ago. He tried to explain the situation, but the old woman, ignoring his words, continued rummaging in her purse, trying to find money, or so he thought. The search continued for a full minute, which felt like an eternity. With her hand still in her purse, she suddenly froze and looked at him with an expression that couldn't be clearly interpreted. She seemed to be deep in thought. He noticed something in her right hand, but couldn't make out what it was. At that moment, genuine panic seized him. What if it was pepper spray, a knife, or even a gun? Was it really that hard to get $10 out of a wallet? Suddenly, behind the old woman, he saw a shadow, the silhouette of a man approaching the door. Simultaneously, he heard footsteps crunching on leaves to his left, near the porch, and heard a rough male voice say, "Hey." He turned and saw the head of a middle-aged man, with an angry expression peeking from around the corner of the house. As this man started to climb onto the porch, he knew he'd had enough. He rushed to his car, threw the pizza onto the seat, started the engine, and sped away. He didn't look back as he sped down the dark road. He had to lie and pay for the pizza. Out of his own pocket, but it was worth it. On the day he quit, he told his boss what had happened. His boss, in turn, panicked and asked why he hadn't reported it sooner. The boss recounted that James, the previous courier, had mentioned a strange incident where he simply drove off, ignoring a client. After that, the boss called the police to investigate the suspicious situation and sent him home. 2 days later, his boss called back and informed him that the house had been registered by the police as foreclosed due to debt over a year ago. During the search, 3 people were found in the house, 2 men and the old woman. All 3 were arrested. No further details were provided. The story's protagonist still experiences emotional trauma, and cannot imagine what might have happened if he had lingered. They could have easily attacked him. Fortunately, he quit after that incident and remained safe. He would never forget the time he filled in for a friend at the pizzeria. He usually worked the cash register, while his friend was the delivery driver. That evening, he successfully delivered 2 orders to regular customers, and then the manager gave him the last order for the night. The address was 5 miles from the city, which was quite a distance. His GPS directed him off the highway into a quiet town he had never heard of before. Then, the navigator led him onto secondary roads that were even more desolate than the main streets of the town. Half of the street lights were out. He didn't like this place. He just wanted to deliver the pizza and leave. Late in the evening, as a pizza delivery driver, he received an order that turned out to be the farthest in his entire career. A 20-minute drive wasn't unusual for his area, but the order included 4 large pizzas, which suggested a party and a generous tip. However, driving at night on country roads was always inconvenient. Upon arriving at the specified address, he discovered an old, sinister-looking building, lost deep in the woods. The absence of parked cars and lights only heightened his anxiety. Stopping his vehicle, he called his manager, who, despite being in a bad mood, insisted he verify the address and attempt the delivery. The manager was known for his anger regarding returned orders, and the prospect of bringing back 4 pizzas caused the delivery driver serious apprehension. Despite his intense unease, he got out of the car and headed towards the door. The lack of a doorbell forced him to knock loudly. The silence that followed was broken by rustling sounds from within. He knocked again, announcing himself as the pizza delivery driver, but silence once again prevailed. Suddenly, a movement flickered in the window. Someone was staring at him, their eyes unnaturally wide, their gaze fixed and terrifying. Overwhelmed with horror, he dropped the pizzas and rushed back to his car. But when he tried to start the engine, the car refused to obey. Only on the third attempt did he manage to get it moving. However, as he drove from the grass onto the country road, he felt the car behaving strangely. Soon, a loud scraping sound echoed, and the car came to a halt. Getting out to assess the damage, he felt a chilling terror. All 4 tires were punctured, and he realized this had happened while he was knocking on the door. Instead of running, he locked himself in the car and called 911. The operator advised him to stay hidden and wait for the police to arrive, remaining on the line. A shiver ran through his body as he realized he was trapped in the middle of a dark, endless forest, knowing that help would not arrive soon. He was extremely uncomfortable being in the car, so close to whoever had committed this act of vandalism. Recalling another incident, he recounted a delivery to a single-story house, where he was met by an elderly man, with a pale face and a grey mustache. The man seemed nervous and insisted on inviting him inside while he waited. Unable to resist the persuasion and escaping the cold, the delivery driver entered the house, but immediately felt uncomfortable. The man disappeared into another room, then suggested he go down to a dark basement for the money. Refusing, the delivery driver heard footsteps in the basement and, sensing danger, tried to leave. But the man blocked his way. In desperation, the delivery driver hit him and ran, not looking back. After this incident, he told his manager everything, who then called the police. He was subsequently given a few days off. This experience taught him never to enter strangers' homes. The trauma he experienced left an indelible mark on the narrator's memory. But the most horrifying moment was what left him in a state of paralysis. To this day, the memories of it make him shiver, and he sincerely hopes no one ever has to experience such terror. While checking the windows to ensure no one was outside, he accidentally glanced in the rearview mirror and froze. There, in the reflection, he saw the same sinister figure he had seen in the window. The stranger's eyes were unnaturally wide, and now the narrator could discern that it was a woman. A creepy smile slowly spread across her face, chilling his blood. Without losing a second, he flung open the car door and ran into the woods, ignoring the noise he made. He ran until he was breathless with exhaustion. Overcoming his weakness, he hid behind a huge log lying on the ground. Trying to quiet his loud breathing, he lay in wait. Time dragged agonizingly slowly until, in the distance, he heard the wail of police sirens. Gathering his last strength, he ran back to the country road. Soon, flashing red and blue lights appeared in sight. Never before had he experienced such relief. The police officers were standing by his car, examining it with flashlights. Noticing them, the narrator burst from the woods and, frantic with fear, began screaming for help. He fell to the ground, gasping and nearly fainting from the exertion. The police helped him up and began questioning him about what had happened. Brokenly and disjointedly, he recounted everything he had seen and experienced. One of the police cruisers headed towards the abandoned building, and 2 officers began inspecting it. However, their search yielded no results, except for several sharp objects scattered nearby. These objects turned out to be identical to those used to puncture his car tires. The police speculated that some mentally disturbed couple was behind the attack, given the account of the woman seen in the rearview mirror. Unfortunately, the perpetrators were never found, and this uncertainty still haunts the narrator. After the nightmare, he immediately quit his job and found employment at a local grocery store. He understands that he will never be able to forget the eerie image of the woman who appeared in his car's rearview mirror.
NUS. In the distant year of 1977, when I was 16, an incident occurred that would forever be etched in my memory. The events unfolded in picturesque Colorado Springs, where young Alice was working as a babysitter for her neighbor, Mrs. Carter. Tommy, 6, and Lily, 8, were model children, obedient, quiet, and went to bed without complaint. The babysitting job seemed like a breeze, just a few hours of vigilance to keep the house from burning down, and a little extra pocket money. However, the evening of February 7th turned into a nightmare that would haunt Alice for years. Mrs. Carter, a single mother exhausted from her worries and rushing to a night shift at a local diner, lived in the same apartment building as Alice's family. An advertisement in the community center had caught her eye. Reliable teen babysitter, $2 an hour. The proximity of their homes and the modest wage were decisive factors in Alice's favor. On that ill-fated evening, after putting the children to bed and receiving a meager $5, Mrs. Carter instructed, "I'll be back by midnight. Lock the door, Alice." The girl nodded, flipping through channels on the old television. The small apartment was a mess. Toys scattered about, belongings strewn around, children's clothes everywhere. Tommy and Lily, dressed in pajamas, were cozily settled on the couch. After reading their favorite Dr. Seuss book, the children were asleep by 8:30. Alice tucked them in, checked the windows, and locked the front door, following her usual routine. Silence settled in the apartment, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional noise of passing cars. Alice, lounging on the couch with a bag of chips, watched a simple sitcom, turning the volume down so as not to wake the children. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, there was a faint thud, as if something had fallen in the kitchen. The girl froze, a chip halfway to her mouth. The apartment was on. The first floor and the kitchen window faced the parking lot. Trying to reassure herself, Alice assumed it was just a cat on the windowsill, but her heart was pounding. Grabbing the old rotary phone, she placed it beside her. In those days, cell phones were an unaffordable luxury. Only a cord connected her to the outside world. On tiptoes, Alice crept into the kitchen and turned on the light. Nothing suspicious. The window was closed, the sink empty. Laughing at her own apprehension, she returned to the television. But suddenly, there was a scraping sound, as if metal were scratching against glass. The sound came from the back door, which led to a tiny patio. Turning off the television, Alice strained her ears. The children were sleeping peacefully. Only Tommy's quiet snores could be heard from their room. Silently sliding her socks across the linoleum, she crept toward the back door. There was a small window in the door, covered by a thin curtain. Pulling it back an inch, Alice peered out. The patio was plunged into darkness, the light from the street lamp barely penetrating the night. But the girl swore she saw a shadow moving behind the glass. Animal fear gripped her. Checking the lock, which was fastened, Alice stepped back. Just as she was about to call her mother, she heard footsteps. Not outside, but inside the apartment. Heavy, measured steps were coming from the hallway leading to the children's room. Grabbing a kitchen knife, Alice felt her hands trembling. "Who's there?" she whispered barely audibly. In response, silence, only another step. Slowly, knife in hand, she moved toward the hallway, holding her breath. The door to the children's room was ajar, as before, but the atmosphere felt oppressive, as if someone were watching her. Pushing the door open, Alice saw Tommy and Lily sleeping peacefully in their beds. Exhaling in relief, she felt her knees weaken. But then her gaze fell on a shadow in the corner. Tall and still, Frozen in place, Alice felt the knife slip in her sweaty hand. "Get out!" she said louder. The shadow didn't move. Turning on the light, she expected to see only emptiness, a figment of her imagination. But in the corner stood a man, about 20 years old, near the children's dresser. Tall, with disheveled hair and dark eyes staring at her. In his hand was a knife, larger than Alice's, the blade gleaming in the lamplight. Screaming, Alice backed away. The man didn't say a word, just stepped toward her. She rushed to the front door, frantically trying to unlock it. Her hands slipped with sweat. Hearing him approaching, Alice threw open the door and ran into the parking lot, desperately screaming for help. A light came on in one of the windows and someone shouted, "Call the police!" Alice ran, not feeling the cold asphalt under her bare feet, until she reached her own apartment. Her father, alarmed by the noise, had already run outside. Grabbing her, he dragged her inside and called the emergency services. The police arrived immediately. The man had fled, the back door lock broken. The children, fortunately, were unharmed. Blood was found on Alice's overalls, not hers. It had smeared when the girl pressed herself against the wall in a panic. Experts collected blood samples and fingerprints from the back door. The perpetrator was William Kernan, a college student who knew Mrs. Carter. He had been seen in the apartment and the surrounding area. He was not caught that night. He disappeared without a trace. Only years later, in 2024, did Alice learn that the case had been solved. DNA extracted from the blood samples matched Kernan's DNA, who had died in 2010. Confirming this for sure was impossible, as the body had been cremated and there were no surviving relatives. But the police were certain. That same night, Kernan had stabbed 14-year-old Maria Hansel, who was babysitting in another apartment. She did not survive. The cold-blooded cruelty and indifference of the Millers left an indelible mark on her memory. She could not erase the horror of that night from her mind, and nightmares haunted her, presenting before her eyes cold and empty children's eyes. After what she had experienced, she decided never to babysit again and left that apartment complex forever, shuddering at how close she had come to becoming a tragic statistic herself. At the age of 12, she began babysitting for the Millers, and by 15 it had become a regular routine. Every time she followed the same path, walked 2 houses down, spent time with their 6- and 8-year-old rascals, received a modest reward, and returned home. The children were noisy, disobedient, and clever in the worst way, but the money she earned helped her buy the necessary school supplies and save up for a coveted used bicycle. On that fateful Friday, Mrs. Miller, throwing on her coat, announced that they would not be back until 11 o'clock in the evening. "Just a regular night," she said. The girl simply nodded in response, already mentally planning to put the children to bed by 9 o'clock, then do her homework at their kitchen table, and head to her own bed before midnight. By 8:30, silence had settled in the house. A lone lamp on a side table cast a soft light in the living room. Cartoons were playing at minimum volume. Outside the window, a storm was raging. Rain pounded furiously against the glass, and from time to time the headlights of passing cars slid across the curtains. The children, exhausted from an hour of restless running around, curled up on the couch, covered in blankets up to their chins. The girl held the remote control, ready to mute the sound during annoying commercials that could wake the dozing rascals. The clock hands passed 9. She decided to give them another 10 minutes of rest Before taking them to their bedrooms, getting up, she stretched and headed to the thermostat to raise the temperature a little. It was at that moment that there was a deafening knock on the door, heavy, insistent, unlike the crack of a broken branch or a gust of wind. The lampshade trembled. Then came a second blow, more muffled, as if someone were pressing their ear against the door, trying to hear what was happening inside. Her heart pounded in her chest. She glanced at the children, whose eyes were wide with fright. Putting a finger to her lips, she whispered, "Hide behind the couch, and don't peek out." The children surprisingly obeyed without question and scurried under the knitted blanket. The girl turned off the television and the lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness, broken only by the dim light of the digital clock on the cable box. In the ensuing silence, the sound of the rain seemed deafening, but she could clearly hear someone moving at the door, the rubber sole of a shoe sliding on the mat. Frantically, fumbling for her phone in her pocket, she found no signal. Due to the raging weather, their Wi-Fi often went down, and it was impossible to contact anyone by phone. Retreating to the kitchen, she opened a drawer near the sink and grabbed the largest steak knife, the one she had recently washed after making frozen pizza for the children. Holding her breath, she made her way along the wall to the hallway leading to the front door. Every inch of the floor in this old house creaked, so she tried to step on her heels to soften the noise. Halfway there, she heard another sound, the click of the mail slot opening and then slamming shut. The stranger outside was methodically checking all possible openings, probably looking for a lock that could be broken. The thought flashed through her mind to run through the back door with the children, but the backyard was not fenced, and beyond it stretched a dark and impassable forest. If the intruder bypassed them, they would be trapped in the open air. It seemed safer to meet him here, where she at least knew the layout of the house. Clutching the phone in her left hand and the knife in her right, she rounded the corner and raised the blade to shoulder level. Her pulse was pounding in her temples so loudly that she almost missed the moment when the front door burst open. Two tall figures stormed into the house, their arms wide and shouting, "Boo!" For a moment, her mind refused to match the faces she saw with names. Suddenly, a flash of lightning outside illuminated them, and she recognized Mr. and Mrs. Miller, whose raincoats glistened with rain. They burst into unrestrained laughter, bending over and patting each other on the back. A scream caught in her throat, her breath taken away. The tip of the knife trembled a few inches from Mr. Miller's chest. Straightening up, he noticed the blade, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. "Hey, take it easy," he said, raising both hands in a protective gesture, as if facing an armed police officer. Mrs. Miller wiped tears from her cheeks, continuing to giggle. "We just wanted to see how brave you were," she said. "Looks like you passed the test." The girl lowered the knife, but anger, displacing fear, filled her soul. Her legs trembled treacherously. "You could have been stabbed," was all she could manage to say. Mr. Miller waved away her words. "Come on, it's just a joke. We came home early and decided to play a little trick on you. Test your nerves." He turned to hang up his coat. "Put the kids to bed, okay? We're starving. We're going to make grilled cheese sandwiches." She froze, expecting an apology, or at least permission to go home. But instead, they headed to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began to rattle the dishes. Returning to the living room, she was still shaking from what she had experienced. The children, embarrassed and frightened, peeked out from behind the couch. She told them that their parents were back and carried the 6-year-old upstairs while the 8-year-old trudged behind. Putting them to bed was awkward. They sensed her subdued mood. She spoke in an even and curt voice. "Good night. Your parents are downstairs." Turning off the light in the hallway, she still held the knife in her hand. Returning it to the drawer, she carefully washed her fingerprints from the steel and wiped the blade dry. From the hallway, she could see the adults through the kitchen doorway. They stood at the stove, hugging and swaying, laughing at some joke only they understood, spreading butter on bread. The smell of frying cheese spread throughout the house, but it only made her stomach churn. She sat down at the dining table, placing her phone face down. No one offered her food. No one thanked her for not plunging the knife into Mr. Miller's ribs. The babysitter and the haunted house, a tale of fear and growing up. Working with the Miller family left an indelible mark on her young soul. On that ill-fated evening at 10:30 p.m., her patience reached its limit. Mrs. Miller finally graced her with her attention. "You can go," came the cheerful permission. Payment as usual. Accompanied by the drizzling rain and the squishing of her shoes, the girl headed home, the coveted bills clutched in her hand. At night, in the silence of her room, her gaze was fixed on the ceiling. The image replayed over and over in her mind, the door bursting open, the blinding flash of lightning, the ominously gleaming knife blade. Mr. Miller's raincoat seemed dark and slippery, like a character from a crime drama. The realization of how close she had come to a fateful line that would have changed not only her life, but also the fate of others, filled her with dread. At that moment, another realization dawned. Her fear meant nothing to them. An empty sound. The whole spectacle had been staged for their amusement, for their dubious entertainment. After that incident, she no longer agreed to babysit their children. She responded evasively to Mrs. Miller's persistent messages, which came in over the next 2 weeks, citing a busy study schedule. Soon the inquiries ceased. In the evenings, passing by their house on the way to the bus stop, she saw the usual scene, yellow light streaming from the windows, toys scattered on the lawn. But forever etched in her memory was the chilling horror they had created for a moment's amusement. This incident taught her 2 important things. Panic feels indistinguishable from real danger, and some adults never grow up, remaining children at heart. Since then, she carefully checks every door she enters, even the door to her own home. Her phone is always charged and within reach, and when someone suggests a harmless joke at someone else's expense, the very knife that trembled in her hand appears in her imagination, and she resolutely shakes her head, saying a firm no. Before this incident, she didn't really believe in ghosts, but after working at the Thompson house, her beliefs wavered. The seemingly ordinary house was located at the end of Willow Street, across from St. Mary's Church. The girl's mother, who worked at a preschool, knew the Thompson sons, Ethan and Liam, from her classes. One evening, Mrs. Thompson called her, asking her to babysit because their regular nanny had suddenly cancelled. The 17-year-old needed the money and agreed, thinking it would be an easy job. How wrong she was. The beginning of the evening was unremarkable. Ethan and Liam, 6 and 8 years old, turned out to be cute but energetic boys who ran around their old 2-story house. The house was built in the 70s and had all the hallmarks of that era: creaky wooden floors and a faint, musty smell, as if it had absorbed all the years it had seen. Mrs. Thompson left her clear instructions: feed the boys, bathe them, and put them to bed by 9:00 p.m. The task seemed simple. Around 6:30 p.m., she was in the kitchen with the boys preparing dinner. The children wanted tacos, so they were taking ingredients out of the refrigerator. Liam carelessly slammed a plastic container of salsa on the table. The girl turned away to get the cheese, and suddenly the container exploded. Salsa flew everywhere, splattering the walls, cabinets, and refrigerator. The kitchen looked like a crime scene. The boys screamed, their voices mixed with laughter and fright. The girl stood, clutching a piece of cheese, in complete shock. She tried to convince herself that it was just old salsa that had fermented and created gas. With these thoughts, she grabbed paper towels and began cleaning up. The boys helped her, giggling nervously, but Ethan kept glancing toward the living room, as if expecting something to appear there. It took about 20 minutes to clean up the mess, but a sharp tomato smell lingered in the air. They were still in the kitchen, scraping the last bits of salsa off the refrigerator, when a loud crash came from the living room. The sound was as if something heavy had fallen. Telling the boys to stay put, the girl entered the living room, her heart pounding. 2 framed photos, one of the boys on the beach, the other of their parents' wedding, lay on the floor, having fallen from opposite walls. The glass was not broken. The frames lay face up, as if someone had deliberately placed them there. She checked the walls. The nails were in place. No cracks or damage. All the windows were closed. There was no wind. Ethan, who had followed her despite being told not to, whispered, "That happens sometimes." The girl forced a smile, leaned the frames against the walls but didn't hang them back up. She felt uneasy, but she kept telling herself it was just an old house. After dinner, it was time to bathe. She took the boys upstairs, filled the tub, and let them splash around, while she stood in the hallway, leaving the bathroom door ajar. Across the hall was their father's home office, a small room with a cluttered desk and an old desktop computer. Leaning against the wall and scrolling through her phone, she heard a faint sound, then another. The computer monitor flickered, the fans whirred. The screen lit up blue, showing the Windows login page. The girl froze in amazement. No one had touched the computer. The boys were in the bathroom, and she was far from the desk. Entering the office, she expected to see a cat or something else on the keyboard, but the room was empty. The mouse wasn't moving, and there was a thin layer of dust on the keyboard. She tried to convince herself it was an automatic update, but after the incidents with the salsa and the frames, it seemed unlikely. Yanking the monitor's power cord, she hurried back to the hallway. By 9:15 p.m., she had put Ethan and Liam to bed in their shared bedroom upstairs. The children were exhausted and quickly fell asleep, their quiet snores filling the room. Closing the door, she went downstairs to wait for the Thompsons to return. Flipping through channels on the old square TV, she suddenly heard footsteps. Slow and heavy, they came from the hallway upstairs. Turning off the TV, the girl felt her heart pound. She assumed the boys had gotten up. Tiptoeing upstairs, she quietly stepped on the creaky stairs. The door to the children's bedroom was closed. Opening it a crack, she saw that the boys were fast asleep. exactly as she had left them. The hallway was empty, the air still. Checking the other rooms, the guest bedroom, the bathroom, and the office, she made sure there was no one there. Goosebumps rose on her skin as she went back downstairs. 10 minutes later, the creaking repeated, this time slower, as if someone were walking from one end of the hallway to the other. She didn't go up again. Curling up on the couch, the girl texted her boyfriend, telling him about her fear. Just stay calm, he replied. Old houses always have noises. But she didn't believe him. Sitting in the corner of the couch and clutching her phone, she counted down the minutes until 10:30 p.m. Upon the arrival of the Thompsons, the narrator, seeking to hide her confusion, probably betrayed herself with a bewildered look as Miss Thompson did not fail to inquire about her well-being. In response, she vaguely praised the boys and hastily threw on her jacket, eager to leave the house as soon as possible. She did not utter a word about the strange salsa, the mysterious frames, the ominous computer, or the dancing footsteps, driven only by the desire to be out on the street as soon as possible. All the way home, she was haunted by Ethan's mysterious whisper, "That happens sometimes." And us. After that incident, she babysat the children a few more times, but she avoided staying late. She always brought a friend with her, so she wouldn't be alone in that strange house. To this day, she is haunted by questions about what was really going on in the Thompsons' house. She is sure that it was not just a figment of her imagination. There was something inexplicable and sinister about that place that has been etched into her memory forever. NOS, a tragic anniversary, remembering a fateful day. September 6th, 1990, was a warm Saturday, the day I turned 30. I planned a modest party with close friends to share the joy with my 12-year-old daughter. Nothing extraordinary. A birthday cake and the warm company of friends. As was our tradition, my sister and I took our children to our parents' house for Saturday morning bagels. My mother, or rather my stepmother, Linda, had entered our lives about 5 years earlier after the untimely passing of my real mother. This woman always gave me an inexplicable sense of unease. Her cold, piercing gaze seemed to assess everything around her, as if counting invisible dollars. In Linda's conversations, topics of the house, savings, and my father's assets constantly surfaced. It seemed that her marriage to him was based more on financial gain than on love. However, I tried to ignore it, respecting my father's feelings. That morning, my father wasn't home. He had gone to his parents' house to mow their lawn, as he did every weekend. My father's morning phone call was, as always, cheerful and lively. "Happy birthday, Rebio. See you later." I laughed and said our traditional phrase, "Love you, Daddy." Bagels, cream cheese, salmon, and other traditional treats awaited us at the table. The children, engrossed in games, were laughing. Everything was as usual. About 45 minutes later, the phone rang. Linda, who was in the kitchen, answered it. Suddenly, her face turned deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. She repeated in confusion, "Stroke, stroke." Her voice trembled, but there was a strange artificiality to it. Hanging up, she turned to us with wide eyes and said, "It's your grandfather, your father. He's in the hospital." My world collapsed in an instant. "Dad, hospital!" My husband and brother-in-law, alarmed, rushed to comfort Linda. Without wasting time, my sister and I grabbed the children, put them in the car, and raced to my grandparents' house. On the way, I tried to reassure myself by resorting to absurd omens. If I get all greens, my father will be okay. If I see children playing, he'll be fine. If a bird flies by, everything will be all right. The warm September wind ruffled my hair, but everything felt wrong. As we pulled up to the house, I heard a heart-wrenching wail, a sound I had never heard before. This loud, desperate cry came from inside the house. My grandmother, my real grandmother, stood on the porch, hunched over and sobbing so loudly that her voice echoed down the street. That sound still haunts me, embodying pure grief and pain. Running to the house, my daughter noticed broken and bent glasses on the grass. Picking them up in confusion, she said, "Mom, there's our grandpa's glasses." Confusion flashed through my mind. No, wait. Dad was her grandfather. No, my dad was her grandfather. My brain refused to accept reality. My dad is dead. Her grandfather. I felt sick. My grandfather returned from the hospital shortly afterward, shaking his head helplessly. He was silent at first, but his face spoke volumes. Relatives began to arrive, uncles, aunts. Then the terrible truth came out. My father didn't have a stroke. It was a massive heart attack. He had collapsed right on the lawn while mowing. Passing sanitation workers witnessed the tragedy. They rushed to help him, trying to give him CPR along with my grandfather. But it was all in vain. He died before he hit the ground. The rest of the day passed in a haze. The party was, of course, out of the question. Everyone sat in a daze, overwhelmed by grief. Linda, who arrived later, feigned inconsolable sorrow, hugging everyone. But her eyes, they darted around the room, as if she were already contemplating her next steps. The house, the money. It filled me with a horrible irritation that I tried to suppress. Grief can do strange things. For the next 15 years, I couldn't bear to hear birthday greetings without shuddering. I forbade them. If anyone dared to say those words, I would scold them severely. Even now, 36 years later, I don't celebrate my birthday in a big way. September 6th is just a day to get through. But I have enormous respect for sanitation workers, considering them true heroes. A few months after my father's death, even stranger things began to happen. I was helping to sort through his belongings in the house. Linda, who lived there alone, was eager to sell everything as quickly as possible. "We need to move on," she said, but her voice sounded more greedy than grieving. One day, while cleaning out the kitchen cabinets, in the furthest corner where you rarely look, I found a bottle of syrup hidden behind old jars. It was a plain glass bottle with a thick, dark liquid without a label. A strange place for syrup, I thought. Taking it home, I started searching for information online. It turned out it wasn't ordinary syrup. The description, the color, even a photo uploaded to several forums, all pointed to one thing. It matched the description of a homemade mixture with digoxin, a heart medication derived from foxglove. It's prescribed for heart problems, but in large doses, it's deadly, especially for elderly people like my father, who was in his 50s. It can cause irregular heartbeats, leading to a massive attack. And worst of all, it's hard to detect in an autopsy unless you specifically look for it. Story 1. My father's death was ruled a natural cause, raising no suspicion of foul play. However, traces of a substance were found in one of the bottles, which tested positive after an anonymous sample was sent to a lab. Gradually, sinister details began to emerge. Linda, a former nurse, had knowledge of medications. She expressed dissatisfaction with my father's unwillingness to do household chores and how property taxes were draining their savings. She longed to possess everything alone. The sinister glances and the hasty organization of the house sale began to form a single picture. She had probably been adding the poisonous substance to his food or coffee, gradually accumulating to a critical dose. Working in the garden was probably the final straw that pushed his heart over the edge. After this discovery, sleep deserted me, and nightmares of my father falling and Linda's cold smile haunted me. First, I anonymously contacted the police, providing them with all the details. They reopened the investigation, tested the contents of the bottle, and exhumed my father's body for a toxicology examination. Traces of digoxin were found. Linda vehemently denied any involvement, but foxglove was found in her garden, hidden in a secluded spot. Emails with information about natural heart remedies and inheritance laws were found on her computer. A week later, she was arrested. Despite her cries of innocence, the evidence relentlessly mounted. The trial was swift, and she was sentenced to life in prison for murder. That day, my grandmother sincerely mourned her loss, but Linda's tears were later revealed to be fake. She had taken my father's life out of greed. Story 2, my 16th birthday, is etched in my memory as if it happened just yesterday, even though it was years ago. My name is Smith, and I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago. My older brother, Alan, who was 22, was always known for his love of pranks. He declared that he was going to make my birthday unforgettable and took it upon himself to organize a party at our house. Our parents were away for the weekend, visiting relatives in Ohio, so it was just me, Alan, and about a dozen friends from school at the house. The party started around 7 o'clock on Friday evening. Alan decorated the living room with balloons and streamers, ordered pizza from Domino's, and got a cake from the local Walmart bakery. My friends gradually arrived, guys like Ben, Tyler, and Chris, and a few girls, including Sophia and Emily. We played video games on the Xbox, enjoyed music from Spotify through a Bluetooth speaker, and just hung out. Alan was acting mysterious, smirking at me. About an hour in, he pulled me aside in the kitchen and told me about a surprise. He had hired actors from a local theater group to stage a fake home invasion. They were supposed to burst in wearing masks and wielding toy guns, scare everyone a little, and then reveal the prank. He asked me to play along and pretend to be scared. I chuckled, knowing Alan's penchant for such antics. Last year, he hid in my closet, dressed as a clown to scare me. I figured it would be harmless fun, and agreed to play along. We went back to the party, and everything seemed normal. Guests were taking selfies on their iPhones, sharing moments on Snapchat, and snacking on chips from Costco bags. Around 9 o'clock, something strange happened. The lights started flickering, which Alan had probably arranged using Philips Hue smart bulbs. Then the back door burst open, and 4 guys in black ski masks stormed in, shouting, "Everyone on the floor! This is a robbery!" They had guns that looked like toy models, with orange tips, the kind you can buy on Amazon, and one had a knife that looked like plastic. My friends screamed and dropped to the floor. Sophia burst into tears, and Ben exclaimed, "What the hell?" I tried to feign shock, but inside, I was smirking. I even whispered to Tyler, who was standing next to me, "It's Alan's prank, relax." The robbers started herding us into the living room, tying our hands with cheap plastic zip ties from Home Depot. Alan was tied up too, winking at me when no one was looking. One of the guys, who I'll call Mask 1, was tall and skinny. He demanded our wallets and phones, threatening, "Give us your stuff or else." His voice sounded fake and gruff. The guests panicked, but I kept saying, Guys, it's probably just a joke. Alan likes this kind of stuff." Emily gave me an angry look. "Smith, shut up. This isn't funny at all." That's when I started noticing details that seemed off. The script Alan had described was simple. Scare us, take fake loot, and then take off the masks and laugh. But one of the robbers, a short, stocky guy, Mask 4, wasn't following the plan. He was quiet, moving around the edges of the room and rummaging through drawers in the kitchen, while the others were yelling. I saw him pocket my mom's jewelry box, which had her real gold earrings from Macy's in it. Hey, that's not part of the prank, I thought, but I decided not to make a big deal of it. Maybe Alan had added something else. The real horror started when Mask 4 came back. He had a knife in his hand, but up close, it didn't look like plastic. It had a serrated edge, like a real kitchen knife from our IKEA set. No shiny fake glint, just dull steel. He leaned over Sophia, who was sobbing on the carpet, and pressed the knife to her arm. "Give me your necklace," he growled in a low, raspy voice that didn't sound theatrical. Sophia struggled to take off her necklace, a cheap silver chain from Target, but her arm was slightly cut. A thin line of blood appeared and she cried out in pain. She let out a painful moan. The narrator's heart pounded in his chest. "Wait, that's real blood," he muttered, not believing his eyes. His gaze darted to Alan, who was standing on the other side of the room, his eyes wide with horror. He whispered almost inaudibly, "What?" The narrator tried to croak in response. "Yell, Alan. This isn't a game. The knife is real." But one of the actors, hidden by the mask, drowned out his words, rudely interrupting, "Quiet, kid," as if following a pre-written script. The friends, unaware of the danger, took his words for another joke. Chris even laughed nervously. "Smith, stop fooling around. It's creepy enough as it is." The chaos was escalating like an ominous wave. The robbers were supposed to be ending their performance, but Mask 4 continued to escalate the situation. He smashed a vase that stood on the mantelpiece, a real ceramic vase, not a cheap prop, and began collecting phones in a black duffel bag apparently purchased at Dick's Sporting Goods. "No calling the police," he said, but his tone was menacingly serious, devoid of any playfulness. The narrator remembered Alan's words that the actors would pretend to cut the phone lines. But this madman ripped the cord of the landline phone out of the wall and stomped on it with his rough boots. Timberlands, it seemed. The narrator desperately tried to free himself from the zip ties which were tied too tightly. "Guys, listen, that's not an actor," he hissed to Ben and Tyler. "Look at his knife. It's from our kitchen." Ben glanced in the indicated direction and frowned. "Dude, you're paranoid." Alan thought of everything, he countered. But at that moment, Mask 4 snatched Emily's purse and rudely began rummaging through it. When the girl tried to protest, he pushed her toward the couch. She hit her head on the armrest, and a bruise formed on her forehead. This was no longer a game. Alan finally realized what was happening. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Okay, the prank's over, guys! Stop it!" The three actors hesitated, glancing at each other in confusion under their masks. Mask 1 tore off his mask. Underneath was some college student named Ryan, whom Alan knew from working together at Starbucks. "Wait, "What's going on?" Ryan asked in confusion. "We're supposed to follow the plan." But Mask 4 ignored him. He lunged for the front door with the duffel bag full of phones, wallets, and jewelry. "Screw this," he muttered, his voice muffled by the mask. Panic erupted. Alan shouted, "That's not one of ours!" The actors began hastily untying the captives, rummaging in a drawer for scissors. Everyone rushed in pursuit of the robber, but he turned out to be nimble. He jumped over the fence in the backyard, an ordinary chain-link fence from Lowe's, and disappeared into the night. Distant sirens wailed. Someone must have called 911 from the house next door, hearing the screams. The police arrived in about 10 minutes. 2 patrol cars from the local precinct. They took statements, but there was complete chaos. The friends were in a state of deep shock. Sophia needed stitches on her arm, and Emily was diagnosed with a concussion. The actors confessed everything, producing emails from Alan, who had hired them through Craigslist for $200 each. Alan was in serious trouble, community service, and a fine for making a false police report. But the real criminal got away scot-free. The police officer speculated that he had probably seen the actors arrive in advance, lost himself among them in a similar mask that he had acquired somewhere, and used the prank as the perfect cover. There had been an increase in burglaries in the area that summer, targeting homes in suburbs like this one. He was never caught. The phones disappeared without a trace. iPhones, Samsungs, all with photos and contacts. Insurance covered only part of the losses, but the feeling of insecurity remained. The narrator still double-checks the locks before going to bed, and celebrates birthdays modestly, without much fanfare. Alan apologizes every year, but that night still haunts him. What if he had raised the alarm earlier? What if the knife had gone in deeper? It's frightening to think how a stupid prank can turn into a real nightmare in a matter of seconds. Story 3. The narrator was turning 21 and was over the moon. He'd been planning this party for weeks. He rented a large Airbnb house in suburban Atlanta, Georgia, one of those old houses with a spacious backyard, perfect for a barbecue. He invited about 30 friends from college and high school, as well as a few family members. His younger brother, Jake, who was only 14, came along too because his parents wanted him to keep an eye on things. He mostly stayed in the living room, glued to his Nintendo Switch, playing Fortnite. The party started around 7:00 p.m. on a warm June day. Drake and Post Malone blared from a Bluetooth speaker, and burgers from Walmart sizzled enticingly on the grill. Everyone was laughing and taking selfies on their iPhones. It was one of those nights that sticks in your memory forever. Around 9 p.m., a stranger knocked on the door. He was in his early 30s, maybe a little older, with short brown hair, wearing a plain black hoodie and jeans. He had a backpack slung over his shoulder. The narrator didn't recognize him, but people often bring friends to parties like these. The stranger smiled and said, "Hey, happy birthday. I'm a friend of Mike's." Mike was one of his college buddies who had invited a few more people, so the narrator didn't think much of it. He let the stranger in and pointed him to the snack table. "Help yourself to some chips or whatever." He nodded and blended into the crowd. The narrator didn't pay much attention, as he was busy hanging out with his friends and playing cornhole in the backyard. The birthday celebration was in full swing in the moonlit yard. However, as time passed, worrying details began to emerge. The stranger, whose name remained a mystery, kept to himself. He loomed near groups of people, listening to their conversations but not joining in. From time to time, he discreetly pulled tiny plastic baggies from his pocket, like the ones sold in pharmacies. These manipulations occurred surreptitiously when he thought he wasn't being watched. A concerned friend, Nicole, pulled the narrator aside around 10:30. "That guy in the hoodie is creeping me out," she whispered. "He's been staring at people, and I think I saw him slip something into someone's drink." A chill ran down the narrator's spine. He hadn't witnessed it himself, but Nicole wasn't prone to making things up. They decided to keep an eye on the stranger. The narrator's attention focused on the suspicious guest. He circled near the kitchen table, which was set with red plastic cups. The narrator noticed him leaning over one of them, making a quick hand movement, as if throwing something inside. His heart pounded. Was this man trying to poison someone? After making sure that Nicole stayed near the other friends, the narrator headed for Jake. Immersed in his headphones, he was still in the living room, oblivious to what was happening. Returning to the kitchen, the narrator came face to face with the stranger. "Hey buddy, what's going on?" he asked, trying to keep it casual. He replied with a strained smile. "Just enjoying the party, birthday boy." There was an unpleasant sweetness in his voice, as if he was hiding something. The narrator stated that he didn't know him and demanded that he leave. The stranger shrugged, grabbed his backpack, and left the house. That seemed to be the end of it. Around midnight, the guests began to leave. The narrator was cleaning up when he received a frantic call from his mother. "Where's Jake?" she asked. His heart sank. The narrator rushed to the living room. His brother's game console was left on the couch, but Jake himself was gone. The search encompassed the entire house, the backyard, every corner. Not Jake. Friends joined the search, but it was all in vain. Nicole remembered seeing Jake talking to someone at the front door, but didn't think anything of it. Panic began to mount. The narrator called 911, NS. The police arrived promptly. The narrator shared all the information, including a description of the stranger, black hoodie, jeans, backpack. Several friends confirmed they had seen the person. One of the cousins mentioned seeing him talking to Jake on the street, offering to show him some cool game. The narrator's legs went weak. Could this person have taken his brother? The police immediately issued an alert and began scouring the area. Everyone was told to stay indoors in case Jake returned. Time crawled by agonizingly slowly, and the narrator began to lose control, imagining the worst. Around 4 a.m, a call came from the police. The stranger had been found hiding in an abandoned building about a mile away, an old warehouse on Peachtree Road, a place where teenagers often hung out. Jake's phone and several plastic baggies containing a white powder were found on him. The police suspected it was narcotics, possibly a sedative. The stranger was immediately arrested. Jake was found not far from the warehouse, frightened but unharmed. He said the stranger offered to show him a new game on his phone, lured him outside, and tried to drag him to some cool place. Scared, Jake ran, but the stranger managed to grab his phone. The police are continuing their investigation to determine the stranger's true intentions, but it is suspected that he was preying on children at parties for robbery or something even more sinister. The narrator can't shake the feeling of guilt. It was his party, his house, and he let the man in. Jake is safe, but deeply shaken, as is the narrator himself. His thoughts keep returning to those plastic baggies. What might have happened if Nicole hadn't been vigilant, or if Jake hadn't run. The 21st birthday was supposed to be an unforgettable event, but it turned into a nightmare that will never be forgotten.
Children's creativity, especially drawing, serves as a means for young talents to express deep feelings and emotions that they are not yet able to comprehend and articulate. At the same time, children often depict their surrounding world, familiar objects, and situations. Therefore, if a child's drawings include figures of strangers holding their hands, it could indicate something deeper and more unsettling. Martin and his wife, raising a 6-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son, encountered an unexplainable phenomenon. Their daughter, whom we'll call Jess, had an extraordinary love for drawing, and her parents fully encouraged her hobby, providing her with all the necessary art supplies. They had a whole Crayola backpack filled with markers, colored pencils, crayons, and drawing paper. Jess's room and even her backpack were filled with numerous drawings, mostly with ordinary, innocent subjects. However, one day Martin discovered a drawing in his daughter's room that puzzled him. It depicted an unfamiliar woman holding Jess's hand. The woman didn't resemble the girl's mother, who was blonde. Instead, she had dark hair. Martin asked Jess who the woman was, and the girl replied that it was someone who sometimes visited her. Such words could be attributed to the fantasies of a 6-year-old with an imaginary friend. But when Martin asked for the friend's name, Jess said Lucia. This name immediately alarmed Martin, and he hurried to show the drawing to his wife, asking if the woman resembled her sister. Initially, Martin's wife suggested it could be anyone, but when Martin told her that their daughter had called the stranger Lucia, her face contorted in horror. Lucia was the name of Martin's wife's deceased sister, who had died long before the children were born. The couple went to their daughter's room and again asked Jess who Lucia was. The girl repeated that she sometimes visited her. Trying to find out more details, the parents asked when Lucia usually came and what they talked about. Jess replied, "She comes sometimes at night when I'm drawing." Martin's wife asked Jess that the next time she saw Lucia, she should draw her again, but with more details. Jess agreed. From that moment on, Martin and his wife started leaving Jess's bedroom door ajar so they could hear if the girl was talking to someone. A few nights later, while in the kitchen, the couple suddenly heard Jess talking to someone in her room. They quietly approached the door to listen in on the conversation. There were long pauses in Jess's speech, but it was clear she was talking to someone or something invisible, answering questions the parents couldn't hear. At one point, Jess said, "They asked about you when they saw my drawing of you. They want me to draw you again." Then Jess fell silent, and Martin and his wife entered the room, asking if she had been talking to Lucia again. The girl nodded, and the parents asked where Lucia was in the room. Jess looked around the room, then stopped at a corner and said, "She's standing right there." Martin and his wife looked at the indicated corner, where there was nothing, but both felt an unsettling sensation and discomfort. Martin's wife quietly asked Jess to draw Lucia exactly as she looked now, in full detail. Jess agreed, and the couple left the room, feeling slightly uneasy. Soon, Jess called her mom back into the room. Martin and his wife returned to their daughter, and she showed them a new drawing. This drawing confirmed the couple's worst fears. In it, Jess had depicted Lucia with blue eyes, a small mole above her lip, and dressed in white. Lucia had been buried in a white dress, she had blue eyes, and a mole above her lip. Martin's wife wasn't close to her sister, only briefly attending her funeral. Jess had never known about her deceased aunt, and there were no photos of her in the house. Martin and his wife forbade Jess from talking to Lucia. Not because Lucia had done anything terrible in life, but because it frightened the couple. They invited a priest to bless the house and ask all souls to depart in peace. According to Martin, such occurrences ceased afterward. This story was told by an elementary school art teacher. Twice a year, she held an event with each class called Draw and Tell, where children drew something meaningful to them and then told the story behind the drawing. One day, in a third-grade class, most students drew themselves, their families, pets, and other familiar things. But one boy was drawing something that resembled fire. Other children at his table were making fun of him. The teacher approached the boy and asked why he was drawing fire when he was supposed to draw something meaningful to him. The boy replied, "I know, I'm not finished yet." The incident in the art class left an indelible mark on the teacher's memory and made her rethink her approach to children's art. During the art lesson, as the children enthusiastically transferred their fantasies onto paper, one of the students, whom we'll call Ul, declared that he hadn't finished his work yet. The teacher, showing patience and understanding, allowed him to continue. As the other children finished their masterpieces, she noticed Ul's drawing and saw that he had added a depiction of a house. Intrigued, she asked the boy to step into the hallway with her, taking the drawing. In the hallway, the teacher, concerned by what she saw, asked Ul why he had drawn a burning house, as such a picture clearly didn't fit the Draw and Tell lesson's theme. The boy's answer shocked her, "It's not. It's the house my parents tried to burn down with me inside." The teacher was speechless, unsure how to react to such a terrible confession. Confused, she kept the drawing, asked the boy to return to his seat, and announced that the Draw and Tell lesson was cancelled. Returning to the classroom, she sat at her desk for a moment, holding back tears, and then told the students that everyone would take their drawings home. This tragic story, shared by an anonymous parent, makes one wonder what secrets might be hidden behind children's drawings. Another story, involving Molly's family, a 5-year-old quiet and well-behaved girl, according to her father, also causes alarm and concern. One night, Molly came into her parents' room and said she was afraid there was someone in her closet. Brad, the girl's father, took her back to her room and showed her the inside of the closet to convince her there were no monsters there. The next night, Molly again came into her parents' room, saying there was a monster in her closet again. This time, Brad and Jane allowed Molly to sleep with them. The next day, Molly drew the supposed monster she had seen and showed it to her parents. Brad stated that the drawing, admittedly, scared him, but up until that point, it all seemed like normal childish things. Until one of the following nights, Brad and Jane were woken by Molly's crying and screaming. They rushed to her room to find out what happened, and she said, "I'm bleeding," lifting her shirt on her back, where 2 scratches were visible. Molly claimed it was the monster. Brad turned the entire bedroom and the whole house upside down, looking for anyone who could have done it. When the house was empty, Brad and Jane had no choice but to assume that Molly had probably done it herself somehow, either intentionally or accidentally. But over time, as the couple was able to think it over, the chain of events seemed too wild to be just a coincidence. While the couple was getting Molly used to sleeping alone again, Molly never changed her story that the monster had scratched her back. To make her more comfortable sleeping alone, they moved Molly's furniture into the guest bedroom and made it her new room. Molly came into her parents' room a couple more times in the middle of the night, but both times when asked if she had seen the monster again, she said, "No, I'm just scared." Fortunately, no further physical harm was inflicted upon her in her sleep. Another story, sent in by Giovanna, tells of a mysterious drawing she found on her desk in her room. Since she lets her 7-year-old brother draw on her desk, it seemed strange to her from the beginning that her brother would leave it on the desk at all, because he usually took all his drawings back to his room and hid them. But since he left this one, she felt he wanted her to see it. Looking at it, she saw that it was a fairly innocent family drawing done by a 7-year-old, but then a black figure lurked in the corner, labeled the Taking Man. Giovanna left it on her desk for a couple of days before noticing the figure in the corner when she looked at the drawing again. The man was sitting on a swing, but the family didn't own a swing set. This could be attributed to the child being 7, but he had never asked his parents for a swing set and showed no interest in them generally. Beneath the mysterious figure labeled the Taking Man, there appeared to be some object that Giovanna thought looked like a window or some kind of door in the ground. So, she went outside to check the lawn for any door, window, anything, but there was nothing. A few days later, while in the bathroom, which was across the hall from her brother's room, Giovanna was washing up when she heard her brother giggling and talking. It could have just been him playing with his toys alone, but still, after finishing her skincare routine and rinsing her face, Giovanna went to check on her brother. His door was slightly ajar, so she peeked in and saw him on the floor, talking to something under his bed. She quickly opened the door, and her brother stood up, sat on his bed, and turned his head towards the television. When she asked who he was talking to, he replied that he wasn't talking to anyone. Assuming he was just playing, Giovanna went to bed. The next morning, her brother woke up holding an empty glass and asked if she could fill it with chocolate milk. Giovanna went downstairs to fill his glass and came back upstairs with a couple of snacks for herself. She entered her brother's room and, strangely, saw him sound asleep. She woke him up and handed him the glass, but he insisted he hadn't asked for it. However, she knew he had, so she didn't argue with him and left the glass next to his bed. A glass of water had been left on the nightstand. That night, around 4 in the morning, Giovanna awoke to the sounds of conversation coming from her brother's room. Without losing a second, she went across the hall to his room and peeked inside. The girl remembered her brother's voice, animatedly talking to someone, and a vague silhouette of a dark figure looming in the dim light. The next thing she remembered was waking up in her own bed the next morning. When questioned by his sister, the brother merely shrugged, puzzled, assuring her that he didn't remember any nighttime conversations. Giovanna, concerned by what she had seen and the strange drawing, shared her worries with her parents. After talking to their son, they learned that the character in the drawing was the Taking Man, who returns and takes things. The boy spoke of him with trust and even called him his best friend, mentioning red berries, similar to cranberries, that he had been given. However, according to the child, this mysterious friend would not return. Giovanna still cannot say with certainty whether what she saw in her brother's room was a dream or a sinister reality. The image of the dark figure, imprinted in her memory, was too vivid and clear to be a simple dream. But if it wasn't a dream, then what happened after the encounter with the shadow remains a mystery to her, as her memory of that period was as if erased. Since then, her younger brother has never once mentioned the Taking Man.
NUS last spring, a young woman, 17 at the time, got a job as an evening babysitter for the Davids, whose house was just 5 blocks from her own in the quiet town of Chandler, Arizona. Eagerly saving money for upcoming college expenses, she couldn't resist the prospect of earning an extra $20 an hour. Besides, the Davids' neighborhood seemed the epitome of safety. Neat, single-story homes, well-manicured lawns, and evenly spaced lampposts every 30 yards. These factors convinced the girl's parents to give their consent. At the appointed time, 6:30 p.m., she arrived at the Davids' house. Mrs. David meticulously instructed her on using the alarm system, provided the Wi-Fi password and a list of emergency phone numbers. The caring mother had already prepared 4-year-old Sybil and 6-year-old Tyler for bed, dressing them in pajamas and leaving leftover, appetizing chicken nuggets in the fridge. Mr. O. David, in turn, reminded her to strictly adhere to the 8:30 p.m. bedtime. After these parting words, the Davids departed for a charity dinner in the city center. As soon as the front door closed behind them, the girl, acting on instinct, carefully slid the bolt shut. The evening began surprisingly peacefully. The children enthusiastically drew with colored pencils, watched half an episode of the popular animated series Paw Patrol, and diligently brushed their teeth. At 8:25 p.m., the young babysitter led the children upstairs, read them a touching story about a lost puppy, and turned on a nightlight, an LED lamp shaped like a moon, emitting a soft blue glow. The children quickly drifted off to sleep. Coming back downstairs, the girl texted her mother, spread out her biology flashcards on the kitchen island, and poured herself a glass of refreshing drink. At 9:15 p.m., an unexpected doorbell rang. The girl involuntarily flinched. The Davids hadn't mentioned the possibility of visitors. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man in his 30s, dressed in a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark jeans, and sneakers. The stranger held a set of keys and cheerfully waved at the camera mounted by the door. A black Honda was parked at the curb with its engine running. The man addressed the girl in a calm, even voice, as if confident he was being heard. "Hi, I'm the kid's uncle, Brandon. I forgot my keys. I need to grab something from the bedroom upstairs." His tone was friendly and casual. Despite this, alarm bells went off in the girl's head. The Davids had never mentioned a brother. Through the locked door, she replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "Your parents didn't tell me anyone was coming." "That's my fault," the man replied. "I told my sister I had a spare key. Look, Sybil asked for her purple blanket earlier, right? She always wants it when she's tired, and Tyler ate mac and cheese before changing into his dinosaur pajamas. I know their routine." He was absolutely correct. The G.N. girl's stomach churned. Maybe he really was a relative, or maybe not. She stepped away from the door and opened the Video Baby Monitor app. Both children were sleeping soundly in their beds, snoring softly. The girl glanced at the security system tablet mounted in the living room. The outdoor camera showed the man shifting from foot to foot, but not trying to open the door. She tried to call Mrs. David, but no one answered. Next, she tried to contact Mr. David, but the call went straight to voicemail. The girl seriously considered dialing 911, but hesitated. Arizona has penalties for false calls. Suddenly, a text message arrived. "Sorry, it's very noisy at the banquet. Is everything okay?" It was Mrs. David. The girl quickly typed, "There's a man here, says he's Brandon. Your brother, he needs to come in." 3 dots appeared on the screen, indicating that the other person was typing a response. Then the message arrived. "We don't have a brother. Call the police now." The girl's hands trembled. She took a deep breath and dialed 911. Reporting the address and the situation, she emphasized that there were 2 young children asleep upstairs. At that moment, a soft knock came from the hallway. The man knocked again, still politely. "I really need that blanket. I promise I'll only be 2 minutes." The girl didn't answer. He waited about 10 seconds. Then the camera on the door recorded him walking over to the windows, cupping his hands to peer inside. The girl turned off the interior lights so he couldn't see her. In the dim light of her phone screen, she watched the stranger walk along the wall to the side gate. A moment later, the motion sensor in the yard turned on, then off. The dispatcher stayed on the line. "Units will be there in 3 minutes. Stay inside and keep the doors locked." The girl cautiously crept to the patio door. The lock was intact, the curtain tightly drawn. There was no movement outside. An eerie silence fell over the house. Even the hum of the refrigerator seemed muffled. Soon, the approaching sound of police sirens could be heard, which suddenly stopped. The red and blue strobe lights flashed through the blinds. The girl remained in the hallway until an officer shouted his badge number from the porch through the locked door. Only then did she dare to open it. The police thoroughly searched the yard and the nearby streets. The Honda had vanished without a trace. Tire tracks led toward the main road. Questioning the neighbors yielded no results. The stranger had parked in a spot not covered by surveillance cameras. Inside the house, the children slept peacefully, unaware of what had happened. The officers took the girl's statement, praised her for her vigilance, and waited for Mr. and Mrs. David to return, their faces pale with fear. Mrs. David hugged the girl so tightly she could barely breathe. She repeated endlessly, "Thank you for protecting them." By 12:30 a.m., the patrol cars had left the scene. The parents insisted on driving the girl home. She agreed, although she kept looking over her shoulder the entire way. That night, she replayed every second of what had happened in her head. How did the stranger know about the dinner and the children's bedtime? Had he been watching the window beforehand? Had he overheard her conversation? Later, the Davids discovered a small gap between the window frame and the lock. Perhaps the intruder had pried it open before the girl arrived, listening from the yard. His disappearance before the police arrived indicated that he either had a scanner app or simply a well-developed intuition. With her heightened intuition, the author did not immediately return to her evening job after the incident. Only after a few weeks did she resume her duties, but with increased caution. Special films were installed on the windows to protect against prying eyes. Unreliable latches were replaced, and a baseball bat was always kept within reach. She stopped trusting calm voices and personal details, realizing that they could be just part of a carefully crafted strategy. Later, the detectives working on the case reported that similar men had been seen near schools, where they listened to snippets of conversations to use them to gain trust. It was suspected that the perpetrator had attempted to break into 3 homes within a month, posing as a relative. This information did not bring the author relief, but only confirmed that his polite approach was the result of training. The case remains unsolved, and the perpetrator has still not been found. Despite what happened, the author continues to work as a babysitter, but now only for family members. She never ignores her intuition, understanding that safety depends on many small decisions: locking the side gate, cutting off conversation with a stranger, double-checking information. By making those decisions that night, she saved 2 children from possible danger. Sometimes, late at night, she is awakened by the memory of the soft knock and the even voice asking for a child's blanket. That voice sounds patient and almost friendly, waiting to be believed. The author hopes that something like that never happens again. The narrator, who introduced herself as Leah, does not consider herself a fan of ghost stories or a wild imagination. She is 32 years old and works as a nurse in a small hospital in upstate New York. Her shifts often end late, and she has to drive home on quiet roads through forests and farmland. Usually she is accompanied only by silence, her old Honda Civic, and the radio. But one night, everything changed. Around 11:30 p.m., after a 12-hour shift, Leah was driving down a main road lined with trees and occasional gas stations. Approaching a turn 5 miles from her house, she saw orange road signs and cones blocking the road. A large arrow pointed left onto a dirt road she had never driven on before. The sign read, "Detour, road work ahead." Leah sighed, dreaming only of a shower and bed, but she had no choice. So she turned onto the narrow, unlit road. The detour immediately felt ominous to her. The road was barely wide enough for 2 cars, and dense trees loomed on either side. The lack of streetlights and houses only heightened the sense of darkness and isolation. The car's headlights cut through the night, but didn't reach far. Leah turned off the radio to concentrate and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The road twisted and turned, but there was no sign of roadwork or equipment. Only endless trees and the faint hum of the engine. After about 10 minutes, Leah began to feel uneasy. She hadn't seen another car, and the road seemed to go on forever. The GPS was glitching, constantly rerouting. "This isn't good," she muttered. Just then she noticed a truck in her rear-view mirror, moving slowly about 100 yards behind her with its headlights off. Fear gripped Leah. Who drives at night without lights? She tried to convince herself it was just a local resident taking the same detour. But the truck wasn't getting closer or farther away, maintaining the same speed. Leah sped up, hoping to increase the distance between them, but the truck followed suit. Her heart pounded. She tried to calm herself, telling herself she was overreacting and that the truck might have broken headlights or the driver was lost. But then she noticed the road signs had disappeared. Leah realized she hadn't seen any signs of road work on Route 12 either. No equipment, no torn-up road, just the signs and cones blocking the way. Panic set in. She grabbed her phone to call 911, but there was no signal. She was alone in the middle of nowhere. The truck was still behind her, a dark shadow in her rearview mirror. Leah pressed on the gas, the car rattling down the uneven road, but the truck kept pace. Now she could make out its shape. An old pickup truck, possibly black or dark blue, with no visible driver in the darkness. Leah started talking to herself, trying to stay calm. "Just find your way back to the main highway. You're okay." But the road continued to twist and turn, and she had no idea where she was. In the distance, she saw the faint headlights of another car. Leah felt a surge of relief, hoping it was a police officer or someone who could help. As the car drew closer, she slowed down and turned on her high beams, trying to get their attention. In the pitch black of the night, on a deserted road, a desperate plea for help echoed. A white SUV came into view, which, like me, slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. Stopping my car, I left the engine running, only slightly opening the window to shout words full of anxiety. "I think someone is following me!" The driver, a middle-aged man with glasses perched on his nose, looked out the window of his car with concern. "Are you okay?" "Well," he asked with genuine worry in his voice. I pointed to the road behind me. "There's a truck back there driving without lights. It's been chasing me for miles." The man peered into the impenetrable darkness, his face contorted in surprise. "There's no truck there," he said. As if struck by lightning, I turned sharply to look in the rearview mirror. The road was completely empty. A chilling dread washed over me. It had been there just seconds ago. I had seen it. "Listen," the man said. "This road is kind of strange. I got detoured here too, but there's no construction on Route 12. You better follow me. I'll lead you back to the main road." Unable to argue, I simply nodded, still trembling from the experience. I followed his SUV, never taking my eyes off the rearview mirrors. But the truck was nowhere to be seen, only the impenetrable darkness. After about 10 minutes, we were back on Route 12. The road signs and cones had disappeared as if they had never been there. Thanking the man who promised to report it to the police, I hurried home, locking all the doors behind me. After getting to my apartment, I couldn't close my eyes. The events of that night replayed in my head over and over. The signs, the truck, its sudden disappearance. The next day, I called the sheriff's office, where I was informed that no roadwork had been scheduled on Route 12 that night, and no reports of detours had been filed. Looking for answers, I turned to the internet, where I found several local forums where people recounted similar experiences. Fake detours, strange vehicles, roads leading nowhere. Some considered it a cruel joke. Others hinted at something more sinister, such as thieves or something even worse. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was someone's cruel prank, or maybe I was just too tired and imagined it all. But I can't shake the feeling that there's something wrong with that road, as if it was waiting for me. Now I drive home on a different route, even if it's longer. And every time I see a road sign, my heart skips a beat with fear. I don't think I'll ever feel safe driving alone at night again. The narrator hesitated for a long time to share her experience. It happened at a time when being open could be unsafe. However, she believed that silence did not benefit anyone, and she felt the need to warn others. She had often been on that trail, but something felt wrong that day. The woman suggested turning back, but her husband, who was either brave or perhaps just stubborn, insisted on continuing. Approaching a bend, she froze in horror. A few steps from the trail at the beginning of the bridge stood a tall figure. The beam of the flashlight illuminated its back, and the narrator's heart skipped a beat. The figure was striking in its size, standing at least 6-7 feet tall, and its massive build suggested a weight of 250 pounds. It wore a brown flannel shirt and dark pants, possibly blue or black. Chestnut hair stood on end, as if it had been deliberately styled, giving it an unnatural shape. However, it wasn't just the figure's height that was frightening, but also its disproportion. The arms seemed too long, hanging unnaturally. The head had a round, almost spherical shape, resembling a basketball perched on its shoulders. The legs were not visible, which only heightened the surreal nature of the moment. The figure stood motionless, staring into the darkness. "What is that?" the woman whispered to her husband. Her voice trembled, and she noticed that her husband had also frozen, staring at the figure. All three stood in tense silence. The minutes seemed like an eternity as her heart raced and her instinct demanded flight. The figure did not move or pay attention to them. The narrator couldn't understand if it was a person or something else. Questions raced through her mind. How did it get here? There were no other cars on the trail. Why is it standing in the dark away from the trail and staring into nothing? And why doesn't it turn around? Is it hiding its face or something else? The husband, in a trembling but steady voice, shouted, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing?" At that moment, the figure began to turn slowly, and a wave of nausea washed over the narrator. The instinct for self-preservation took over, ordering her to flee immediately. Without waiting for the figure to turn around, the woman grabbed her husband's hand and ran back to the car. The beam of the flashlight darted from side to side, and her breath came in ragged gasps. She didn't look back, not wanting to know if they were being pursued. Behind her, she could hear her husband shouting and the sound of his footsteps. The woman ran, several feet ahead of her husband. Reaching the car, they frantically searched for the keys, gasping and shaking. The parking lot remained empty. The drive to town was 5 to 6 miles, and there was no cell service in that area. The woman's heart pounded until they saw the first streetlights. They remained silent the whole way, shaken by what had happened. After a few days, curiosity took over. The narrator couldn't stop thinking about the figure. Was it a hallucination, someone's joke, or a trick of the light? She persuaded her husband to return to the spot during the day, bringing friends along for safety. She needed to figure out what had happened. Maybe it was a jacket thrown over a post, a strangely shaped rock, or a forgotten prop. However, there was nothing where the figure had stood, but something else made the woman's blood run cold. The spot where the figure had stood ended in a steep, 4-foot drop. This meant that the figure was not 6-7 feet tall, but 8 to 10. The realization struck her. Whatever they had seen, it was incredibly tall. This area is steeped in history, both beautiful and tragic. Stories of miners, of lives cut short on the high bridge, of the beauty of the canyon. All of this has intertwined into something alive, almost animate. The woman didn't know what they had seen that night. She shared the story with friends, family, and anyone who would listen, but no one could provide an answer. Was it a person, a ghost, or something else? The memory of the motionless figure in the dark still haunts her. It is part of the river's story that she will never fully understand, a mystery that hangs in the air like the shadows in the canyon. Currently, the narrator works as a security guard at a small airport in Germany. Most flights depart before dawn, so her shift is always at night. For 5 years, the job has been routine, checking doors, scanning passes, monitoring cameras. But in mid-July, at the height of the summer holidays, there was something uneasy in the terminal. The woman couldn't explain what it was, so she just continued to do her job, relentlessly continuing my work. Closer to midnight, I decided to take a break. Heading to the nearest bakery, I bought a bar of chocolate and a can of energy drink, settling down at a modest metal table. Busy watching a short video on my phone, I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to turn around. Before my eyes stood a man, dressed in a black raincoat. His hood was down, revealing a gaze fixed directly on me. He didn't look away, didn't pretend to examine the shop windows, but looked exclusively at me. After holding his gaze for just a few seconds, I turned my attention back to my phone. Hundreds of strangers pass through airports every day, and most of them pose no threat. After drinking half of the drink, I put my phone in my pocket and headed to the restroom to wash my hands before the end of my break. Alas, upon returning, I noticed the same individual standing approximately 50 meters away in the main hallway. His head was tilted slightly, and his gaze was fixed on me once more. As soon as he realized I had spotted him, he abruptly turned and disappeared down a side corridor without making a sound. A quiet alarm went off in my head, but his actions hadn't broken any rules. Back at my post, I spent the next several hours walking the perimeter of the gate, checking the locks, and waiting for dawn. By morning, my phone battery was completely dead. Since the walk home was short, I simply put the phone in my pocket and started on my way. About halfway there, I remembered the external battery pack in my backpack. After connecting the cable, I continued my walk. 10 minutes from my apartment, I decided to check the charge level by pressing the power button. A message appeared on the screen, one I'd never seen before. Unknown AirTag detected. This AirTag has been moving with you. The distance was 800 meters. I've never owned an AirTag. I stopped and scanned the empty street, lit only by dim streetlights. Soon, another notification appeared. Distance 600 meters, then 500. I was trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe someone nearby had lost luggage with a tracker, but the numbers kept decreasing. 400, 300. I broke into a light jog. The phone vibrated again, showing 200 meters. Turning the corner, I ran as fast as I could. My legs went numb, but the numbers continued to plummet. 100 meters. Reaching my building, I fumbled with the key, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it. The hallway was silent. The phone screen displayed 50 meters, then 20, and finally 10. Peeking through the peephole, I saw only an empty street. My hands were shaking. I emptied the contents of my pockets and bag onto the floor, but found nothing unusual. I wanted to call the police, but what could I tell them? A signal on my phone indicated that someone was tracking me. I tried to convince myself that I was simply overtired. The shift had been long, and my mind was in a semi-conscious state. After changing clothes, I got into bed and put on a horror narration video on my phone. The narrator's calm voice usually helped me relax. I only remember the first few minutes before sleep overtook me. Awakening sometime later in complete darkness, I saw that the video had ended and the phone screen was glowing. Another notification awaited. Unknown AirTag detected. This AirTag has been moving with you. The distance was 2 meters. 2 meters meant the tag was in my room. I couldn't move. Locking the phone, I allowed my eyes to adjust to the darkness. At the foot of the bed, near the closet, I saw the silhouette of a person in a black raincoat. The same face that had been watching me before. A raspy scream escaped my throat. He stepped back, opened the door, and vanished before my feet hit the floor. By the time the police arrived, the apartment was empty. No fingerprints, no tracker, only a wet spot near my bed. The officers thoroughly searched every room, checked the windows and the stairwell. The door frame was intact, and the only key was in my possession. They advised me to stay with relatives. I spent the night on my sister's couch, leaving the hallway light on and setting my phone to alert me to any movement. The next morning, I returned to my apartment with a locksmith. We installed new deadbolts and a camera above the door. Then, we turned my backpack inside out on the kitchen table. Tucked into the bottom of the seam of an interior pocket, hidden beneath the lining, was a white plastic disc smaller than a coin, an AirTag. Someone had cut the fabric, inserted the tracker, and glued the seam so neatly that I hadn't felt a thing. This person had gotten close enough to slip their hand into my bag unnoticed. Perhaps it happened at the bakery, or when I was checking the time at the gate. I'll never know for sure. Now I keep the tracker sealed in a plastic evidence bag. It sits on my desk, a reminder that danger can hide behind an ordinary facade and lurk right behind you without making a sound. I still work night shifts, but I no longer walk home. Every time my phone vibrates in my pocket, I remember that silent face, watching me and waiting for the right moment. If you ever feel like you're being followed, trust your instincts and act immediately. I was lucky, but the next person might not be. Story 2. I've always had a special love for hiking. The smell of the pines, the crackle of a campfire, the peaceful silence of the woods. It's where I truly feel alive. Last summer, my friends Jake, Matt, and Amber and I planned a weekend trip to Blackwood Forest, a dense pine forest about 2 hours from our town. It was a popular spot, but vast, with trails winding for miles and sections where the trees barely let in sunlight. We'd been there before and never felt uneasy, but this trip is one I'll never forget. Months have passed, but I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about Jake. Cold sweat breaks out on my skin as thoughts return again and again to Jake. On Friday afternoon, our group arrived at Blackwood. The 4 friends were crammed into Matt's beat-up Jeep. The daytime air was still warm, but a pleasant coolness filled the depths of the forest as we set up camp near a small stream. Our spot was off the beaten path, in a small clearing with a fire pit left by other campers. Jake, as always, was full of energy and optimism, cracking jokes and tossing a football while Amber set up the tent. He was always the life of the party, the guy who could make you laugh even in the tensest moments. Matt, quieter and more even-keeled, was already tending to the campfire, and I was unloading provisions from the cooler. Our modest menu, as usual, consisted of soft drinks and hot dogs. Night fell unexpectedly quickly. By 9 o'clock it was pitch black, so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. We sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing funny stories. Suddenly, Jake started talking about an old legend he'd heard about Blackwood, about mysterious disappearances in the 80s of people who were never found. Amber just rolled her eyes, calling it a typical campfire story, and we all laughed along. But I couldn't help but notice that Jake kept glancing furtively toward the dark trees, as if expecting someone to emerge from the woods at any moment. Around 11 o'clock, Jake announced that he was going for a short walk, as he usually did. "Just gonna take a leak and check out the stream," he said, grabbing his flashlight. Amber told him not to go too far, to which he just waved her off, replying, "I'm not a kid. I know what I'm doing." That was Jake all over, confident, but without any malice. We didn't think much of it. The stream was only 100 meters from the camp, and we could hear its gentle murmur while sitting by the fire. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Amber started to get worried, checking the time on her phone every few minutes. "He's probably just messing with us," Matt suggested, but there was uncertainty in his voice. I grabbed my flashlight and shouted loudly, "Jake, cut the crap!" My voice echoed through the area swallowed by the dense trees. But in response, there was only silence. It was at that moment that I felt a knot of anxiety in my stomach. Blackwood was a big forest, sure, but not that big. He couldn't have gone that far. We decided to organize a search. Amber stayed at the camp in case Jake returned, while Matt and I split up to cover as much ground as possible. I headed toward the stream, shining my flashlight into the undergrowth. The light revealed tree roots and rocks, but no sign of Jake. I shouted his name every few steps, but my voice grew quieter and quieter, as if fading into the surrounding silence. The forest was eerily silent. No crickets, no hooting owls, just the sound of my boots crunching on the fallen pine needles. I kept hoping that I would see him any minute, grinning from ear to ear and ready to scare me half to death. But the further I went into the forest, the stronger the feeling of unease became. Finally, I reached the stream and found his flashlight. It was lying in the mud, still on, shining on a patch of ferns. My heart was pounding. Jake was a very careful person. He wouldn't just drop his flashlight like that. I picked it up and called Jake's name again, loudly. But in response, there was only silence. Shining the light around with a trembling hand, I noticed footprints in the ground. Jake's boot prints led to the water, and then they suddenly stopped, as if he had vanished halfway there. Overcome with panic, I called out to Matt in a shaky voice. He came running, and when he saw the flashlight, his face instantly turned pale. We searched for Jake for hours. Amber joined us, her voice hoarse from shouting. We walked along the stream, checked the forest trails, and even returned to the camp, hoping that maybe he had just gotten lost. By 2 a.m, we were completely exhausted, but we couldn't stop. Amber was crying, repeating that we shouldn't have let him go alone. Matt kept saying that Jake was probably fine, just a little lost. But I knew that wasn't the case. Something was wrong. The air felt heavy and ominous, as if the forest was watching us. At dawn, we reported the incident to the police. There was a ranger station nearby, and they immediately sent out a search party. Rangers, dogs, even a helicopter. Everyone was involved in the search. We showed them the flashlight and the footprints. They asked if Jake had been acting strangely, if he had said anything about wanting to leave. I replied that he had been himself, happy, a little goofy, an adventure-loving Jake. The Rangers nodded, but I could see that they were preparing for the worst. Blackwood had a bad reputation. People disappeared here. Not often, but it happened. Tourists, hikers, even locals. Most of them were found, but some weren't. Days passed. The search expanded. Volunteers joined. More dogs. Drones were used. We stayed at the campsite, barely sleeping, helping in any way we could. Amber was in terrible shape, blaming herself for everything that had happened. Matt stopped talking, just silently staring at the trees, as if expecting them to spit Jake out if he stared long and hard enough. I kept going back to that night in my mind, trying to figure out if I had missed something important. The way Jake had been looking at the forest, the silence after he left, those footprints stopping at the stream. It all seemed completely illogical. The Rangers found nothing. No clothing, no traces of blood, no signs of a struggle. They checked caves, ravines, and even old logging roads deep in the forest. The dogs lost the scent at the stream, as if Jake had vanished into thin air. One of the Rangers, an older man, took me aside and said, "Sometimes people just disappear. Blackwood is a treacherous place. Too many places to get lost." I wanted to punch him. Jake hadn't just gotten lost. He had vanished. In the shadow of the forest, the disappearance of Jake and its aftermath. In an instant, as if dissolving into thin air, Jake vanished. He simply got lost, and this lost became a sinister synonym for disappeared. Weeks dragged into months of unsuccessful searching. Hope dwindled and the search efforts gradually faded away. The police didn't formally close the case, but their eyes reflected hopelessness. Amber, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, left town, leaving a gaping void. Conversations with Matt ceased, as if each encounter reopened unhealed wounds. The narrator, driven by an inexplicable force, periodically returns to Blackwood, to the ill-fated stream where her friend's tracks ended. She searches for a sign, a hint, any explanation for what happened, but the forest remains silent. Memories resurface of stories of people who disappeared without a trace in the forest wilderness, of cases similar to Jake's disappearance. Locals whisper about bears and cougars, but where are the signs of their feast? Others speak of treacherous sinkholes and hidden caves, but the forest rangers thoroughly comb the area. The internet is rife with mystical theories, mysterious lights wandering between the trees, voices beckoning into the thicket. The narrator dismisses these superstitions, but the darkness of night creeps in with doubts. What if Jake saw something inexplicable? What if, obeying an unknown call, he delved deeper into the forest? In dreams, Jake returns, standing by the stream, illuminating everything around with his smile. But as she approaches, his face distorts, becoming empty and alien. Awakening brings suffocation and a racing heartbeat. The mystery of Jake's disappearance will likely remain buried forever beneath the forest canopy. But one thing the narrator knows for sure: she will never set foot on the trails of Blackwood again. The forest took her friend, and she doesn't intend to give it a chance to swallow her, too. Story 3, Isaiah. This story began with an encounter with Isaiah, a landscaper, about a year before the events described. The narrator, also working in landscaping, met him at a dump while dropping off a work trailer. The hardships of working for a troubled company whose name she withholds for fear of legal action led to this chance encounter. Isaiah, noticing her, struck up a casual conversation. The narrator shared her plans to start her own business. Isaiah handed her a business card, but she didn't think much of it then, being employed. However, being fired from her job made her remember Isaiah. She called the number on the business card, and he, recognizing her, offered to pick her up for work at 6 a.m., not having her own transportation. She gave him her address, happy at the prospect of a new job. Waking up at 4:30 a.m. was due to the early schedule of her ex and his father. After they left, she made the rash decision to use an illegal substance. Immediately after, Isaiah called. In a rush, she threw on jeans, work boots, a hoodie, and ran out the door, tying her laces as she went. Meeting Isaiah, they exchanged greetings. The narrator asked if she could vape, and they drove onto the highway. It was then that a strange atmosphere hung in the air. Isaiah's unexpected question about morning sausage and his ambiguous laughter made her uncomfortable. She asked him not to bring up topics like that. During a brief stop to check the trailer, she had a bad feeling. Back in the car, Isaiah began asking strange questions, such as whether she had considered a career as a dancer. Receiving a negative answer, he became insistent, trying to convince her that she had talent. The narrator reminded him of her boyfriend and her lack of interest in such activities. Along the way, Isaiah started touching her leg. When she asked him to stop, he just laughed and removed his hand. At a gas station, she took advantage of the moment to use an illegal substance again. Returning, she found a message from Isaiah offering her a drink. She asked for Red Bull. Thanking him after he returned, she felt a growing sense of dread. She called her sister, sharing her foreboding feelings. Her sister initially didn't take it seriously, but the narrator insisted on the seriousness of her concerns. The conversation was interrupted by Isaiah's return. Back on the road, he opened the glove compartment, pulled out a knife, and told her to be quiet. Then, stating that it was a joke, he explained that the knife was for cutting fruit. She laughed nervously. Arriving at a gated community, they began working. Isaiah gave the guard both addresses and the narrator's name. She, paralyzed by fear, didn't dare object. The first job, lasting only 30 minutes, turned into a nightmare. Isaiah constantly invaded her personal space. At the second house, where they spent about an hour, his behavior became even more intrusive. He made increasingly inappropriate comments about her appearance. She tried to remain firm and push him away. At the same time, she was texting her sister, detailing what was happening. Isaiah, noticing this, asked who she was texting. She lied, saying she was discussing plans after work. At that moment, she was terrified. She felt that this man was capable of harming her, and no one would know. A dark tale of survival, a glimpse into the abyss. In the pitch-black darkness of mystery, a chilling story unfolds where the line between life and death becomes frighteningly blurred. The protagonist, whose name remains in the shadows, faces a trial that will forever alter her destiny. In search of a fleeting boost of energy, she opens a can of Red Bull, unaware that this insignificant act will become the starting point of a nightmarish journey. The fourth job becomes the arena where she must fight for her safety. An unexpected offer to drive her to the restroom turns into an ominous omen. A stranger, claiming to be a friend, takes liberties, using a nickname that grates on her ears. The request to stop is not ignored, but the apologies cannot drown out the growing sense of unease. In the solitude of the restroom, she seeks solace in the voice of a former lover, sharing her fears with him. Futile attempts to contact her sister only amplify her sense of isolation. Desperately trying to maintain a clear mind, she resorts to extreme measures, using the remnants of illegal substances. Returning to the truck brings new questions. The unexplained delay raises suspicions, and the subsequent conversation in Spanish, the meaning of which remains a mystery, only increases the discomfort. An innocent question about plans for the evening becomes a cause for alarm when the stranger reveals his knowledge of her boyfriend's routine. The suggestion to rent a hotel room plunges her into a state of panic. In a desperate attempt to warn her loved ones, she sends messages, but to no avail. The surrounding area seems alien and hostile. A sudden question about drugs causes confusion, and the subsequent phone call and sinister laughter make her blood run cold. Inappropriate questions regarding her age and personal life force her to resort to evasive answers, hoping to confuse the stranger. Finally, they return to the city. The last drop of Red Bull instills hope for escape. The conversation about family, which the stranger initiates, seems absurd against the backdrop of his predatory behavior. A stop at a bank near her home becomes a moment of truth. Gathering her courage, she tries to appeal to his humanity, asking how he would react if something similar happened to his loved ones. Response: she receives a blow to the head against the glass. Overcoming the dizziness, she tries to remain calm. The stranger states that the money was intended for plans to which she did not agree. Driving past her street, she sees her mother and grandmother, and she has to hold back tears. Remembering the possibility of sending a message to 911, she gives her name, age, and the circumstances of what is happening. Receiving a response, she relays all available information about her location. The stranger asks how she is feeling, and she realizes that drugs have been added to her drink. However, the other substances in her system seem to be blocking their effects. When offered a stop and a drink, she agrees, hoping for a chance to escape. Yes, during a stop at a gas station, a stranger threatens her, forcing her to stay in the truck under his watchful eye. At the next stop, she asks for permission to buy food and go into the store. Once inside, she deliberately creates chaos by knocking items off the shelves. Seeking help from the clerk, she heads to the restroom, where she tells her ex-boyfriend about what's happening over the phone. A woman in the restroom offers her assistance. Soon the police knock on the door. She hugs one of the officers, overjoyed at her rescue. Outside, she sees the stranger's truck, surrounded by police. He tries to approach her, but they stop him. She tells the officers everything that happened. They take her to a car and inform her that the stranger denies everything. She asks them to test the drink, and the analysis confirms the presence of a sedative. Despite this, the police treat the situation as a he said, she said dispute. They take her home and collect her clothing as evidence. They advise her to stay inside and lock all the doors. She calls her mother, and her parents pick her up. Later, she realizes that the substances she consumed may have saved her from losing consciousness. In tears, she tells her family what happened. She lives elsewhere for a while and then returns to her parents' home. In 2025, at the age of 22, she continues to work in landscaping. However, she has been experiencing strange occurrences lately. Unknown calls where someone breathes into the phone and hangs up, and photos left at her house. The police consider it a prank, but she's not so sure. The fear hasn't completely disappeared, but she survived. Story 4, backstage at the Stadium Ella. A 17-year-old girl works at a football stadium. For personal reasons, she doesn't disclose its location or name. There are 3 main clubs at the stadium: the Women's Club, Inter F, and ZAG, where she works as a waitress and beverage server. In the recent past, a series of terrifying events unfolded at one of the stadiums where exciting football battles took place. In the lead-up to a major match between 2 renowned teams, the atmosphere at the stadium was electric. Time twos. While familiar faces of regulars could usually be seen at the counter, being served with warmth, this time the crowd was filled with the random visitors who only stopped by once. During the first half, everything went as usual, but then came the long-awaited intermission, and club members rushed inside to enjoy the prepared food. Her responsibilities included maintaining order, replenishing silverware, monitoring the food line, taking photos of families, and, of course, serving thirsty customers at the soda bar. As she tried to keep up with the growing line, pouring soft drinks, an older man, around 60-70 years old, approached her. "Hello, what can I get for you?" she said, using her practice line with a forced smile. "A cola," came the raspy reply, as if seasoned by years of smoking. After serving the drink and starting to serve the next customer, she noticed that the man wasn't moving. "Straws are over there," she pointed to the counter, assuming he was waiting for a straw, but he continued to stand there, staring intently at her. After a long wait, He finally moved away, but soon returned. "Hello again. Can I help you with anything else?" she asked, trying to hide the fatigue in her voice. "How old are you?" came the raspy question. Confused, the girl chuckled nervously. "I'm not allowed to disclose that information according to company policy," she replied, hoping to get rid of the annoying visitor. But he only smirked, revealing yellowed and cracked teeth. Looking at her badge, he let out a laugh that pierced her to the core. Ella, a lovely name for a lovely lady. Such frivolities were not uncommon, as many visitors were quite drunk and impressed by the game. The girl just smiled and thanked him, after which he left. In the back room where the kitchen was located, she shared her concerns with her colleagues. They just laughed, acknowledging the situation as unpleasant. Fortunately, she didn't see the man again for the rest of the evening. After the end of the match, as everyone was cleaning up and heading to the main kitchen downstairs, where the dirty dishes and linens were stored, she saw him again. He was standing near the bathrooms, staring intently at them. Intuition told her that something wasn't right. The game had ended half an hour ago. Why was he still here? Weren't there restrooms at the entrance and exit? Dismissing these thoughts, she continued on her way. Finishing her workday, she headed towards the main street where she usually parked her car. The presence of police officers directing pedestrian and vehicle traffic inspired some confidence. However, after walking a block and seeing flashing red and blue lights in the distance, she felt anxious. Turning around to get her keys out of her bag, she saw him again. He was walking directly under a streetlight. She recognized him. Quickening her pace, she noticed that he was also picking up speed. Reaching her car, she felt her hands tremble with fear and adrenaline. As she tried to open the door, she suddenly felt a cold hand grab her shoulder. Turning sharply, she saw the same man. He was standing too close. He had something in his hand, but it was impossible to make out the object due to the darkness of the alley. Horror gripped her body. Without saying a word, he grabbed her arm and dragged her away. In desperation, she tore out a lock of hair and threw it on the ground, so that her DNA would remain in case she disappeared. Fighting back with all her might, she scratched and clawed at his arm. Suddenly, two men appeared from around the corner of a small parking lot. "Help!" she screamed, begging for rescue. The strangers rushed to help, one grabbing her arm and the other pushing the old man away. Crying, she dialed 911 with trembling hands. The arriving police arrested the assailant. Thanking her rescuers, she hurried away. 2 weeks have passed since then, but the fear still hasn't left her. The police identified the detainee. It turned out that he was involved in 2 other attempted kidnappings at other stadiums. Now she finds it difficult to trust anyone. She tries to park as close as possible and always carries some kind of weapon for self-defense. She is endlessly grateful to the 2 men who were in the right place at the right time. If it weren't for them, there's no telling how it would have ended. This incident taught her a lesson. Always trust your intuition, because if something seems wrong, it probably is. Night beckoned for a clandestine adventure. It was well past midnight when they arrived. Despite the proximity to the ancient fort, the road was bustling, so the van had to be left 2 sharp turns away. Total darkness became their ally. Not a single light, not even from phone screens. Each scout made sure to camouflage all the shiny details on their backpacks, with dark cloth. They spoke only in whispers, freezing into statues at the approach of each vehicle until the headlights disappeared into the distance. The only way inside the fort was through a crack high in the wall. Long before, experienced scouts had installed climbing bolts there. One by one, they clipped their safety harnesses to the rope. The stone was cold and damp to the touch. Halfway up, they heard the sound of an approaching truck. Instinctively, the person pressed their body against the wall, feeling the bright headlights slide across the stone just below their boots. Their heart pounded, but the truck passed by. Continuing the ascent, the scout squeezed through the opening at the top. Inside the fort, the atmosphere was completely different. Regardless of the season, it was always around 14 degrees Celsius. The sounds of the road instantly disappeared. Even breathing seemed to pause. A light breeze brushed past their legs as if the fort was exhaling. The darkness was absolute, impenetrable. No flashlights. That was an unbreakable rule. They moved only by touch, relying on memory. The tunnels were narrow, barely allowing shoulders to turn. A straight back meant hitting your head on the ceiling, so they had to walk hunched over. Damp walls brushed against their sleeves. Every step echoed as if someone was following, creating the illusion of an invisible shadow. This time, the scout was assigned the role of guide. He was the first to enter the fort, to wait in a side tunnel and direct the arrivals so they wouldn't get lost. They weren't supposed to know he was there. It was an element of surprise, designed to teach them to remain calm in the dark. Counting his steps, he found his niche and sat down against the wall, placing his gloves on the cool concrete. All that was left was to wait. Time dragged on agonizingly slowly in this absolute silence. His hearing sharpened, picking up the slightest sounds, the beating of his heart, the rustling of fabric, the faint hiss of the tunnel wind. After about an hour, a faint light appeared at the far end of the passage, swaying like a candle in the hand of a person walking. The scout assumed that someone had hidden a match in a birthday candle. Flashlights were forbidden, but candles hadn't been mentioned. He decided to step out, scare the stranger, and take the candle. The flame approached, but it was smaller than he expected, the size of a pea, a cold white glow, not orange. He listened for footsteps, but heard nothing. 5 meters away, the light suddenly went out, as if someone had pinched it. The corridor plunged back into absolute darkness. He leaned forward, trying to make out any glow on the floor or wall, but there was none. The silence was oppressive. A quiet sound, like the rustling of fabric against stone, whispered right in front of him. Warm, moist air brushed his face. He smelled sweat and earth, the smell of someone who had traveled a long way. Someone was standing inches from him, but he couldn't see them. He held his breath. The stranger did the same. They froze, sharing the same small pockets of air. Seconds stretched into minutes. His lungs burned. His ears rang. He didn't dare move, not knowing who or what was standing before him. Finally, the warm breath slid to the left. The air became cool again. A faint red glow appeared somewhere in the distance, and then disappeared. Silence returned. He slowly counted to 40, and then exhaled. His legs were shaking. He wanted to run back to the rope, but the younger scouts were due to arrive soon. He had to stay at his post. Finally, he heard footsteps to his left, the heavy thud of standard army boots. Relief washed over him. Only scouts wore such boots on this outing. A tall figure filled the passage. He reached out and placed his hand on the stranger's shoulder. "Go straight ahead, then turn into the first tunnel on the right. Stay together," he said. The stranger nodded. The scout paused and asked one quick question in a whisper. "Who climbed up first tonight?" The stranger frowned. "I did," he replied. "I was first. If he was first, then who had been standing next to him just minutes ago?" He let the stranger pass and listened to his receding footsteps. The tunnel wind seemed colder. The rest of the night dragged on endlessly. 3 more scouts passed his station. He directed them with a quiet touch on the shoulder and a few words. None of them had seen any light. None had heard another person. When the last scout had passed, he waited another 10 minutes and then stood up. His knees cracked. The silence inside the fort suddenly felt like a weight on his chest. He headed towards the exit tunnel, feeling the wall with his fingertips. Every time his foot landed on the ground, he heard an echo behind him. 1 extra step, not his. He quickened his pace. The echo quickened. He told himself it was just the strange acoustics of the tunnels, and kept repeating it until he reached the shaft. Having descended into the shaft, the protagonist discovers that getting back out is no easy task. His hands tremble with tension, but he clings to the rope, gathering all his strength to climb. A pale streak of dawn glows in the east, and birds greet the new day with their ringing trills. The world seemed to have returned to normal. At the van, he is greeted by the other scouts, who are cheerfully discussing the bruises and scrapes they got from the rope. They notice his paleness and ask why. He just waves it off, saying he's tired. On the way home, with the windows down, he lets the fresh morning air drive out the remnants of the cold that reigned in the fort. He prefers to keep silent about what he experienced in the dark, the flickering white light and the warm breath. However, every summer, when the troop plans another overnight stay at Fort 17, he makes one significant change. He never stays alone inside again. Let someone else guide the scouts while he stands guard at the rope. The fort can keep its dark secrets, but the protagonist has heard enough of its breath. In the eastern part of Salt Lake City, he rents a small blue house, perfect for him and his ginger cat, Maple. The street seems quiet and safe. The rent is quite affordable, and the mountains serve as a picturesque backdrop. The only thing that mars this idyllic picture is the neighbor from the adjoining duplex. Practically every night, the neighbor turns on music with the deafening bass, keeping him awake until 2 or 3 in the morning. The walls vibrate, the windows rattle, and the dishes in the cabinets make an alarming clatter. The protagonist has tried everything: earplugs, white noise apps, and polite knocks on the wall, but all in vain. The neighbor doesn't react. After a month of sleepless nights, he files a noise complaint through the city website, hoping this will put an end to the torment. However, he is in for an unpleasant surprise the next morning. Going outside, he finds that all 4 tires of his Honda are flat to the rim, cut with long, even slashes. Buying new tires and having them installed wipes out all his savings. The police officer taking the report just shrugs, noting that evidence and motive are different things. His words don't calm his frayed nerves. In the evening, the protagonist knocks on the neighbor's door again, hoping for a peaceful conversation. The music stops, but no one answers. He stands in silence, listening to his own heartbeat, until the music resumes, sounding even louder than before. A week passes. The protagonist keeps a close watch on the street at night, locking the doors 3 times. One Tuesday, Maple doesn't come home for dinner. The protagonist shakes a bag of food, wanders through the alley, calling her name until midnight. He puts up posters, visits animal shelters, but all to no avail. The house feels empty without her familiar warmth on the couch. A week after the cat's disappearance, he finds a single envelope in his mailbox, without a stamp or return address, only his name written in shaky block letters. Inside is a note, "Next time, it will be you." The protagonist's hands are shaking so badly that he almost drops the letter. The arriving police officers take the message away in a plastic bag and inspect the yard. No fingerprints, no security cameras, no witnesses. "Lock your doors and call if anything happens," one of them advises. The protagonist installs motion sensors, window alarms, and 3 cheap security cameras. On the first night, the alarm goes off because of a raccoon. On the second night, nothing. On the third night, at 2:14 a.m., his phone vibrates, alerting him to motion in the yard. The screen shows only darkness. In the morning, he finds that the camera is gone. Only screws remain in the siding. Now he sleeps on the couch with a baseball bat in his hands. Every creak makes him jump. At work, he gets startled when someone laughs too loudly. He starts leaving the lights on when he leaves, so the house doesn't look empty. Fear doesn't need proof. 2 weeks later, a quiet tapping wakes him before dawn. The sound is coming from the attic. The protagonist climbs up the folding ladder, a flashlight shaking in his hand. The beam of light picks out clouds of dust in the darkness. Next to the vent, Maple's blue collar lies on the floor with a broken clasp. No fur, no blood, just the collar. The protagonist falls to his knees. The police search again, but find no signs of forced entry. The detective, tired but friendly, says, "We need a face on camera." The protagonist nods, barely finding the strength to breathe. He installs a more reliable camera above the porch and replaces the one in the yard. As an extra precaution, he buys plywood and boards up the small windows in the basement. The landlord expresses displeasure with the appearance of the house, but the protagonist is adamant. One day, on a cloudy afternoon, he drives up to the house and sees a white van outside the neighbor's duplex. The neighbor himself is standing in the doorway, laughing with 2 men who are carrying out large speakers. He turns, catches the protagonist's gaze, and slowly waves. A chill runs down his spine. That evening, before entering the house, the protagonist sits in the car for 10 minutes. He makes a list: sell the house, move, find a second job to cover the higher rent. Before going to bed, he calls 3 real estate agents. Real estate websites show high demand in his area, giving him a glimmer of hope. At 3:07 a.m., the camera on the porch sends a signal. The footage shows a figure standing in the shadows. The dark silhouette raises a hand, in which there is a small object, possibly a key, possibly a knife, and then retreats. The protagonist saves the recording and sends it to the detective, who calls back at lunchtime. The attacker is wearing a mask. The house number is not visible. Helpful, but not enough for a warrant, the detective states. All of that is needed for a warrant, he stated. Later that day, while inspecting the car's interior, the narrator discovered a screwdriver tucked away beneath the floor mat. The screwdriver had been left untouched. Instead, the finding was photographed, carefully sealed in a bag using gloves. and added to the ever-growing file of evidence. The detective expressed his gratitude via email, but offered no guarantees regarding further developments. Deciding to relocate temporarily, the narrator packed a suitcase and spent the night at a friend's house. The following morning, fresh scratches were found on the front door, right near the lock. The friend assisted in arranging for the sale of the house. Within a week, an investor was found who purchased the property site unseen. The narrator resolved never to return to that house. He moved into a secured apartment complex with around-the-clock security and surveillance cameras installed in every hallway. Maple never came back. The threatening letter, the missing pet's collar, the video footage of the suspicious silhouette, the screwdriver found in the car, none of it led to any charges being filed. The case was suspended and archived. Despite this, the narrator still checks his mail with trepidation. Every time he hears music coming from behind a wall, a queasy feeling rises in his throat. Somewhere out there, a person skilled in the art of silently deflating tires, abducting pets, and surreptitiously delivering letters to mailboxes is at large. He knows the narrator's name. He knows that fear still haunts him. At night, the narrator thinks he hears Maple. Perhaps he is waiting for the right moment to strike again. In late 2021, for several months, the narrator settled into their grandparents' old home. These revered individuals had passed away, and the family hadn't yet decided whether to sell the property. Until then, the house had been used as a temporary vacation retreat, but between moves, the narrator needed a place to stay, and the old house proved quite useful. They weren't particularly thrilled with the situation, as the house was quite dilapidated and worn. However, the absence of rent payments was an undeniable advantage and brought a certain satisfaction. The events in question occurred 2 months after they moved in. One day, returning from work around 6:00 p.m., they parked their car in the driveway and headed to the mailbox to collect the mail. At that moment, one of the neighbors approached them. She was an elderly lady with whom they had spoken several times about their deceased relatives, the current situation, and other everyday matters. During these few conversations, they had casually mentioned that they were temporarily living alone in the house. That's why she decided to speak with them. The neighbor recalled them saying a few days prior that they were living alone. However, earlier that day, while walking around the neighborhood, she had noticed some movement behind the windows inside the house. When she then noticed the absence of their car, it caused her concern, as she was sure they were at work. The narrator thanked her for the information, but honestly didn't fully grasp the seriousness of her words. The neighbor didn't seem entirely sure of what she had seen, and after all, it seemed absurd. Why would anyone break into their grandparents' old house? Continuing into the house, they quickly looked around for signs of a break-in or any disturbed items, but found nothing suspicious. There weren't even any shoe prints on the floor. This was certainly a strange and unsettling start to the evening, but they hoped there was nothing to truly worry about. They cooked dinner and spent the rest of the evening watching television in the living room. It was Friday, and they had 2 days off ahead. They likely stayed up late, past 1 a.m. By then, they had almost forgotten everything the neighbor had told them. The evening seemed completely normal. However, as it was very late, They turned off the TV and headed upstairs. When they had returned home earlier, the sun was still illuminating most of the house, so they hadn't turned on most of the lights, which made the entire house very dark, now that it was deep into the night. The only lights they had turned on were in the bedroom when they changed out of their work clothes. They ascended the creaking wooden stairs to the second floor, then walked down the hallway and entered the bedroom. It was a very old room like the rest of the house, but it was divided into two sections. One area was dedicated to the bed itself, and then a small hallway with a wardrobe and one of those old-fashioned vanity tables built into the wall. On the other side of it was a large bathroom with a separate shower, a bathtub, and an excessive number of mirrors. To be honest, it was a bit unsettling for the narrator. Anyway, they used the bathroom, turning off the light there when they returned to the sleeping area, extinguishing the light there as well. However, immediately they realized something was wrong. The light was still on. They turned around, and a second later felt their hearts start to beat a little faster. In that hallway with the vanity and wardrobe, between the bed and the bathroom, the light was on. To explain why this was so unsettling, it was one of those single old-fashioned light bulbs attached to the ceiling, with a thin dangling string that you had to pull to turn it on or off. For this reason, they had never used that light. Not to mention, it was almost impossible to accidentally turn it on or off, because it was only operated by tugging the string. They walked over to the hallway and stared at it. The faint bluish glow of the bulb barely penetrated the frosted glass. The bulb must have been decades old. They cautiously raised a hand and pulled the string. The force it took for it to click and turn off was deceptive. It certainly couldn't have just turned on by itself. The more they thought about it, the more nervous they became, especially when the neighbor's comment about seeing someone inside came back to mind. Looking back, they should have left right then and there for their own safety. But they supposed it was much easier than it seemed for people to convince themselves it was just some kind of fluke. What if the light really did turn on by itself? It was awfully old. Maybe it was malfunctioning. And again, the likelihood of someone breaking into this old place was so extraordinarily low that they truly felt they needed real proof to believe it, let alone call 911. They meant one light on in a house they never used was creepy and unsettling. Don't get them wrong. But at the same time, they didn't feel it was enough to truly panic, although they definitely weren't going to get much sleep anytime soon. They turned their bedroom light back on, but stayed there with the door closed, deciding to sit in bed with their phone until they got tired again. They decided to rest until their strength failed them again. For the next 30 minutes, they constantly found their gaze involuntarily turning to the door, then to the hallway leading to the bathroom, as if some internal paranoia had taken hold. Despite all the rational explanations they tried to instill in themselves, deep down the feeling that something inexplicable and disturbing was present lingered. They didn't know how to react to this premonition. The house had been checked before, but the thought of needing to inspect it again wouldn't leave them alone. They got up and flung open the door to the main upstairs hallway. A dead silence filled the house, sending shivers down their spine. Taking a few cautious steps down the hallway, they approached the spare bedroom and slowly opened its door. Inside the room, the old bed and furniture belonging to their grandparents were still there, along with numerous boxes neatly stacked along the wall. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, an extremely unsettling premonition enveloped them. Although the goal was specifically to search the house, once inside, their bodies seemed to freeze. Their heart rate quickened, increasing with each second, as if an invisible alarm had gone off inside, urgently demanding an immediate exit from that place. And at that moment, they noticed something. A silhouette protruding from under the blanket on the bed. The longer they stared, the clearer it became that it was a human body. Someone was lying in the bed, covered by a blanket. An instant wave of panic overwhelmed them as they tried to retreat, but this led to a slight stumble, causing a loud creak from the wooden floor. In an instant, the person sat up abruptly in bed, demonstrating that they were certainly not asleep and were likely listening intently to every one of their movements. It was a man. His eyes pierced the hero's gaze, but that was all they managed to notice before they swiftly ran out of the room. The pursuer's footsteps echoed close behind them. They didn't stop until they burst out of the house and ran down the road to the doorstep of the neighbor, the same one they had spoken to before. She let them in and immediately called for help. They were genuinely grateful that the officers arrived relatively quickly, but the intruder must have fled immediately, as he was no longer found. In the following weeks, their parents helped conduct a thorough inventory of everything they believed was in the house, or at least all valuables, and, surprisingly, nothing was missing. If anything was absent, it held no value. This circumstance raised the question, why was he there? Many were inclined to believe that the man simply knew the house was vacant and was therefore squatting in it, living unnoticed. However, what truly frightened them and made them doubt this version was that they themselves had lived there for 2 months. This meant the intruder must have known about their presence. Was there a possibility that he had been hiding, living there with them all this time, while they suspected nothing? And what would have happened if they hadn't discovered him and escaped? They moved out immediately and haven't returned to that house since. They probably never will. He was returning from a road trip. Nothing remarkable, just a few days visiting relatives. He always disliked that the drive took a full 14 hours. It was too much to comfortably cover in one day, but not long enough to justify stopping at a hotel, and thereby doubling the total travel time. He always forced himself to drive the entire way in one day, which completely stripped the road trip of any pleasure. In short, he left his relative's place around 3 p.m., which meant driving all night. This decision was not the wisest. By midnight, he felt deeply tired and intensely sleepy, but this part of the road didn't pass through populated areas or anything similar. Ahead lay only deserted forests or simply open, vast emptiness. Occasionally, there were only a couple of gas stations and, perhaps, a few dirt roads leading nowhere. He decided to stop at the first opportunity and buy something to stay awake. Coffee, an energy drink, literally anything. Soon a small gas station appeared before him, nestled among the trees on the side of the highway. It looked like a typical local establishment. Perhaps a small town was hidden behind it, though, of course, it was completely obscured by the dense foliage of the trees. Even on the road leading past the gas station, there were no streetlights. As he pulled up, He noticed that this gas station looked somewhat strange. It didn't resemble modern facilities with a giant canopy sheltering the pumps. Here, there were only a few pumps standing in the open air, and not a single light was on near them. Even the building itself had no lights. All of this suggested that he would definitely have considered the place closed or even abandoned, had it not been for the 3 or 4 other cars parked in the lot. It really looked like a typical old-fashioned gas station on the side of a deserted highway with other customers, just not as brightly lit as it should have been. However, he assumed that since others were there, it must still be open. He parked next to the other cars and got out. As he approached the door, all he could see was his own reflection in the glass until he pushed it open. The very moment he opened the door, all 4 or 5 people, standing haphazardly inside the store, immediately turned and stared at him. It wasn't just a fleeting glance. They all simultaneously turned and stared intently, their eyes fixed on him. The men's faces were grim and utterly expressionless. But that was all he could make out, because caught off guard by them. He also noticed that not only was it incredibly dark inside, but it was also absolutely empty. All the shelves were in place, but there wasn't a single item on them. Even after he processed this scene and looked back at the men, they were still staring at him as if he didn't belong there. All of this happened in about 10 seconds before he retreated, allowed the door to close behind him, and then hurried back to his car. He hurried back to his car. It was unclear what this strange phenomenon was, but it resembled a creepy cult gathering at a long-abandoned gas station that he had unwittingly stumbled upon. Pulling away from the store, he rejoined the road. Apparently, this was one of those moments when it was better not to dwell on it, but simply move on. Indeed, 10 minutes later, he had already resigned himself to the thought that he would never know the true nature of what he had seen, and once again focused on finding a gas station. This time, he hoped to find one that was operational and safe. However, the desolate road offered little promise. Another 10 minutes passed when headlights appeared in his rear-view mirror. He was driving quite fast, perhaps 10 or 15 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. Since there were no other cars on the road, this was the first time in several hours that someone had appeared from behind. Soon another car appeared behind the first, and then perhaps several more. He couldn't accurately determine their number, as all the lights merged into a single bright spot. But they were all approaching at immense speed. He moved into the right lane to let them pass, and the first car did pass, but then abruptly swerved back in front of him. He was alert enough to have already slowed down a bit, but he was completely unprepared for their sudden braking. His heart nearly pounded out of his chest as he slammed on his own brakes, simultaneously trying to swerve to avoid a collision. He managed to stop just a couple of feet from their bumper, his car slightly askew. It was then that all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. This was one of the cars he had seen at the gas station. He glanced in his rear-view mirror. Another car stopped directly behind him, and yet another pulled up to his door. In a matter of seconds, several men emerged from the cars and surrounded his vehicle. If this were happening during the day, and not on some desolate road at 1 a.m. with no one around, he might have chosen a more cautious approach. But given the circumstances, he felt he had no choice but to take a risk and try to escape. Since the cars blocked all routes, He drove off the road and into the trees, not getting far before grabbing his phone and jumping out of the car. He bolted into the forest. It was pitch black, even 30 feet from the trees. He kept running, hearing the men's footsteps closing in behind him. But the deeper he went, the less they could see to follow him, he thought. He leaned against a tree and waited, perhaps for a full hour, not even turning on his phone. He was afraid one of them would be nearby and see the light from the screen. So he sat and just stared into the void of the pitch-black forest and listened to the rustling of leaves in the branches overhead. After that hour, he finally took out his phone and used the map to get back to the road where he could get enough signal to text 911. All the cars had vanished, except for his own, which was still sitting among the trees by the road. After that long night, a tow truck was able to pull his car out, and to his surprise, it was almost undamaged. There has been no news about who was following him and trying to stop him. He concluded that the men probably thought he was a witness or had seen something at that gas station that he shouldn't have seen, and so they followed him, trying to cover their tracks. Was it an abduction or getting rid of him and hiding any evidence in the secluded forest by the roadside? The image of him entering that gas station, with all the men turning and staring at him, still haunts him. He still gets chills thinking about what could have happened. He's writing this while the memories are still fresh. It happened just a couple of days ago. He had Tuesday and Wednesday off this week and was spending time at home. No plans, just relaxing and enjoying the quiet solitude. On Tuesday evening, he thought it would be nice to order some food to save time cooking. So he opened the DoorDash app, found some random establishment that was still open, and ordered a small dinner. It said delivery would take about 45 minutes. He stayed in the living room and watched YouTube on TV. Until then, the evening had been good. About 45 minutes later, he happened to get up and just casually looked out the window. He doesn't even know why, as he could have easily opened the app to check the delivery status. But when he looked out, he noticed a car parked in his driveway. Immediately, he opened DoorDash and checked the map, and the delivery driver was still 10 minutes away. But then, who was in his driveway? He's not one to speak loudly, so he wasn't keen on going outside and saying anything to them. He meant they would surely realize they had the wrong place and leave without his words. He went back to the couch but kept getting up and checking the window every couple of minutes. When the DoorDash order arrived, the car was still in the driveway. From the window, he couldn't really make out anything inside the car. So, when he opened the door for the delivery, he asked the driver if he had seen anyone in there. The driver replied, "Yeah, there was some guy in the driver's seat, but I didn't really look closely." He thanked him, and the driver left. He felt very uneasy. A profound sense of discomfort enveloped the person. In an attempt to gather his courage, he intended to go outside and find out what the unwelcome guests were doing. However, barely 5 minutes after he started eating, there was a knock at the door. The person jumped up from the couch. His heart pounded wildly, and he froze, staring at the door before slowly and silently approaching it. When he looked outside, no one was visible. The car was still in the same spot. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. It was pitch black and completely silent. He scanned the porch but found no one, so he headed down the driveway towards the car. Looking inside, he was astonished to find that whoever had been inside was no longer there. A chilling sensation ran down his spine. He walked to the back of the car to examine the license plate, but was horrified to discover it was missing. This discovery filled him with even greater fear, as it made him wonder, had this person, whoever they were, planned everything in advance? He stepped back from the car, intending to return to the house, as the feeling of extreme unease was growing, and he felt it was the right time to call the police. Upon entering and firmly closing the door behind him, he immediately sensed something very strange. The house was silent, but his intuition persistently signaled that something was wrong. He cautiously crept into the living room and stared at the sofa. His phone was not there. Every fiber of his being seemed to be pierced with fear. Before he could move, he heard the slow creak of a door, hinge opening. Then, quiet footsteps echoed down the hallway towards the front door, but they stopped just before the turn. They were waiting there, around the corner, right by the front door. The person simply couldn't run out. He froze for a few moments, then very cautiously and silently began to make his way to another part of the house. Whichever path he chose, he would have to pass the hallway where he knew for sure this person was. Therefore, whatever he was going to do, he knew he had to act fast. He froze for a second. He felt a surge of anxiety about the impending action. But then he composed himself and rushed to the back door. He unlocked it and ran out of the house. As soon as he was outside, he heard a man behind him call his name. Not just his first name, but his last name too. This confused and shocked him so much that he turned around to look. The man was sprinting towards the back door, and he could see most of his face, but he didn't recognize him. He had never seen him before. He turned back around and kept running. The area behind his house was just a flat extension of the neighborhood. There weren't many places to hide. He could hear the man still chasing him. He kept running past the next row of houses and decided to just run along the sidewalk, hoping someone would drive or walk by and help him. But after a few minutes, he looked back, and the guy wasn't there. It took him a long time to find someone willing to help him call the police. By then, the man was nowhere to be found. He had taken his car and fled. And apparently this guy was smarter than he thought. He immediately tried to track his phone, but the man had thrown it into his front yard before driving off, so they couldn't use it to track him down. If this had been a regular robbery or something similar, he would have been far less traumatized. But clearly it wasn't. There was something more to it. This was a stalker who knew his full name and probably much more about him. It's unknown how long he had been watching him or what he intended to do. Only a few days have passed, but he is already planning to move far away. He can't just sit idly by, knowing that whoever it was still knows where he lives. If there's any news in the next few weeks, he'll try to provide an update. N.U.S. Mark Allison, a landowner with 700 acres of fertile land south of Grinnell, near a busy highway, was completely absorbed in the harvest. Time was of the essence, and he needed to gather the crop before the rains that the weather forecasters had predicted. Warnings from the local agricultural cooperative added to the pressure, forcing the farmer to work to his limits. That evening, he decided to stay late to finish harvesting the western section of the cornfield, which stretched out in a flat, seemingly endless expanse. Driving the combine, which cut through the field in 12 rows, felt like moving through a long, monotonous corridor. Bright moonlight flooded the surroundings, clearly outlining the boundaries of the property. The air felt autumnal, fresh, and dry. Mark sat in the cab of his reliable John Deere, with its 12-row header, the auger neatly folded away, and the hopper half full. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and comfortable, with the machine emitting a steady, soothing hum. Hot coffee sloshed in the thermos, and local AM radio played softly from the speakers. Suddenly, the usual course of things was disrupted by a strange sound. At first, Mark thought it was interference on the radio. However, a faint, ghostly voice pleading for help cut through the engine noise. "Help me!" He immediately turned off the radio and strained his ears. Silence, only the crunching of corn stalks being ground up by the machine and the whistling of the fan, blowing away the chaff. The farmer guessed that the sound might have come from coyotes, howling from the tree line along the southern edge of the field. Sometimes the mooing of neighboring calves carried for great distances. Reassured by this rational explanation, he continued working. But after a few more passes, the same eerie sound pierced the night silence again. The same words, sounding as if they were coming from deep within the field, rather than from the road. Mark slowed the combine, stopped at the end of the row, and turned off the header. In the ensuing silence, the night seemed boundless. He opened the cab door and climbed down the steps. A light breeze rustled the corn leaves like a soft, dry rain. The moonlight bathed the field in a pale, mystical glow. "Help! Help!" The words sounded sharp and disjointed, as if someone were speaking through thick fabric. Announcements about a missing girl, hosted at Casey's in Grinnell, flashed through his mind. Abby Cole, 14 years old, had disappeared back in September. She lived near Rock Creek State Park, about a mile and a half east of Mark's farm, on a gravel road near the old grain dryer. In the photograph, she had brown hair and wore a gray hooded sweatshirt. Mark had often seen her when he was filling up with diesel fuel or buying coffee. Deciding to investigate the source of the strange sound, the farmer grabbed a flashlight from the cab and, for good measure, tucked a wrench behind his belt and his jacket. He left the combine's flashing lights on to keep his bearings. After sending his wife a short message, "Hearing noise in Westfield, checking it out, phone dying," Mark stepped into the corn rows. The dry leaves rustled under his feet. The ground was hard on top but soft and yielding underneath. His boots crunched softly. After just 20 yards, the combine's lights had faded to a dim glow. A feeling of unease grew, and Mark, acting on instinct, moved in the direction from which the voice was coming, trying to move cautiously. "Help, please!" The sound was very close, almost from under the ground. He stopped and pointed the flashlight beam down. In the light, a flat gray patch appeared on the ground, like a rectangle pressed into the soil. A small PVC pipe stuck out at an angle, its end neatly cut. A piece of duct tape was tangled in a corn root nearby. Mark knelt down, his heart pounding in his chest. He began to dig away the dirt with his gloved hand until he felt something hard. The soil crumbled easily, like dry crust. Under the layer of dirt, he found a sheet of plywood. A faint breath came from the pipe, followed by a sound that he couldn't make out. Grabbing the wrench, Mark pried up the edge of the plywood. One corner lifted. A warm, musty air hit his face. "Hold on," Mark said, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the night silence. The pipe rattled against the wood as he lifted the plywood higher. Sliding his fingers under the sheet, he raised it a few more inches. The flashlight beam illuminated a small space below, no bigger than a dog crate. He saw reflecting eyes, a small mouth trying to say something, a gray, hooded sweatshirt, and a brown hair matted to a forehead. It was her. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind him. Mark froze, holding the plywood. The flashlight beam trembled, catching cornstalks bending unnaturally in the darkness. Another sound, not the wind. Someone was nearby, their breathing louder than Mark's. A man appeared 4 rows away, tall, broad-shouldered, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. In his hand, he held a curved blade, perhaps a scythe, glinting in the moonlight. He was silent. Mark dropped the plywood. It fell back with a soft thud. The pipe clanked, and a faint sound came from below, perhaps a word. Mark took off running, choosing a road different from the one he had come through. A cornstalk snagged his jacket. Leaves whipped his face. He ran toward the flashing lights of the combine, hoping he wasn't lost. Behind him, the corn rustled with incredible speed. His pursuer was gaining on him. Mark zigzagged through the tracks of an irrigation rig, trying to break free. The flashlight beam swung wildly, offering little help. The combine lights pulsed ahead, seeming impossibly far away. His foot sank into a soft spot, and Mark was mired to his ankle. Pulling his foot free, he kept running. He heard the whistle of a blade cutting through a stalk with a sharp crack. His pursuer was close enough that Mark could smell sweat and something sour. Reaching the combine, he began to climb the ladder. It seemed endless, like in a dream when you can't move fast. Mark slipped, banged his shin, and grabbed the railing. His jacket sleeve tore as he hauled himself into the cab. The door wasn't fully closed when the blade plunged into it. Metal rang, and the scythe scratched the glass, leaving a white mark. Mark slammed the latch. For a moment, he saw the pursuer's eyes through the window, empty and lifeless, as if he were simply doing a job. Starting the combine, Mark lowered the header and moved forward. He didn't want to run over his pursuer, just get away. The man stepped back and disappeared into the corn, then reappeared, trying to climb the ladder. He swung the scythe again, hitting the side mirror and knocking it off. Mark hit the gas, and the combine lurched forward. Corn poured into the header. The pursuer fell. Mark swerved to the edge of the field, the lights illuminating the gravel road. The auger hit a branch and rattled. He drove the combine onto County Road F27, bouncing violently as if he were late for something important. The night was unsettling. Something was not right. After locking the doors of my house, I dialed the number for the Poweshiek County Sheriff, reported the exact coordinates, and described in detail what I had seen: the strange voice, the pipe, the silhouette of the girl. Around 2:07 a.m., I was joined by 2 sheriff's deputies and a patrolman, and we set out for the field. The journey was difficult. Cornfields have a way of confusing you. Reaching the spot, we found only a rectangle of trampled earth with no sign of plywood or pipe. The soil seemed disturbed, as if someone had been digging diligently. The deputies spread out, and the police dog, whining, pulled toward the eastern fence. Following it along a path, we came to a drainage ditch, and then to the neighboring trees. The tracks in the gravel looked blurred, as if they had been deliberately erased. A thorough search of the pit yielded no results. No box, just loose soil and a piece of gray fabric snagged on the roots. At 3:40 a.m., the deputy suggested giving a statement at the station. I agreed, gave a detailed account of everything that happened, and handed them my torn jacket. I got home at dawn. The neighbors' grain elevators were buzzing, like every morning during the harvest. By noon, the whole town was buzzing. Whispers went around that Abby's father had already been questioned, and his volatile temper was mentioned. Abby's whereabouts remained unknown. Despite what I had experienced, work awaited. Corn waits for no one. I climbed back into the combine, the scratch on the glass, and the missing mirror a reminder of the night's events. Finishing the harvest of the western part of the field, I noticed that the GPS showed my path from the night before. A gray line crossed the spot where the rectangle had been. That's where I first heard her voice. The sheriff's dog continued to bark toward the eastern fence all week. After a heavy rain, I found a piece of PVC pipe in the ditch near my mailbox. The pipe was clean, with a fresh cut. Neither the plywood nor Abby was ever found. The deputies asked me to report anything suspicious. I grew up in a quiet town where something out of the ordinary rarely happened. My family's house stood on the edge of endless agricultural land. Beyond it stretched a dirt road, winding between tall cornfields. This road was my personal playground. More than anything, I loved riding my bike as a child, feeling a sense of freedom. I would pedal for hours after school, imagining myself as a participant in prestigious races. My parents didn't worry too much, because the area was considered safe, and you could travel for miles without meeting a soul, except for the occasional farmer in a truck. The cornfields were both alluring and frightening to me. During the day, their stalks swayed and shimmered gold in the sunlight, and at night, they turned into black walls, whispering in the wind. Nevertheless, I rode those roads almost every day, feeling like their rightful owner. One summer evening, when I was about 12 years old, I went for another bike ride. The setting sun painted the sky in orange hues, enveloping everything in a warm light. I remember the smell of dust and corn, the buzzing of insects. Standing on the pedals, I raced forward, imagining an invisible pursuer chasing me. Suddenly, on a turn, my front wheel hit some loose gravel. The bike slipped out from under me, and I crashed to the ground with a thud. My scraped knees immediately throbbed, and my palms burned from the impact. For a few seconds, I lay there, more annoyed than hurt. I hated falling off my bike, but since it happened fairly often, I just got up, brushed off the dirt, and checked the chain. It was at that moment that I felt something change around me, as if the air had become different. At first, it seemed like I heard the rustling of corn stalks, but not from the wind, as if someone was walking inside the field. Freezing in place, I stared at the edge of the field. The corn was taller than me, taller than most adults, and it was impossible to see anything further than a foot through it. I listened intently, my scraped knee throbbing, my hands shaking slightly, and then I saw him. About 30 feet away, a man emerged from the corn. I don't know how long he had been standing there or whether he had been watching me, but in the moment our eyes met, I knew something was wrong. He wasn't dressed like a farmer. His clothes were dirty, dark pants, a faded shirt. He looked ragged. His face was pale, almost gray in the fading light, and his eyes seemed unnaturally wide open, as if he hadn't slept in days. For a moment, I froze, trying to make sense of what was happening. Maybe it was just a passerby who lived nearby. But then he started to move, not walk, but run. He took off and ran straight at me, moving with a heavy, stumbling gait, more like an animal than a human. His arms flailed chaotically, and his expression remained unchanged. His gaze was fixed on me, as if I were prey. Panic gripped me. Lifting my bike, I didn't notice the chain had slipped off. Pain shot through my knees as I tried to pedal, but the wheel didn't catch right away. I could hear his footsteps, getting closer behind me. Miraculously, I managed to get the chain back on. I kicked, and the bike lurched forward. Not daring to look back, I could feel him gaining on me. The dirt road seemed endless. The sound of his running was forever etched in my memory, heavy, uneven, desperate. I pedaled as hard as I could. Tears welled up in my eyes, my chest burned from panting. When I finally looked back, he was still there, still chasing me, maybe only 20 feet away. His face was distorted, his mouth slightly open, and his eyes wide in the last rays of the sun. Under the rays of the setting sun, the road twisted treacherously, and a careless maneuver almost led to a fall. But then, in the distance, like a beacon of hope, my home appeared, and the light on the porch was already burning brightly. Unable to contain his excitement, the traveler shouted, calling for his mother, and this sound seemed to give him new strength. With an incredible effort of will, he reached the driveway, dropped his bike, and beside himself ran toward the porch, continuing to call for help. His father came out of the house, puzzled and alarmed. Breathlessly, the traveler pointed toward the road, expecting to see the pursuer, but there was no one there. The road was empty, and the cornfield stood in silence, leaving no traces. The father, armed with a flashlight, searched the area, but to no avail. The mother, meanwhile, was administering first aid, washing the scrape on his knee, while the traveler, gasping, tried to explain what had happened. The parents, however, were skeptical of the story, suggesting that it might have been a figment of his imagination, a random passerby, or a neighbor. But the traveler was sure of what he had seen. After that incident, he avoided riding his bike near the fields for a long time, and at night, looking out the window, he thought he saw an ominous figure lurking at the edge of the corn. The parents eventually decided to share the story with the neighbors, but none of them had seen anything suspicious. One old farmer even joked, saying that this road likes to play tricks on children. The shadows move very strangely here. But the traveler knew that it wasn't a trick of the imagination. He still remembers how the pursuer's feet sounded, how he never took his eyes off him. Whoever it was and whatever he wanted, the traveler was. Lucky that his bike hadn't failed him at the most critical moment. The strangest thing was that the father, returning from the road, found tracks in the dust, starting at the edge of the cornfield and ending a few dozen feet away, as if the man had vanished into thin air. Many years have passed since then, but whenever he passes a cornfield, the traveler feels the same fear, the feeling that he is being watched, that something ominous is waiting for him beyond the realm of visibility. He never found out who the man was and what made him run out of the cornfield. And perhaps it's for the best, because the scariest thing about memories is not knowing what happened, but the realization that it could happen again. His name is John Harland. He is 68 years old, and he lives on a 200-acre farm near Mitchell, South Dakota. Mostly corn is grown here, stretching flat and endless under the wide sky. His wife, Mary, died in April 2019 of heart failure. She was 62 years old. Since then, he has been alone with the land. The days blend into a monotonous series of caring for the crops, repairing equipment, and watching the sun sink below the horizon. He is comfortable with the silence, or at least he used to be. The farm was their life. Mary loved this place, the way the wind played with the fields, as if with a living creature. After his wife's death, John often sat on the porch with a cup of coffee, looking at the corn rows, trying to feel her presence. Their son, David, 35, lives in Sioux Falls and calls every week, mostly for money. He has had financial difficulties, bad investments, and creditors. John has helped him as much as he could, but the farm no longer brings in the same income. It all started in August 2019, in the middle of the summer heat. The evening twilight was a time for walking along the edge of the field, checking the irrigation lines, and identifying pests. At this time of day, the world was transformed into golden shoes. One evening, when the sun had almost disappeared below the horizon, John noticed something unusual. A figure about 50 yards into the cornfield, slowly moving between the rows. Tall, slender, dressed in a light-colored dress. The way it fluttered in the wind reminded him of Mary, of how she loved to wander through the garden, lost in thought. John froze, squinting. His eyesight was no longer as sharp as it used to be. It could be a trick of the light, a play of shadows. He shouted, "Is anyone there?" But the wind carried his voice away. He stepped into the field, his boots sinking into the soft soil, and the corn leaves brushed against his arms. But when he got to the spot, the figure had disappeared, leaving only bent stalks, perhaps from the wind or wild animals. John dismissed the thought, deciding that old people are prone to seeing things that aren't there. But the next night, it happened again. At the same time, but closer to the house, the figure was moving purposefully, making its way through the corn. John managed to make out its outlines, long hair and a familiar gait. His heart clenched with pain. Mary, it can't be, he thought. He pushed his way through the rows, the corn stalks crackling under his jacket. "Mary!" he shouted louder than he intended, but in response, only silence, dirt, and a faint track, as if someone had passed through here. John stood there, breathing heavily, the field silent, broken only by the rustling of leaves. He didn't tell David about it when he came for the weekend. His son brought groceries, sat on the porch, and talked about his work. But his gaze kept wandering over the fields as if he was looking for something. "Are you okay, Dad? Aren't you bored here alone?" he asked. John nodded, saying that everything was fine. David left on Sunday morning. That same night, the figure appeared again, now more distinct, its outlines, its hair catching the fading light. John grabbed a flashlight and took off in pursuit, going deeper into the field than ever before. The corn closed in around him, creating the feeling of a maze with no exit. He found nothing but a scarf, Mary's blue scarf with tiny flowers, snagged on a corn stalk. He gripped the corn stalk tightly, as if seeking support in a raging sea of grief. The days turned into a monotonous sequence, losing their individual characteristics. The ominous visions became obsessive, invariably arising in the twilight. He found things that belonged to her, an old gardening glove, half buried in the ground, a hair clip, shimmering in the dirty soil. Each find was perceived as a mysterious message, but from whom? Grief flashed through his mind. My mind is losing touch with reality. After dark, he stopped going out into the fields, preferring to stay in the house, locking all the doors. However, an irresistible attraction to the cornfield did not leave him, as if the earth itself was calling him. One day, consumed by a thirst for answers, he thoroughly searched the house. In Mary's dresser, he found her diary. The last entries showed her deteriorating health, complaints of abdominal pain and dizziness, which she had never mentioned to him. David brought tea today, so thoughtful, she wrote. Tea, he always offered her tea when he came to visit. Some kind of herbal blend, whose beneficial properties he was absolutely certain of. His stomach clenched painfully at the thought. A picture of the autopsy flashed through his mind, traces of some strange substance in her body, which were deemed insignificant. Heart failure, the doctors concluded, natural causes. And us. He continued his search, unwilling to accept such an explanation. In the attic, among dusty boxes, he discovered bank statements showing large withdrawals he hadn't authorized. Thousands of dollars had been transferred to David's account. Then he stumbled upon Mary's life insurance policy, which named David as the beneficiary in 2022. His hands trembled as the terrible truth dawned on him. Debt collectors had been hounding him for months. Was he so desperate as to commit such an act? He couldn't fully grasp the monstrous thought. Steeling himself, he dialed David's number. His voice was even, but there was an icy coldness in it. "What did you do to your mother?" he asked. A heavy silence followed, broken only by a strained laugh. "Dad, you're scaring me." "You need to rest," David said, a strange tremor in his voice. With that, he hung up. That night, the ominous figure appeared earlier than usual, beckoning him toward the cornfield. Grabbing a flashlight, he followed. The corn parted before him like a curtain, revealing a small clearing. Someone had cut the corn stalks, doing so unnaturally and with a specific purpose. In the center of the clearing, he saw a half-empty bottle with the label torn off. He slipped it into his pocket. His heart pounded in his chest. Rat poison, he thought, slow, insidious, mimicking the symptoms of organ failure. In the distance, thunder rumbled, foreshadowing an approaching storm, typical of South Dakota in late summer. A strong wind picked up, bending the corn stalks. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, heavy and deliberate. He turned to see David standing at the edge of the clearing. Rain began to fall, and his face looked pale in the flashlight's beam. "Dad," he said in a low voice, "you're here again." He approached, rain streaming down his jacket. In his hand, he tightly gripped a coiled rope. "People will understand," he said. "You've been seeing things, talking about Mom. They'll chalk it up to grief." His eyes were empty and cold, betraying a chilling calculation. Suicide staged in a cornfield. The perfect story. A deafening crack of lightning split the sky, and the storm unleashed its full fury. Rain stung his face as David lunged at him. He swung the flashlight, hitting him on the wrist. The rope fell from his hand. They began to struggle desperately, slipping in the mud, cornstalks whipping at them like claws. David was stronger than he expected, as if fueled by some dark energy. Perhaps guilt or desperation. "She was going to die anyway," he hissed. "And you're losing your mind. This is mercy." He managed to break free and stumbled into the rows of corn. The field had become a labyrinth. The rain and thunder drowned out all sounds. He hid, crouching as low as possible, and watched as David stalked between the stalks, calling out his name. Time seemed to stand still, minutes or hours, He couldn't tell. Suddenly, he heard the faint sounds of sirens. That morning, he'd called the sheriff, leaving a vague message about his suspicions, the bottle, the money. They were probably coming to check on him. David disappeared into the raging storm. The police found the bottle, the bank statements, and the insurance policies. Days later, David was arrested in Sioux Falls, charged with murder and attempted murder. The poison found in the bottle matched traces found during Mary's autopsy. The case was closed, but he knew it wasn't over. He still saw her in the twilight, wandering through the cornfield. It wasn't grief or madness, but something else. Last week, her scarf reappeared on the porch, neatly folded. He burned it, but the field still seemed alive, as if watching him. Was it all David's doing, or did he have an accomplice? The corn sways in the wind, whispering secrets it won't share. At night, he hears footsteps outside, but no one is there. Or perhaps they are simply waiting for the right moment. Envious deep in the heart of Germany, in the western part of the country, lay Cologne, and not far from it, nestled a small village named Pors. This was a place where time seemed to slow down, and life flowed at an unhurried pace, free from major upheavals. In those distant years, the population of Pors consisted primarily of elderly individuals, lending the area a peculiar quietness and serenity. Rarely did anything truly spectacular happen here. The only source of vital activity and the village's unique pulse was the nearby airport, which provided employment for many of Pors's residents. However, even this quiet corner began to feel unsettling in the early 90s. From time to time, rumors of missing children spread through the village, and parents' hearts tightened with fear. The police, of course, made every possible effort to solve these mysterious disappearances, but unfortunately, their actions yielded no results. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. People now hesitated to let their children play outside alone, gripped by uncertainty. Had the children run away, or had they become victims of abduction? The narrator's mother was also consumed by this widespread fear and adamantly refused to let him go out alone. Her anxiety was too great. The boy, being a child, understood her worry, but at the same time felt an irresistible urge to push the boundaries. And so, one day, yielding to an impulse, he saw his mother asleep on the sofa. This was his chance. He quickly put on his shoes and slipped out of the house, unnoticed. Carelessly wandering the surroundings, the boy let his imagination run wild, completely losing track of time. He ventured deep into the nearby forest, hoping to meet other children. Hours flew by, and soon it began to get dark. He was about to head home when something completely unexpected happened. In the distance, he noticed the village church. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but then his eye was caught by something like a light flickering inside. It seemed strange to him, and being a curious child, he cautiously crept towards the building. Usually, no one should have been there at this time of day. So what could be happening there? Reaching the back entrance, the boy slowly circled the building. As he passed one of the windows, he thought he heard voices. He stood up just enough to peer inside. The village priest was there. The boy could barely make him out. Only a few candles were lit, casting the priest's enormous shadow on the wall. He couldn't understand what the priest was doing, so he decided to sneak inside. The back door was unlocked. He entered, trying not to make the slightest sound. Eventually, he got close enough to hear the priest. He seemed very nervous and didn't look nearly as friendly as he did on Sundays. Something was definitely wrong. The boy knew the priest shouldn't see him. It would be very bad for him. He stayed quiet and waited, patiently. At some point, the priest went down to the basement. This was the moment the boy had been waiting for. He quickly rushed into the room and hid behind the pews. When the priest returned upstairs, he was on the phone. Soon after, 2 other men entered the church. One of them asked the priest why he had left the door unlocked. The priest froze for a moment, then said he must have simply forgotten. "I have everything ready," the priest said, and told the 2 men to go down to the basement. They obeyed and went downstairs. The priest glanced around the room for a moment, then followed them. Now the boy was sure something was terribly wrong. He tried to hide as best as he could. Voices and metallic sounds, like something clicking, echoed from the basement. The boy tried to get closer to hear better, and then what he feared happened. His foot brushed against a metal candlestick, and it crashed to the floor. Suddenly, everything went silent. The boy quickly found a new hiding spot. Then footsteps were heard. Many footsteps. They were all coming upstairs. "What was that?" one of the men asked. "Something just fell," the priest replied. "Don't worry about it." "All right, I'll give you half now, and I'll bring the rest of the money tomorrow," one of the men said. "Okay," the priest replied, and the men exited through the back door. When the priest was alone, his expression suddenly changed. He looked angry. He slowly walked through the church. His steps were heavy but confident. The boy knew the priest realized he was still there. "I saw you, boy," the priest said. The boy's blood ran cold. He knew the priest was aware of his presence. "You can't hide for long. You don't need to hide. I'm a good man. Come out. Let's play." But the boy knew the priest didn't want to play. He had seen something he shouldn't have. If the priest found him, he would be in serious trouble. He even tried to breathe as quietly as possible. The priest walked around the church a few more times, then said to himself, maybe he really left. He gathered a few things, extinguished the candles, and left the church. The boy remained there for at least 20 more minutes, frozen with fear. What had just happened? He couldn't believe it. Eventually, naive as he was, he crawled out of his hiding place. He just wanted to go home. It was all too much. Just leave. Get out of there. As he headed for the back door, he saw the moon shining through the same window where he had first seen the priest. A shadowy silhouette lay on the floor. The boy looked out the window and thought he would die. The priest stood there, looking at him with an evil smirk. I knew I saw you, you foolish boy. Let's play. He lunged into the church, and the boy hid again. The priest ran wildly throughout the building. I'll kill you, you stupid boy, he screamed, desperately searching for him. He was getting closer and closer. The boy was inside a cabinet and could see him through a crack right in front of him. The priest had nothing in his hands. Suddenly, he chuckled quietly and said, You really are a stupid boy. He had found him. He grabbed the cabinet door. This was it. He was going to kill the boy. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a thunderous command rang out. Police, get on the floor. The clergyman complied without resistance, and in the next moment, law enforcement officers stormed into the church. The narrator's mother was the last to enter the sanctuary, as if she had a premonition that he would try to slip away. It turned out she had thoughtfully hidden a tracking device in his shoe and set out to search for him with the police. This circumstance alone saved his life. He openly told the officers everything that had happened. The police officers descended into the basement, where they found 2 children who had previously been reported missing. It was revealed that the priest was a member of a criminal group involved in kidnapping children for the purpose of selling their organs. The narrator's recklessness almost cost him his life, but his mother's foresight saved him from imminent death. After that experience, he was no longer a deeply religious person. What he had seen and lived through simply wouldn't allow him to be. However, for most of his 20s, his entire life revolved around the church. It was one of those large, modern community churches with a coffee shop in the lobby and services accompanied by a band with electric guitars, drawing hundreds of congregants. The atmosphere there felt like a big family. It was in this community that he met Anna. Anna was one of his best friends. She had a sweet disposition, was a woman of few words, and was simply kind. She was the type of person who remembered birthdays and actually called to wish you well. Anna was married to David. In the eyes of all the churchgoers, David seemed like the perfect man. He was charismatic, played the guitar masterfully in the worship band, and always hugged Anna tenderly. They gave the impression of an exemplary married couple. However, when he was alone with Anna, the narrator began to notice disturbing details. He saw David's gaze turn empty and cold if Anna laughed too loudly at someone's joke. He noticed David gripping her wrist too tightly when he wanted to leave a party. David himself called it caring, but the narrator interpreted it differently, as blatant control. Sometimes Anna confided in him, whispering about incidents. She shared how David would accidentally break her things, or how he would block a doorway with his body and jokingly say he wouldn't let her go until she uttered words of love. These small things, taken individually, might seem like manifestations of a passionate or complicated marriage, but when you line them up, they form a clear picture of abuse. The narrator repeatedly urged her to leave, again and again. He told her his apartment was always open to her, but Anna was terrified not only of David, but also of what the church community would say. Their pastor insisted very, very strongly on the sanctity of marriage. Divorce was considered the greatest sin, worse than anything else. On that fateful night, when everything happened, he received a call at 3 a.m. It wasn't Anna calling, but a nurse from the local hospital. She reported that Anna had been in an accident and had listed him as an emergency contact. His heart simply froze with fear. He drove to the hospital, shaking so badly he could barely hold the steering wheel. He was allowed into Anna's room. The entire left side of her face was covered in bandages and dried blood. She was conscious, staring at the ceiling. He did it, Anna said. She told him everything. She had finally made up her mind. She was packing her bag while David was out. She was just zipping it up when he unexpectedly returned early. He saw the bag. He didn't yell. That scared her the most. He just walked into the bedroom, opened the closet, took out the gun he kept in a safe, and came back to her. He held the barrel directly to her temple. "Do you really think you're going anywhere?" he asked. Anna confessed that she thought she would die right there in her hallway. All she could think about was that she didn't want him to be the last person she saw. So she acted. She grabbed his wrist and pushed. trying to shove the gun away, and it fired. The sound was deafening. She said it felt like her whole head exploded. She collapsed, clutching her ear, convinced she was dead. The bullet passed right through the top of her ear, only grazing her scalp. Another centimeter lower, and she would have been gone. David, she said, simply dropped the gun and started crying. "I didn't mean to," he wailed. "Oh God, Anna, I didn't mean to shoot. It was an accident." He was the one who called 911, claiming she had tried to grab his gun, and it went off. The narrator took her home from the hospital. The police had already confiscated his weapon, and Anna obtained an emergency restraining order. The next day, she filed for divorce. He thought the nightmare was finally over, that she was safe. That's when the real horror began. They didn't attend church for 2 weeks. When they finally returned, the atmosphere was extremely unpleasant. People looked at them, not with sympathy, but with judgment. After the service, the pastor's wife, a woman the narrator had always admired, approached them. She placed her hand on Anna's. "Anna, dear," she said, her voice dripping with false concern, "we've all been praying for you and for David. He must be having such a hard time." The narrator just stared at her. "A hard time for him?" he asked. The woman ignored him. "David is just heartbroken," she continued. "He's been in Pastor John's office every day, crying and repenting. He told us all about this. All an accident." "It wasn't an accident," Anna said. Her voice was quiet but firm. "He held a gun to my head." The pastor's wife smiled, a tight, awful little smile. "Yes, but he didn't mean to shoot, did he? That's what he said. He said you pushed him. Anna, you know you can't do that. A wife is supposed to be a calming spirit for her husband, not provoke him." The narrator felt sick. He physically felt the blood drain from his face. The situation continued to worsen. Over the next week, church congregants, their mutual friends, began receiving calls. The message for everyone was consistently, "You know, the Bible talks about forgiveness." One of the elders, speaking with her on the phone, insisted, "Marriage is a sacred covenant. It can't just be broken over one mistake." Another echoed him, "He is your husband. It is your duty to support him, not abandon him when he needs your help the most." Then came a truly horrifying blow. A group of 3 women from her Bible study group showed up at the narrator's apartment. They stated that they needed to speak with Anna. Sitting her down on the narrator's couch, they staged what they called an intervention. "We love you, Anna," one of them began, "but we are genuinely concerned for your soul. You are allowing bitterness and anger to overcome you. David is a good man," another added. "He just has that kind of personality, but you knew that. And the story we're hearing, well, we heard that if you hadn't pushed him, the gun would never have fired." They had, in effect, accused her. They openly blamed her for being shot in the head. They claimed that a spirit of rebellion lived within her, and that she was the one who had disturbed the peace in the home. They insisted if she truly loved God, she should cancel the restraining order, stop the divorce proceedings, and return to her husband to help him heal. Anna just sat silently, the stitches on her ear still bright red. That was the last time she ever set foot in that church. A month later, she moved to another state to live with her sister. She changed her name. The narrator hasn't seen her in person since, though they sometimes exchange messages. The narrator stayed there for a few more weeks. He couldn't believe what was happening. He watched as David was welcomed back into the community. He would stand during services and give tearful testimonies about his struggles and how some enemy tried to destroy his marriage, and people nodded. They patted him on the back. They prayed for him. The man who held a gun to his wife's head was declared a victim. The woman who was shot was called a sinner. The narrator finally realized the truth. True horror isn't always found in the monster with a gun. Sometimes it's the smiling faces in the room who, after you've narrowly escaped danger, try to convince you to return to the monster's cage, because to them, your safety was never as important as their rules. And then the narrator converted to Islam. This happened in 2018 when the narrator was working as a cleaner at St. Mary's Church, located in a quiet suburb of Chicago. He was 28, single, and desperately needed a steady job after a series of temporary construction gigs. The church was an old brick building constructed in the 1950s. Nothing remarkable, just a main hall with pews, a small office, a storage room in the back, and a basement for supplies. Father Ali managed the place. He was a kind elderly man in his 60s, living in the rectory next door. The narrator's shifts usually fell in the evenings, cleaning after services or events, mopping floors, dusting the altar, and other similar tasks. It was a quiet job, and he enjoyed the silence there. The pay wasn't great, but it was significantly better than dealing with noisy construction sites. One of the unique features of this church was the front door, which emitted a long, drawn-out creak every time it was opened. The reason lay in the old rusty hinges that needed lubrication. However, Father Ali always claimed it gave the place a special character. He joked that the sound was like the church itself, announcing visitors. The narrator heard this creak constantly during the day when people came for prayers or meetings, but at night, when he was alone, the sound stood out particularly strongly. The door was made of heavy wood, equipped with a latch that secured tightly behind anyone entering. No wind could move it. It required significant effort to open. On that particular night, it was a Tuesday in October. The weather outside was cool and rainy. The narrator was working late because there had been a funeral earlier, and the premises needed a thorough extra cleaning. Flowers to be removed. Programs collected from the pews. Father Ali had left around $8,000 p.m. to visit a parishioner in the hospital. He asked the narrator to lock the door when he finished, and said he would be back late, possibly around $11,000 p.m. The narrator nodded, seeing nothing unusual in this. He had his headphones on and was listening to a true crime podcast, which, in retrospect, seemed ironic. While vacuuming the carpet in the main hall, the church was dimly lit. Only the overhead lights were on at a low level, and a couple of lamps near the altar. Outside, streetlights flickered through the stained glass windows, casting strange colored shadows on the walls. Around 10:30 p.m., the narrator was finishing his work, putting cleaning supplies away in the basement. That's when he heard it. That long, drawn-out creak of the front door. It started quietly, like a groan, and lasted a good 5 seconds before the latch clicked. The narrator took out one earbud and froze. "Father Ali," he called out, assuming the priest had returned early. There was no answer. At first, the narrator dismissed the thought of anything unusual. Maybe Father Ali just grabbed something from his office and didn't hear him. He finished putting away the boxes and went upstairs to the main floor. The hall was empty. The lights weren't brighter. There was no coat on the hanger by the door. The narrator walked to the entrance, peering through the small window in the door. The parking lot was dark. Only his battered Toyota sat there in the rain. The door was tightly closed, locked as always. He tried the handle, locked from the inside, which meant if someone had entered, they should be inside, but no one was. He checked the pews, the side aisles, and even looked into the small vestibule where the holy water font was. Nothing. No wet footprints on the floor from the rain. No wet umbrella. Strange, but he told himself that maybe he had imagined it. Old buildings make sounds, right? Creaks from the wood settling or something. He dismissed these thoughts and went to get his jacket from the office. Moments later, as he leaned over the thermostat, preparing to switch it off for the night, footsteps reached his ears. They were distinct, as if in broad daylight, slow, weighty thuds on the wooden floor of the main hall. This wasn't a hurried scurry, or a leisurely stroll, rather. Each step sounded with heavy, measured deliberation. His heart began to beat noticeably faster. "Father, is that you?" he called out, louder this time. The footsteps immediately froze mid-stride, and absolute silence descended. Now he was on edge. The church, though not enormous, had its hidden corners, alcoves behind the altar, confessional booths, a small choir loft upstairs. He hastily grabbed a flashlight from his office desk drawer, a heavy maglite he usually used for exploring dark nooks, and stepped out. "Hey, is anyone here?" he said, trying to steady his voice. There was no reply. The rain drummed monotonously on the roof, but inside there was a dead silence. The thought that a homeless person might have slipped in earlier, seeking shelter, crossed his mind. Such incidents sometimes occurred in larger cities, though their suburb was considered quite safe. Or perhaps it was a childish prank. Teenagers often gathered nearby. He decided to thoroughly check everything before leaving the building, not wanting to lock anyone in for the night. His circuit began in the main hall, where the flashlight beam swept under pews and behind sent statues. Nothing. The confessional was empty, its doors left ajar as he'd found them after cleaning. Then he ascended the narrow stairs to the choir loft. The steps creaked under his feet, but no one was there, just dusty hymn books and an ancient organ. Descending, he checked the office. The desk was clear. No one was hiding under it or in the closet. Next was the storage room. Boxes of candles, altar cloths, cleaning supplies. Everything was in its place. He moved a few stacks, ensuring everything was in order. Down to the basement again, where the furnace hummed quietly. No signs of disturbance. This entire search probably took 15 minutes, and by its conclusion, he began to feel awkward. Perhaps the footsteps were merely the sounds of an old building reacting to the wind, or his imagination playing tricks after that mysterious creak. He headed back to the exit, keys already in hand, ready to lock up and go home. That's when it happened. A loud bang echoed from behind him. It wasn't just any door. It was the storage room door he had just checked. It slammed shut with such force, as if someone had yanked it shut. He froze, keys jingling in his trembling hand. Thoughts raced through his mind. No way. It was the wind. There were no windows in the room, and the door was heavy, with a spring hinge that closed slowly on its own. It didn't slam, unless you made it. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice slightly shaky. Silence again. Now he was truly scared. heart pounding, palms sweating. Part of him wanted to bolt out the front door, but he couldn't just abandon the church. What if someone was hurt or something was being vandalized? He gripped the flashlight like a club and slowly, quietly walked back. The storage room door was tightly shut. He hadn't closed it himself. He had left it open after checking. He listened to the wood. Nothing. No breathing. No rustling. Taking a deep breath, he turned the handle and quickly flung it open. The flashlight beam swept inside. Something hit him square on the forehead. Not hard enough to knock him out, but sharply, like a dull thud that made him stumble back a step. He cursed, rubbing his head, feeling a small bruise forming. What the hell? He frantically shined the flashlight around. The room was exactly as he'd left it. Boxes stacked, mop in the corner, no one there, no shelves near the door that could have fallen, no hanging tools or chains. The ceiling was solid, no loose panels. Whatever hit him came from inside, right as the door swung open, but there was nothing close enough to do it. He checked the door itself, smooth wood, no protrusions. He even felt around the frame, thinking perhaps a spring or a mechanism, but it was just an old door. He backed away, slammed it shut, locked it this time, and quickly got out of there. Locking the front door behind him, the creak echoed in his ears longer than ever. On the way home, he kept glancing in his rear-view mirror. The next morning, he called Father Ali and resigned without notice. The priest was surprised and asked if something had happened. He gave him the condensed version of events. Strange sounds, the inexplicable hit. Father Ali chuckled a little. He said the church was old, but it didn't have any strange history. No ghost stories or break-ins. Just a regular parish since the 1950s. He replied, "No, thank you. I found a new job cleaning offices downtown. Day shifts only." NUS story. 1. Halloween always evoked a sense of awe in the author. At 10 years old, this holiday overshadowed all other events of the year. Preparation began long before the cherished date and included developing a unique costume and, most importantly, decorating the house. The father shared his son's enthusiasm and spared no expense in acquiring all sorts of attributes: artificial cobwebs, huge plastic spiders, terrifying skeletons hung in the trees, and even a fog generator, creating a sinister atmosphere. That year, the narrator's best friends, James and Curls, actively participated in the holiday preparations. 14-year-old James, who seemed older and more experienced, easily reached the highest branches of the trees. 12-year-old Curls, slightly older than the author, also contributed to creating a spooky atmosphere. The friends had fun in the yard, trying to turn the house into the scariest in the neighborhood. The father set up a menacing scarecrow by the porch, and the author skillfully hung cobwebs on the bushes, creating an impression of abandonment and mystery. One day, as James stood on a small ladder and placed a plastic ghost on the branches of an old oak tree growing by the sidewalk, the author noticed a stranger for the first time. The unfamiliar man, never seen in these parts before, was slowly walking down the street and suddenly stopped right in front of their house. He wasn't walking a dog or jogging. He was just standing and staring intently at what was happening. He didn't stand out externally. A man in his 30s, dressed in an ordinary jacket and jeans. However, his smile attracted attention, broad but lacking friendliness. The stranger looked directly at the narrator and said, "Wow, guys, you're doing a great job, getting ready for the big night." The author, known for his friendly nature, smiled back. "Yes, we want to make the spookiest house." "I bet you'll collect a mountain of candy," the man said, glancing at the decorated house. "Are you planning to trick or treat in this area? What's your route?" The question seemed a little strange to the author, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Suddenly, the father came out of the house and, placing his hand on his son's shoulder, stood between him and the stranger. The author felt his father's hand tighten slightly. "Can I help you?" the father asked in a calm but firm voice. The stranger's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly put it back on his face, continuing to examine the decorations. "Your son is working hard," he said, looking at the author. "Be sure to get a lot of king-size chocolate bars, kid." "It's time to go inside, son," the father said, not taking his eyes off the stranger. The author obediently headed toward the front door. Looking back, he noticed how the man's face had changed. The fake smile disappeared, replaced by a cold, almost evil look. The stranger glanced at the father, then turned and silently walked away down the street. A couple of nights later, the author was awakened by a loud bang coming from the yard. The sound was like something heavy falling. The author's room was on the second floor, and the window overlooked the street and the yard. Overcome with fear but giving in to curiosity, he got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. Streetlights cast long, eerie shadows. Right in the middle of the yard stood that same stranger, partially hidden behind the trunk of a large oak tree. The sound was probably caused by him bumping into the scarecrow that the father had set up, which was now lying on the grass. The stranger did nothing, just stared at the house. His gaze was directed right at the windows, and it seemed to the author that he was looking directly at him. In fright, the author recoiled from the window, feeling his heart pounding wildly. He ran out of the room and down to the living room, where his father was watching television. "Dad, that man is in the yard," he blurted out. The father instantly jumped up from the couch and headed for the front door. He flung it open and went outside, looking around the yard. Returning a minute later, he locked the door. "There's no one there," he said, though he looked worried. "The scarecrow fell over. The wind probably knocked it down." But the author knew it wasn't the wind. The next day was October 31st, Halloween. The author was still feeling some anxiety, but the anticipation of trick-or-treating took over. James and Curls came over after school, and the friends donned their costumes. The author was a ninja, James was a werewolf, and Curls was a vampire. As soon as it got dark, they grabbed their candy bags and went outside. At first, they went to houses in their neighborhood, but soon they had the idea that houses farther away might be giving out more generous treats. So they went block after block until the author almost stopped, recognizing the streets. The bags were filling up with candy, and the friends were proud of themselves. As they approached the dark house decorated with only one pumpkin on the porch, a voice came from the shadows across the street. "Hey kids, come over here. I have something interesting for you." The friends turned around. Standing in the shadows of the driveway of an unlit house was that same stranger. He was holding a large bowl in his hands and took a step forward. The same fake, broad smile was plastered on his face. "Come on, don't be shy," he said, trying to make his voice sound friendly. Curls and the author took a step forward, because who would refuse extra candy? But James grabbed both of them by the arms. "No," he said in a trembling voice. "Don't. We need to leave." James was older and obviously sensed that something was wrong. Story 1. Suddenly it became clear something had gone completely wrong. The stranger, noticing our confusion, instantly changed. His face and his welcoming smile disappeared as if it had never been there. Dropping the empty bowl, he rushed towards us. "Run!" James shouted desperately. We didn't need to be told twice. We turned and ran as fast as our legs could carry us. The sound of his footsteps, fiercely drumming on the sidewalk, grew louder, relentlessly approaching. Our cries merged into a single scream of terror. Curls, always agile, instantly darted between the houses and disappeared into the dark opening of the yard. James, faster than me, pulled ahead. Taking a chance, I looked back. The pursuer's gaze was fixed on me. He didn't seem to notice anyone else. A grimace of inhuman rage was frozen on his face. My strength was leaving me, and the ninja costume seemed unbearably heavy. The pursuer was already close. I could hear his heavy breathing. His hand reached out and grabbed me by the back. At that moment, I was sure it was the end. "Get your hands off my son!" My father's thunderous voice rang out. He jumped out of the alley, his face contorted with a mixture of horror and anger. The stranger instantly let go of me, and I fell to the ground in surprise. He looked at my father, then at me, and without saying a word, disappeared into the darkness. My father ran over to me and hugged me tightly. A few minutes later, James appeared, and Curls timidly peeked out from behind the fence. We were all crying, unable to hold back the tears. On the way home, my father squeezed my hand so hard that it felt like he was hurting me. He said that he had started to worry when we didn't come back on time. Calling James, he found out that he wasn't home either. In a panic, he rushed to look for us. Stopping, he asked the neighbors if they had seen us. Fortunately, they said that they had seen 3 children in costumes heading to that part of town. If it hadn't been for them, it's hard to imagine how it would have ended. We never saw that man again, but his face was forever etched in my memory. That Halloween, which was supposed to be full of fun, turned into a nightmare that I will never be able to forget. Story 2. My name is Mark, and I'm 17 years old. I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago, where everyone knows each other by sight. That evening, our neighbor, Mr. Taylor, was having a small party. This elderly man, who is retired, invited a few guests for refreshments and entertainment. I decided to stop by, as my parents didn't mind, and I had no other plans. That's where I met Jake. He introduced himself as a 19-year-old guy, a distant relative of Mr. Taylor, or something like that. He immediately made an impression as a cool guy, tall with short cropped chestnut hair, dressed in a simple hoodie and jeans. We started talking about video games. It turned out that he, like me, was into Call of Duty. We even played a few rounds on Mr. Taylor's old console, laughing at bad shots and funny glitches. Jake said, that he lived in another city, but often visited Mr. Taylor. We exchanged phone numbers, and I thought that he could well become a good friend of mine. Soon, my mother reminded me of the need to buy a pumpkin to decorate the porch. My father was delayed at work due to an urgent project. He works as an accountant and is constantly busy working with spreadsheets. Therefore, my mother asked me to take on this task. I shared this with Jake, and he smiled mysteriously. "I know a great place. There's a farm on Country Road 47, about a 20-minute drive away. There are huge pumpkins there, and at ridiculous prices, too. Do you want to go?" I thought it was a good idea. It wasn't too late yet, around 6 in the evening, and Halloween wasn't over yet. I had my mom's old Ford truck, so we jumped in and set off. As we moved away from the suburb, the road became darker. There were no street lights, just fields and trees all around. A thick fog began to creep along the ground as in old horror movies, limiting visibility to a few meters. The headlights barely pierced the fog. We chatted about school. I was still in high school, and Jake said that he had taken a year off before going to college. Finally, we got to the farm. It was a dilapidated place with a wooden sign that read Miller's Pumpkin Patch. But there were no lights, no cars, no people, just rows of pumpkins, half hidden by the fog. "Where is everyone?" I asked, feeling a growing sense of anxiety. Jake shrugged. "They're probably closing already. Wait here, I'll check the back." He got out of the car and disappeared into the fog. I sat in the car trying to get a phone signal, but to no avail. The minutes dragged on painfully slowly. 5, 10 minutes. I began to worry seriously. What if something had happened to him? Finally, he came back, but not alone. He was with a man in his 40s, dressed in overalls and a flannel shirt, a typical farmer. He had an ordinary face, clean-shaven, with brown eyes, but something about him was off. His smile was too broad, strained, as if he was squeezing it out of himself. "Hey, buddy," he said to me. "Jake said you need a pumpkin. Come on in, I have the best ones in the barn." The barn was an old wooden building located behind the field. The creaky doors were banging in the wind. Jake nodded. "Yes, Mark, let's go. He says the biggest pumpkins are stored there." But the farmer suddenly started asking strange questions. "Do you live here? What's your family name? Do you have any siblings? What does your father do?" This wasn't a normal small talk. It seemed like he was trying to pry out personal information. And why inside the barn? The pumpkins were right in the field. That ill-fated day, they stood right there in the middle of the autumn field. The main character glanced at Jake, but he, as if spellbound, watched indifferently, his hands in his pockets. The surrounding fog seemed to erase the boundaries of reality, and the young man imagined that a door slammed somewhere in the distance, perhaps in the old farmhouse adjacent to the barn. Were there more people there? An inexplicable anxiety gripped his insides. Both strangers were now staring intently at him, waiting for a decision. "Come on, what are you afraid of? It's just inside," the farmer repeated insistently.